Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a impromptu space today to address a couple issues to clear the air. Um, there used to be a song by Akon, "Clear the Air." You know, I'ma clear the air, right? He meant by clear the air. Akon meant get his 9 millimeter and just shoot the club up, right? Only problem is Akon's ass was from Senegal. He was Senegalese, and a lot of people from my generation followed him into that. And let me act the thug and shoot a gun shit, and ended up in jail while he was cosplaying FBA. Akon was cosplaying. Akon is a foreigner. Akon made plenty of money off of our clout. That's what we talking about today. How we backing it up though? We backing it up with some scholarship. You know how I do. You know how me and Wani and Nikki do. We backing it up. Today's backup comes from Dr. Claude Anderson, black and ethnic immigrants. Excuse me, black and ethnic immigrants compete for resources. Dr. Claude Anderson says, quote, a continuing flow of immigrants decade after decade from 1607 to the present day came believing that America abounded with freedom and wealth. That's what this shit's all about, right? He says, quote, common sense dictates that they had anticipated that they would face the kind of life most black people face. Immigration would have ceased immediately after the first boatload arrived. The flow of immigrants never ceased because they were never treated like blacks. Let me say that shit one more time. The flow of immigration never ceased because they were never treated like blacks. They includes the black looking people, the brown people, right? That say they us. Um, Come on back up, Carter. I thought I hit okay to let you speak. I don't know what happened. I'm sending you an invite again. Come on back up, Mark. Uh, Dr. Anderson says, quote, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. I'm gonna stop right there because that's all that really needs to be said. But I think I need to say that shit one more time in case y'all weren't listening. And like they taught me in grad school, let me slow it down so everybody gets it. As a matter quote, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. Are foreigners up in our mix cosplaying FBAs for clout? You damn right, according to Dr. Claude Anderson. Why? Because there are goodies here to be got if they pretend they us. Only problem with that, ladies and gentlemen, is us never get our money. What y'all think about that? Nikki, any thoughts?
I'm agreeing. Keep on cooking. Keep going.
Dr. Anderson.
I agree with
Dr. Anderson says each time in history, either before or after a war, when the American economy was expanding and could have offered material economic benefits to blacks, a new influx of immigrants, a whole new group. Dr. Anderson didn't say that. Dr. Anderson said, quote, a whole new, I'm sorry, I'm putting words in our dear brother's mouth. Dr. Anderson said, a new influx of immigrants or refugees arrived to fill the void and further exiled us from fruitful participation in the national life, according to historian Dan Lacey. Wipe me down. Take that. What that mean, ladies and gentlemen? What that mean
you.
is, you go ahead, Nikki.
Please send Wani a co-host.
Oh, I thought she had it. Go ahead, one. What that mean is, and I meant to say what that mean is. What that mean is, historically, foreigners have come into our mix and taken our shit. That's bad enough. But in my professional practice, what makes it worse is foreigners have the nerve to turn around and wag their finger in my face and say, Dr. A, why do black Americans act this way? We don't understand. Why do black Americans act so lazy? And I bite blood out my lip so I don't lose my job. But y'all already know what I want to say. T, what you think about this? Any
Still
thought?
connecting. Still connecting. Go ahead, T. Come off the mic.
T, you got 5 seconds to respond. That's four.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, I graduated in high school in 1991, okay?
Okay.
And there was a album called The Convicts that was on Rap a Lot, and they had a song called Illegal Aliens. And I remember the hook of the song saying they giving them all the rights that my people fought for, and everything that we saying today, they said it back then. Check that out. You know what I'm saying? For real, because these people they messed up. And I work with a couple of Africans, and I was saying the same thing to them, and they just felt like I was just talking gibberish.
Real talk.
I want y'all to check that out. It's called Illegal Aliens by the Convicts off of Rap a Lot from 1991. You can see it on YouTube Music or whatever.
Wow.
And you'll be like, wow, because they've been on it since then. These folks is fucked up, man. But you keep speaking that truth, man, truth to power. You got my blessing, you got, love and everything for y'all. And thanks, man, for spitting that real truth out there. Peace to everybody, though.
No cap. It's in your face. Appreciate it, T.
Thank you, brother.
So our foreigners up in our mix, cosplaying FBA for Clout. What you think about that, Wani?
Oh boy. Yes. I mean, that's what it's all about. We've had a lot of
Yes, and drop the
articles.
mic, huh?
Yep. But we've had articles since the 1980s talking about immigrants coming over here um, and taking jobs. And the Democrats never seem to mind. They just ignore all these studies. These studies are from all the top educational institutions. However, we have the same problem within our mix. We have a lot of people cosplaying us and weaving themselves in, being chaotic. And then when we find out that they're immigrants, some of our people want to push back. Oh no, he's not that. I mean, these people come into these rooms a couple of years ago. Actually, there's about four people that came into the room, said they were South American, said that they were Arab, said that they were a lot of things, and they didn't really know what this movement was about. And so when they make very strange comments and we push back on them and say, yeah, remember when you said you were Arab and had a whole room about it? No, I'm not Arab now. Somebody said they were South American. Now they don't want to claim that anymore because they want to be in the right. Well, I'm getting tired of it because these people are throwing big monkey wrenches into this movement and accusing people of a lot of things that they didn't do, like us being accused of taking someone's intellectual property, and the person has no intellect and won't tell us what we took and just made up something and then said we were stalking him. Well, I don't know if you saw
Has
the little hissy fight that we had in the thread, but all of a sudden this person just said we were stealing their ideas.
apparently that person doesn't understand what the fuck intellectual property is. Excuse me, I'm getting going off. Anybody with half a pea brain that's been in my spaces since I've been on, it's been over a year now. Congrats to me. Knows that what's the first thing I do? I quote people. I quote scholars. I'm not stealing from anybody. I give you scholarship off of, I tell you exactly where I get what I think from. So that imbecile talking about somebody stealing his intellectual property, number one, apparently does not have any intellect. And given the fact that, given the way he looks in his pictures, I don't think he has any property. Is he homeless? Nikki,
Um,
your thoughts?
is the person homeless? I'm not sure.
He looks homeless.
I'm not sure if that person is homeless or not because I don't follow them. I have not followed them for years. I just know that all of a sudden one day I looked up and I got a message from somebody in the back channel showing me a tweet where the three of us are being accused of stealing this person's intellectual property. And I guess this tweet was put out in October, like the first week of October. I don't, even though I was still following this person, I follow a lot of people that I don't pay attention to. I'm not trying to beef with people, but if it is, but this is what it is. Let me calm down. I wasn't paying attention to their tweets. Someone sent it to me about a month after they tweeted it out. And I said, oh, okay, so now I'm being harassed again from 2 weeks prior. I mean, 2 years prior when he harassed me and sent me some very scary messages, concerning messages. I'll just say that. He sent me some concerning messages to make me feel very uncomfortable. And that was 2 years ago. Um, because I interviewed Vicky Dillard, I was sent some messages that could be taken as a threat. And I'm not lying about that. I have proof. I'm just sick and tired of people bullying me. Let me know if I'm going on too much, Wani. You could be my police in this space. But yes, I did get on Tariq's stage and I mentioned it because we were talking about something else. But I mentioned it because I had just found out that this person was accusing the three of us of stealing his intellectual property. All three of us are college educated. All three of us sit down and go over the material. A lot of times there's times where you and Wani are going over the material when I'm not there, and then there's times where the three of us are going over it, and there's times where I'm going over it with you. And the two of you do most of the talking, but planning is the three of us. We're reading books and we're talking about different scholars. I've been studying Dr. Welsing for years. Years. If you go look at my Facebook page, she's been my profile picture for years. These are Dr. Claude Anderson. I've been studying him for years. I give these books away as gifts to people. I just don't talk a lot. Most of the time what I do is I write a lot. I don't say a lot, but I don't know if this person is homeless. Follow his personal I don't follow his personal situation. Don't like be I don't like people leaving me messages that make me feel unsafe. I don't like people constantly putting out lies on me. And this has been going on for years with me being bullied by someone who claims to be part of the new black media. I have
Yeah.
taken them new.
Well,
Okay.
is he black? Is he black
I
American?
don't
I have doubts of
I
that.
I don't know. I don't know. I just know that I am constantly being harassed by this person and he has some kind of weird ass crush on me. And he's always focusing on me, and every
Well,
time I ask a man, or every time a man comes to him and says, "Hey, what is the problem you have with Nikki?" He doesn't want to talk to the man. He only just keeps coming for me and making up lies.
Uh
I'm
oh.
I'm a I'm a bitch. I'm a witch. Yeah.
well,
Go ahead.
well, what he said when I first heard him, so I know that he's South American because I had a whole argument with him in the DMs about being South American. So he was basically saying that now, bear in mind, people from South America are not part of our group on the census. They check the Latino box. They have nothing to do with us on the census, right? So he's delusional. He was running around saying that South Americans are black. No, they're not. They're South American, and they're not classified as black, not even on the census. So anyway, he denied that, but he did say it in I think it was Kid Gravity's room, and then somebody came up to defend him and said, "No, he's not South American. His people came from South America and blended in with us. So now they just made themselves FBA."
And
Really?
that's the point exactly. And let me make something clear to the room. In my opinion, the person, the human that they my sisters are talking about, is desperately trying to vie for our attention. Therefore, we're not even gonna mention his fucking name. But like Wani just said, he allegedly the gentleman is a foreigner, up in our mix, cosplaying FBA for clout, and that's the purpose of this space here today, is to identify foreigners coming up in our mix, pretending to be us, and taking um opportunity, taking bread and butter out of our children's mouths. It's time out for this. My dear foundational Black American brothers and sisters, how can we devise a plan to gatekeep our culture? That's what I want to know. How do we do this? Because it's time to start gatekeeping our culture.
Well, these people, they come into our circles, and what happens is they get they learn, they read books on our scholars, they blend in, they mix in with our circles very well. People like them, and they disseminate the information, and some of them do a great job, and so some people like them. So when there's some discrepancy about who they are and where they come from, whether it is or it is true or it is not true that this person is or is not an immigrant, people, there may be people who like that person, but they'll start to, the mass, their following will start ignoring certain behaviors, like them harassing people when calling respected women in the movement a bitch on their broadcasts.
which
They'll start ignoring those
which I
things.
might add, that's not foundational Black American male behavior. Running down a woman, that ain't nothing we do. We know that's not us. That's foreigner behavior. But carry on, Nikki.
Yeah, because people should know me by now. This should not even be allowed at this point. It he should be, and I'm not criticizing any of the men in the movement, and who I respect, so many of you, but I'm like, I most of y'all are not doing this. Most of y'all don't behave this way. Most of y'all have grown in the past couple years and are way past this. So why is this man in his 40s always running, finding a woman to run down? I never. I always protect black men, especially when that stuff came out about Bill Cosby. I was 100% team Bill Cosby. I always protect black men. I have a reputation for doing that. So I've never been on some type of um, feminist crap. So nobody can say that. But how long am I supposed to be paying to prove who I am in this movement? How much harassment am I supposed to take from this fool? How much is it before somebody stands up and says to him, I shouldn't have to say shit. I shouldn't have to open my mouth. And how many times is he going to be able to call me out my name and try to make me look like some kind of agent that I'm not? I've been nothing but loyal. By now, I should be hands off. Certain people should be hands should not be getting touched in this movement. We've had people, and especially women in this movement, who were protected like crazy, and then we found out that they were doing other that they did not even give a fuck about the people who they were supposed to give a fuck about. And I have done nothing to, I've never done anything against Tariq, Jason Black, TBA. I've done nothing but shown loyalty and love to this movement. I should not be the one who's being getting run down. Go find somebody who purposely messed up a rally. Go find somebody who's sitting up calling people perverts. It's not me. That's not Nikki the cop.
So
It's not me who's doing that stuff. So I should be off limits. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
was
Marty.
just going to say, so when we posted about his comment, because he tweeted that we took his his ideas or whatever, his concepts, which we don't know what those are. Looks like a crackhead, and I don't know what he's talking about. I don't go over and look and see what he's talking about on his YouTube or whatever he has. We have nothing to do with him. Anyway, somebody came in and defended him. And I said, really? Boykin Spaniel is down here calling me names because I don't want to be called someone who steals someone's ideas? Oh, but guess what? Boykin Spaniel is Arab. Yeah,
Hello.
a whole hour of her being run down in Secure the Tribes room years ago. She said she was Arab and all, and then they got mad because she has a way about herself. They got mad at her, ran her down, and I never really saw her again until she just popped up on the timeline like she was summoned to defend him.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
so let
She's foreign too.
let's you know how we doing here. Let's technically let me help my people see what's going on here. This isn't by mistake. there's an old saying that says you can if you stand on the shoulders of giants, you can see further ahead. So the giant, we gonna stand on big brother Dr. Claude Anderson's shoulders right quick to see what the fuck we dealing with, if you don't mind. Let's look at what Dr. Henderson said about my title, our foreigners up in our shit cosplaying FBA for clout. I say yes, but Dr. Anderson says, quote, as competition for resources increases and blacks become more frustrated, conflicts for power, resources, and even basic rights are developing between blacks and all ethnic and racial groups who rank higher than blacks in order of preference. If blacks' marginal level of substance does not improve, they will become common denominator in every social clash. Since the 1980s, blacks have clashed with Arabs in Cleveland and Detroit. Since the early 1990s, New York and Boston were outraged over the slaying of blacks by ethnic whites. Violent confrontations between blacks, Koreans, Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian merchants have arisen across the country in cities like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. And he mentions Miami with Cubans. Why did I bring that up? I brought that up because this is really an attack on our resources. These people come over here, and keep in mind they got a whole country to run back to, and they see us as an opportunity to prey on us, but to come at us directly, and they don't have that type of courage. So they'll throw on a jersey, throw on a ball cap, and come up in here calling themselves a DJ or whatever the fuck dude call himself, trying to be us to get in close. Remember what William Shakespeare said: keep your enemies close, but keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. That's what the fuck you listening to. That's what the fuck you looking at. And you need to be careful, black man, black woman, about letting these jokers up in your mix. I give them the Heisman, man. Dr. Anderson also says, today there is little cooperation, political or otherwise, between blacks and minority groups. I'm going to say it again. Today there is little cooperation. I'm going to say there's none today. This book was written in the 90s, but he'll say today there's little cooperation, political or otherwise, between blacks and minority groups. For the most part, ethnic minorities do not support black causes. They have been getting a free ride at black people's expense on the civil rights and minority programs. As members of loosely formed political coalitions, they are most quiet while blacks agitate, but they are quick to stake their claim on an affirmative action benefits won by blacks. There it is. Voila. Need I say more, ladies and gentlemen? When are we gonna learn?
Nope.
Wani, when are we gonna learn? What's gonna need to happen?
I don't know. Honestly, these people, they don't have any bargaining chips. They can't even say, well, if you don't help with us with immigration, if you don't vote against Trump, we're going to do X, Y, Z. They don't do anything. And they have to get their asses out in the streets if somebody gets killed by the police because they're taking more bullets to the face than we are.
Facts.
They're sitting there eating cornflakes and getting murdered by some white woman who broke into the house. And of course, their response to getting shot by the police is to hug the cop and tongue kiss the police in the courtroom.
Wow.
So, yeah, a little bit of different culture than us, but they're taking it in the face. They're the back of their African head blown off in Michigan by the police. So they have to get out there and complain about police brutality. We don't have to ask them nothing. They're not hiding behind our skirt tails anymore. They're going to have to get their countries on board and say, hey, put out a public statement that says Haitians against police brutality in America. Or in that Congolese guy who got killed in Michigan, Congolese people in America against police brutality. Go form your own groups. That's how you can be an ally. But don't come hiding behind me when you want my people to get shot, calling us bullet bags. That wasn't white people calling us bullet bags, but you're taking all the bullets. You don't have any bargaining chips with us because you never did nothing.
Yes, that's the Wani. Thank you. That's the whole point. Is like life is about business. So those of you who don't know me, I'm a licensed historian, which doesn't mean anything. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying most of y'all know more. A lot of y'all know more than I do. The educational system has failed. The reason why I brought that up is if you look at history through the eyes, through the epic, through the vision of the book of academic canon, you'll notice that there is no friendship in this world. At least in the last shit since the goddamn Holocene. Maybe there was friendship during the Miocene. The Miocene was a period of time when the world was tropical. You remember dinosaurs and Paleolithic period, like fruit falling, pure water and chickens running around. You didn't even have to do anything to eat. But then again, you could get eaten. America had the biggest tiger, the biggest lions. The American lion is the biggest lion ever recorded. They don't tell you about that. But anyway, my point is, since the dang Holocene, since the epoch of time we've been in, there has been no friendly alliances amongst people. I don't care what group of people, what race you want to make up. Ladies and gentlemen, foundational Black Americans, do y'all understand that there has not been, to my knowledge, a friendly alliance amongst human beings? It don't exist. It's strategic. What do you mean? Well, let's look at World War II. The Germans had an alliance with who? The Italians. The Italians had mixed blood. They couldn't even relate to the Germans. In fact, there's some evidence to show that the Germans in their cadence when they were marching were so robotic and so damn near perfect that the Italians couldn't even keep up with them, right? They were different groups of people is what I'm saying, but they came together what? With the goal of world domination. It was strategic. It wasn't friendly. Hitler didn't walk up to Mussolini and say, "Hey man, you know what? I think you cool, man. Can we kick it?" Hell no. Hitler said, "Hey, Mussolini, me and you can take we can take the world. When we take the world, I give you X." It's strategic, right? And how does that play into what Wani just said? Wani just said these groups have nothing to offer. So why in the motherfuck are we letting people come up to us that have nothing to offer and we're giving them stuff? I just spent a summer in Ghana and I was so angry I couldn't even hold it. I saw universities everywhere in Ghana. I saw law. I saw schools of law. I saw schools of medicine in Accra. And as a professor, I don't ever remember a foundational Black American getting a scholarship to University of Ghana School of Law, University of Ghana School of Medicine. But the other way around, they jam packed up in our medical schools. Black Americans, when are we going to learn what is the problem, and more importantly, what's the solution? The Black, what do you think about that?
What's going on, Professor? Yeah, I agree with everything you say. It really looks like we getting to the point where uh, this new renaissance of us discovering our identity or say our lineage and basing everything on that is disrupting the political atmosphere and the racial hierarchy of everything. And it looks like it's to the point where you can't pretend to be anything that you want to be, like the Democrats claim you can. You know what I'm saying? The freedom of choosing your own identity is a false narrative, because when it comes down to reality, you can only be connected to where you come from and where your family come from, and that has always been the the hard truth about everything. That's I feel like that's the main reason why other races are somewhat more, I wouldn't say bigoted or xenophobic, but they are more nationalist and more towards their tribes in other countries than we are. Because at the end of the day, during the the 1900s, when the oligarchies had took over everything, like the educational system and the medical system, they made it to where it was easier for people to come here and just identify any way they wanted. And by the law of the land, everything was made to be either a black or a white perspective in America. And those who infiltrated our movements or in our institutions, they put themselves above us and made it to where we are the pack mule of everybody that come here. And unfortunately, that's our reality right now.
Definitely. When you said that last statement you said, brother, I thought about Sheila Jackson Lee. Um, I say no more. No need to say anything more. Path of justice. What's on your mind?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, Professor A, Wani, everybody else for your constant contributions. I think just to bring it to attention, Nikki the God has a lot of y'all streams on her YouTube website, and I'm going to try to listen to this even more frequently than I could do now. Sorry, this Uber, not Uber, but this damn Google thing is on directing me to some food. But anyway, point of the matter is that I appreciate all y'all's contribution. Like y'all were talking about stuff with the pyramids and the Hertz and all that other stuff that I never even heard of. So that was very useful information. Hopefully that I'm gonna have to cut that GPS thing off because it's just gonna keep talking. But let me cut that off. But yeah, thank you for your contributions.
That thing
Really,
is
the reason I
annoying.
wanted, yeah, I just cut it off because that's really annoying. But again, thank y'all for your contributions. But what I wanted to talk about, yeah, it was kind of y'all talking about. I think it was November, or maybe it was a few months ago, or this month. I can't remember. But y'all were talking about the Pan Africanism and how that had been used as a co-opting device, and y'all were going through the history of that. So it's really worth listening to. Let's see her pull it up on the yeah, yeah, it was November the 26th, 2024. Y'all were talking about that Pan Africanism, so I suggest everybody go back and listen to it. But yeah, deep in that, like if we could just break it down culturally, like I don't think there's been, as y'all are saying, too many cultures across the history of humanity that have been as open as people would project with Pan Africanism. And even those, we may actually have more lineage based relations than that than a lot of people talk about. Like you could talk about Kemet, which had a pretty open policy as far as blackness was concerned. Potentially the Mali Empire, our culture was very open. Maybe some of the Native American cultures you could put into that box too. But and maybe the Haitians to a small degree, and maybe the South Africans to a small degree. But the point of the matter is, most nations, like y'all said, are very opportunistic towards each other and really don't deal with each other on any, I would say, moral level. And then you talk to these Pan Africanists and people across the quote unquote diaspora, and you just ask them for evidence. Let's just break it down. Like, what evidence do y'all have that y'all built for other people opportunities? You've been open. Y'all stop the tribalism in your own homelands. Uh, you build opportunity for other black folk, including us. And like Professor A was talking about in Ghana, like they already have institutions. They could easily put us on opportunities, but they don't do it. So if you look at them, it's like they're really just tethering onto our culture and the concept of Pan Africanism. I think I said that the other night, but it's still, it's true. And you can ask them to show all these evidences of their culture that shows that they have any real bond with us on a substantive level other than the melanin of the skin. Like I was looking at an Uber driver today, he was giving me a ride to a spot and I was looking at the skin and the hair. I was like, man, he looked like he could be cousin, but his energy was so far off. I think he tried to scam me. I showed up early to the spot. I think he may even try to scam me off that ride. So I already was looking at it very, very funny because he drove past my house and then drove back. So pointing the man, and then the energy was off. I was like, dude, start the ride because I'm in the car. So I'm getting charged like I'm not here, but I'm actually in the car. But he was just playing on his phone and all this other stuff. It's like basic stuff that in our culture like is automatic, but these other cultures like basic designs of righteousness towards our people. They don't give a damn the groove. So I think that this needs to be set this part of the conversation where we push these other groups out. They really haven't even done enough positive work to be part of our conversation.
Right.
So I mean, if we're going to be 100% honest, like, okay, you want to have a Pan African conversation, do X, Y, Z, and then come back to us 10, 20, 50 years from now. But we've already opened the door. You've proven to us that you're not allies as a group. So stop pretending like you're an ally because you're not. And we can talk to all these other Pan African sources and all that. But then we look to the to what they're saying. Are you creating economic empowerment for other black groups? Have you done that? No. Do you intend to do it? You say yeah, but your actions are showing no. So I mean, it's clearly that we aren't even on the same level for you to be at the table at us. So I think that needs to be the next part of the conversation. That and also like, what do we need to have to do as a people and otherwise to have 7,000 of these people being deported today? If you do the math, 7,000 people times deportation and self deportation equals 2.5 million a year. So even if there's 25 million of them over here illegally, and what do we have to do to stop these H-1B visa recertifications or whatever it's called? So they got to go home because they're not beneficial to us. They're not fighting for us anything, and a lot of them are undermining us. I hate to say it, but cold reality is cold reality. You want to do wrong by us, and you can do wrong by us in your own land, and we just keep pushing. But anyway, that's just my opinion, and I'm just gonna get off the mic. Thank
I
you.
I appreciate it, Path for Justice, and he was talking about the schools in Ghana. That shit, man, that lit me on fire. So you'll hear, I brought this up to people in Ghana, like, man, why don't we have programs to send some of our American children, FBA children, to University of Ghana School of Medicine? And oh well, no, 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 no. They say things like, well, the system's different, and you can't practice medicine in America if you go to a Ghanaian or African medical school. That's a bunch of cap.
Mhm. Really?
That's a bunch of fucking
Are
cap.
you sure?
I'm sure. Let me tell you why I know it. Let me tell you why I know for a motherfucking fact it's true. In Memphis, um, Memphis it has a University of Tennessee medical school. It has a residency program there. It's gigantic, and Methodist may have a residency program too. But anyway, like a lot of the residents in Memphis are African medical doctors. They the rule is if you graduate from an African medical school, say University of Ghana, you can't go straight into residency. You have to take courses. So I met doctor after doctor from African doctor who had an African medical degree who had to roll back through. So you go back to like UT or University of Tennessee School of Medicine or wherever, a Methodist. You have to take a couple classes. So it's a good deal. Fuck, if I had a son, I would send him to University of Ghana and let him get his MD because it's a shorter time for them to get an MD over there. Get your MD and then come to America and then roll back through a medical school to take a year worth of classes to get on par. I'm saying it. I'm saying that to say, given that fact, why in the hell don't our kids go over there? You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking University of Ghana or universities,
They won't let us.
huh? They don't want us, but they want our
They won't.
opportunities over
They
here.
won't let us.
They they
Right.
crowd our shit over here.
So they're trying to abuse us a second time.
Yes, yes, yes. That's what I'm here to tell you. Last but not least, before we go to Savannah, Brother Path to Justice brought up a good point that I wanted to elaborate on. There is a reason, ladies and gentlemen, that real history is not taught. There's a reason why the academic canon that I was trained upon starts black people in slavery. There's a reason why when you look at world history, it focuses on people like when it does talk about Africa, it talks about Musa Kita, Mansa Musa. There's a reason that. There's a reason. The reason is because they don't want you to know historical academic canon don't want you to know that the Africans were very complicit in selling um, the groups that became foundational Black Americans into slavery. They are just as guilty, if not more guilty. I don't know if that's a strong. I don't know if I want to say that. Let me just say it this way: they are just as guilty in a lot of cases as white Europeans in the slave trade. And when I spent some time in Ghana, I realized, to my chagrin, that those families are still alive. Like those African families who sold black slaves to the Europeans are alive and well. So all I'm positing is all skin folk ain't kinfolk, and some of those foreigners up in our mix cosplaying to fuck us up and steal our resources, according to Dr. Claude Anderson. And I want to hit you with some scholarship to back up what I just said, because I don't say nothing just to say it. I mean what I say. Dr. Snyder said this. The slaver captain, quote, the slaver captain, stop right there. He's talking about European slaver captain, Dutch, English, Portuguese. Okay. So, quote, the slaver captain had to depend on Africans at every turn. When he arrived with his trading goods, he did not dare to leave them unguarded on the beach. He had to hire an African captain of a sand. Stop. Have anybody heard of an African captain of the sand? Y'all ever heard that before?
No, I
No.
haven't heard that.
Well, let's keep rolling.
Don't that
He
mean
had
a Arab or more somewhat?
Nuh-uh, they was jet black. They was Africans, friend. And these are the people that I bumped into in Cape Coast. Africans were complicit. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am. Yes, sir. They were complicit in the slave trade. He had to hire an African captain of the sand to watch over them until he could hire other Africans to transport them inside the fort. When he bought slaves, he had to employ a captain of the slaves to get them to the beach. Then he had to house them somewhere until he could complete his cargo. He learned that if he loaded immediately the slaves first bought, he ran the risk of having them jump overboard. If he kept them in chains, too many of them inconveniently got sick and died. So he arranged to send his early purchases to the barracoons, that means the holding pens, in the forts, to be guarded and fed by Africans under a captain of the trunk. If he did not find enough slaves for sale on the coast, he might have to entrust trading goods to Africans who would make excursions inland to buy slaves for him. You heard what the fuck I just said? These people who want to say, hey, brother from another mother, sold your motherfucking ass. Deal with it. Savannah, what you got on your mind?
Could you send that
Yes.
to me,
Yes,
please?
ma'am.
A screenshot. I need to add that
Yeah,
to
just
something.
send it in the chat, in our
Okay,
chat. I want it
stand by.
too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Savannah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Nikki and Wani, for hosting the space.
Hi,
Hi,
Savannah. Hi,
and Nikki,
sweetie.
I'm so sorry to hear that you're going through that. Especially the threats, especially with people loving to come on this app with no faces, no names, and it's very in the comfort of anonymity. I think that's very cowardly. I don't know. I had my own experience with the quote unquote tried to bully my first time around really talking about politics. And it was like criticizing Biden, and I got quote unquote tried to get ostracized or canceled by this Jamaican chick. And I didn't put two and two together. This was before I ran across Tariq and his pages. This was before I ran across the New Black Media. But I thought it was interesting that she found my reasons for not wanting to vote for Biden not good enough, which I mentioned just his role in mass incarceration and just how he's basically been in office for over 50 years and how he's basically helped with the architecture of why we are where we are now. Um, but again, once I got that information, once I got that knowledge, I think that's what helped me be a bit more confident in myself. I was always proud to be black. I was always proud of my people, and I was never afraid to stick up for what I thought was wrong. And I thought everybody was like that until I realized that we got some people among us that don't think the same, right? And I'm surrounded all around them. Um, our student government, we have us at OSU. They would not have a student government had it not been for the Black Student Association, and they've not yet had a black president. Or excuse me, I take that back. The last time they had a black president was when the mayor of Atlanta beat our at the time governor Kasich, um, and that was the last time, right? The mayor of Atlanta, that was years ago. So we haven't had a black president of student gov, and I wasn't interested in becoming president. I became a senator of a hard position, but it let me know that I was on the right direction in terms of moving forward and just learning how things work, right? And so I noticed around me that the African students in their organizations got so much more money. I mean, not so much more, but like a lot more money, like in terms of just allocations. I set purposely on allocations. I set on um, diversity, the quote unquote diversity and inclusion. I set in on um, where we go over the legalese, making sure everything's up to code. I can't think of it. But basically, I sat on a lot of boards purposely because of the simple fact I knew that I didn't know anything when I noticed that most of the provocateurs, like the people who called themselves like activists, were a lot of immigrants, and they came from suburban backgrounds, right? Um, and I noticed that in the past we had this issue where we had the Stokely Carmichaels, and I mean, yes, Stokely's done some good things, but Stokely didn't struggle like us. He came from a suburban background, right? So a lot of that I saw in what I learned from the past. I noticed on my college campus, right? And when I would try to talk to them about it, like, so when are you going back to your country? Um, mm. And then they got the sad sob story of like my dad came here with $20. He had nothing to his name. He was an engineer, couldn't get a job as an engineer, had to wait at. And I'm like, $20. Okay. And now you're millionaires and da, da, da. Unless your mom was selling ass. Oh, excuse me, pardon my French. Unless your mom your father was pimping out your mom, you were getting welfare. You were getting assistance. You were getting aid. Because I doubt you were making it in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles with $20 in your pocket.
Savannah, let me I'm gonna let you land, but let me interrupt you right there because you brought up something Wani, Nikki, Wani, and I were talking about earlier that had me heated. Um, because let me think of a good way to put this. Me and my wife moved to Atlanta, and we moved to a neighborhood that's just got these outrageous houses. Anyway, my point is, the issue that was brought up, what Tariq talked about it a couple weeks ago in his space, where Tariq was talking about how foreigners are allowed to come over here, irregardless of their history. They could have been murderers, fucking mass murder, whatever, debtors, but once they get naturalized, they get a brand new social security number with a clean slate of credit. Wherein, on the other hand, foundational Black Americans credit, our credit is destroyed when we're children. I mean, I had a family member tell me when I turned 18 to go get this fucking family member told me, go get you a Macy's credit card and buy me blah blah blah. I'm 18 in high school, about to graduate high school. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I didn't know about credit. None of us, nobody told us about credit. So these people come over here and get a clean slate, basically a 800 credit score off the boat, and that's how they have these goddamn big ass houses. Because they walk into the bank with that clean slate credit and get a $1 million loan. Why not? Why wouldn't you get a $150,000 loan? Now, if you got a little bit of sense, you can cook. You can take that 150,000 or $1 million and make a business and flip it and use that business as collateral to buy those fucking houses that in our neighborhood. Wherein me and my wife, I had to go to law school, bust my ass, my wife, and grad school. And my wife had to go to medical school, and then we still struggling. These big, it's so fucking frustrating. I need a politician to address this ASAP. But go ahead and land your plane, Savannah.
Yeah, no, and basically I say all that to say, she threatened me, right? And dumb enough, sent me her address. Um, I pulled up, wasn't gonna fight her, but little did she know, my boyfriend at the time lived like literally right next to her house. So it's like, it's whatever, you know. And when I say boyfriend, I mean like guy that was a friend. Like he literally was like the gayest dude you ever meet. And when he came out to see like if she would come out to fight, she basically was just like, bro, she was crying, right? And like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, girl, I wasn't even about to fight you. Like, and then this dude not about to touch you. Like, he's like, he can't even lift an ant. Scrawniest little thing. But it's one of those things too where it's just like they hate us so much that to where again, as long as we're like, and I don't know, talking about non-politics thing or non like as long as it's like non-politics, they're cool. But sorry, I don't mean to be long-winded, but to add on to just the whole conversation of it all, they're fine with doing it in closed doors, and I think that's where we don't realize, right? And I think for me, the reason why I realized truthfully and believed it so heavily was because of Clubhouse. And that was during the beginning of the pandemic. And like I would go into rooms, and it would be Somalis, Ghanaians, Jamaicans, and they'd just be saying this nastiest stuff about us, and it was boiling my blood because it was just like, what is going on? Like I thought we, and then so I found out about the new black media, and that's why I'm here. So
Go ahead, path to justice. Thank you, Savannah.
Okay, I think this is a small rebuttal, but I think the frustration with the immigrants, because especially walking around here in Atlanta, man, you see the sour faces all over the place, man. Especially when they think that you're a foundational Black American, man. The attitudes are pretty negative. So I think their biggest frustration is that honestly, had they shut the hell up for 4 or 5 years and not let their animosity be known, we would have probably Black Americans not known to the degree of the hatred that they had. And they may have gotten away with the scam they were just trying to do to be part of the ethnocide of our people, or they just couldn't
Facts.
set the hell up long enough to actually run the scam because in their minds they're like it's too late. You niggas can't do anything, and in reality they fucked up their own scheme. So it is what it is with these folks. I guess that's why my attitude is like, okay, you've seen us, you showed us who y'all are as a group, not all of you as individual, but as a group. Let's just be real. That's just how y'all are. You're not doing anything genuine Pan African here or at your own home. You're not even starting on anything. It's about time to say, hey, stop talking at our table. You need to go from our table
Go away. Yes.
and
But
what it's trying to get y'all deported. That's it. So I think we need to start changing the conversation on these folks because they tried to run a 60-year scam and say shit behind their back. And then when they got close to ending that scam, they ended up talking too much in these spaces and showing off how much disdain and how much they're actually trying to implement.
Mess they self up. Like I would have been the biggest ally. I wasn't a Pan Africanist, but I could have been because I love Dr. John Henry Clark. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'll be 100% transparent. I love Dr. Clark. I love Amos Wilson. I could have easily been flipped Pan Africanist, but while I was professing at a historically black college, my students, I had a little focus group of undergrads that wanted to be medical doctors. And one of them, a real brilliant girl, came to me crying saying that the African professor gave her a C. And I knew it was wrong because this little girl was one of those people that's just outrageously excellent. She was in military RTC training to be, she had a perfect plan. She played sports, two different sports. Um, and she was in a military RTC to get her lieutenant bars when she got her degree. She had a plan. She's gonna be a doctor with the Air Force, and but that class fucked her royally. The Air Force, the RTC program had to kick her out. It derailed her life. And with her level of excellence, I was like, I don't know how the hell did person X, I'm not gonna say her name, how did she fail biochemistry? And I saw the professor in a faculty meeting. This dumbass motherfucker got up and said, "These children are stupid. 80% of the students failed my class." And I got up. That's why I lost that job. I got up and said, "Sir," I said, "with all due respect, if 20% of your students fail their class, it's on them. But if 80% of your students fail your class, you're an awful instructor and you need to resign." But he had vitriol towards Black Americans. They tell on themselves, man. You're right, brother. A Path to Justice. They came over here and got arrogant, and that arrogance is over. That shit is over. You understand me? Go ahead and land your plane.
Yeah, this,
Oh,
Um,
can I say something
um,
to that too? Because
just a minute. Let's see what Mr. Tommy Sotomayor has to say. Come on and speak. We normally don't let certain people go first, but we're going to entertain you today. Come on and speak,
And then we'll
Mr.
go back to Path
Sotomayor.
to Justice and then Savannah. Go ahead. Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd rather them go in order. I don't know if we normally don't let
no,
people
you could go.
entertain people like me.
We let new speakers come. Both Sister Savannah
Oh, I
and
know it was just a weird introduction when someone starts off with animist. I don't know what happened. We don't normally entertain people.
Oh no, I was just giving you the mic.
You
I
just
was
gave me the
simply
mic
giving
like you
you the
gave it to
mic.
other people. You didn't need to do all that.
You know we
I
fuck with you,
I
Tommy.
think
Okay.
Tommy, I think that's a perception thing. I didn't see it that way. I saw it as you're the guest of.
Oh, I know it's a perception thing, which is odd still. Just let the person talk. If Weird Al Yankovic came up here, I know Weird, but he don't know me. And if he was on the stage, I'd say, "Go ahead, Mr. Al, you can speak."
Well,
Even if it's gonna say, I'm fat, you know it, I would at least let him say
go ahead, Tommy. What's your submission?
it. Well, that would actually lead me to what I was listening to. It is a bit. I listen to a lot of it, and I don't really know where it comes from, and I try to understand it. But it sounds like, from my vantage point, they were trying to sneak in and play us, and they almost got away with it too.
Yep.
If it wasn't for those meddling little kids, or like the things that they say sound ridiculous. We need to deport them, but you can't deport them. You need white people to deport them. You didn't bring them here. You need white people to bring them here. You have nothing. You're talking. It's almost like my daughter talking to someone about how rich we are. No, I am. You're not. You're a part of it. The same. They couldn't do it over in their country. You couldn't do it without whites. You're in white America. You're in white America complaining most of the time about what whites are doing. You say, hands up, don't shoot, which means the cop has the ability to shoot you, which means you can't even protect yourself. You got your women complaining about what they don't have, wealth they don't have, men that don't have that wealth, don't have the power. And as soon as they get mad at you, they'll make a smart comment like, you are conquered man anyway. You're conquered. Y'all have heard plenty of sisters tell y'all brothers y'all conquered man. So they sit up and lay up under the white man and say the white man's a better man than you to your face. But y'all sitting here arguing about, well, these immigrants are over here trying to take from us. Take what from you? Guess who's calling them black? The white man is. So if you're upset that they're calling immigrants black, it seemed like you take it out on who's putting them in your category.
Well, Tommy, I'm gonna have to interrupt you because I don't know
Man,
how long I don't know how long you've been in here,
Oh,
bro.
we are. That's why we
no,
are
go
with
ahead.
the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
OMB.
I'm sorry.
What is
Yeah,
that all
yeah.
about?
I don't know how long you've
We
been.
are.
Go ahead, Wani.
We, we are addressing the power structure,
Mm-hmm.
who put them in our category, and makes fine distinctions in their category, but clunks everybody into whatever
Mm-hmm.
POC. We are addressing that with the OMB. So we are addressing on every level of this. And they don't have to agree to it. They could say, no, I'm Caribbean. They don't have to just buckle under like they go over to Ireland and start calling themselves Irish.
Well, I'll
You
give
know,
you an
they have the
example of us
problem.
both.
They have the identity
You
problem.
have a point. Now,
I don't have an identity
well,
problem
can I give you an
because no
example?
matter where I go on this planet, I'm still a Black American, but they're not. They go anywhere and they buckle under, just like a Polish person comes over here, they buckle under being white. Why? Because they don't have any culture. Who cares? What are they giving up? Polish sausages? They have nothing. So they buckle under the little English way of doing things. They celebrate things like the English do. Well, we don't do that. We drive culture. So I'm not tucking under anything.
Facts.
I'm not going to go to some lower culture and become under them. That's not going to
And,
happen. But they come over here and become under us because we are the master culture.
and
But
what Wani just said is the issue. And Tommy, if I heard your submission correctly, I think it had truth in it, but it's for the most part it's
what?
skewed.
Can y'all not hear me anymore?
I hear you now, but I didn't
Oh,
hear you.
that was weird.
We hear you. Go
Go ahead.
ahead, Tommy.
Oh, okay.
But I thought that professor was speaking, but
Yeah,
go
yeah. I
Oh,
ahead.
was.
so because I was trying to address her what she was saying. I was saying she is correct on some of that, but then when she said, "Well, Polish come over here and buckle under white," what do they don't have Polish sausage? Like we're making fun of these people, but what do Black Americans have in this? If I'm not mistaken, because I live in Atlanta and I've lived in New York, and I've watched Black Americans go straight to Caribbean Day. I've watched Black Americans try to be a part of everybody else to the point of where I've heard Black Americans lie about saying they're from everybody else. And here's what you don't have. When you
You're
talk
right.
about
I
how,
heard Beyonce.
huh? I couldn't hear.
You broke up, Wani. You breaking up, Wani. Okay, Wani broke up.
Say she was Dominican. So you're
Okay,
right.
I'll just go ahead and continue to say what I was saying towards.
Wani, you're digitizing, so start all over again, hon. Okay? You've been digitizing. You want to
Yeah,
drop down and
well,
come
yeah.
back up?
While Wani thing gets organized, I want to I identify what Tommy was saying. I don't know if it's the same argument. That's why I'm saying I don't know if you've been in since the beginning, but we're talking about the power we have over our lineage. So there's a lot of power that our sister Wani brought up. You're talking of it from a more socio-political standpoint, based on your earlier submission. But even from that socio-political standpoint, it depends on where you're talking about, because foundational Black Americans run certain political jurisdictions. So we have a lot more power than I heard you posit that we do, and
When
that's what
you
we're.
said they run certain political, if you can enlighten me, what political jurisdictions do blacks handle? Black Americans.
Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis,
Detroit,
Tennessee.
Michigan.
You're saying Black
Yeah, we can hear you,
Americans run
Ronnie.
that?
That's exactly what I said.
We
Okay,
run
so
Detroit.
then there are black
Testing.
in Florida. There are areas in Florida where Black Caribbeans run a lot.
I
Then New
didn't.
York,
I didn't say
same
that
thing.
wasn't. That's
No,
true.
I was saying, wait a minute. So I didn't say, when you say run, they're still
Politically,
under someone. That's why I use the example of my daughter in my house. You don't run anything. You're still under someone. You run that unit, but that unit apparently doesn't have enough power because you're begging someone else. That's like saying Detroit is run by blacks.
and that's the word right there that I disagree with. Nobody's begging anybody anything. The purpose of this space is to identify our personal lineage and to say, hey, from this point forward, We just stick with each other. We're not gonna try to
No, I get that, but you're running
extend.
unfair
We're not gonna
criticisms
try to
towards
extend
people.
an olive. We're not gonna try to extend an olive branch to a
But
group of
y'all
people.
are
To
making
a group of
unfair
hold
criticism.
on. We're not going to extend an olive branch to a group of people who are not extending an olive branch back to us. It's called common sense.
Oh,
We're
I
not
get
begging
that. That's
anybody
what I'm
for
saying.
nothing.
You're making unfair. All that is what I'm trying to say is you're making unfair criticisms. Y'all trying to kick out people that ain't trying to be added. It's the exact same thing of when she said, well, we got all these people trying to be people of color. Y'all are running around hollering black brown alliance. Brown ain't doing it. Y'all are running around forcing mixed people to biracial people to say they.
You making shit
I
up. You
Wait a minute,
making
wait,
stuff
wait.
up.
Which
You
part did
know
I
we
make
not
up?
saying
Tell me
that.
where
yeah.
Mexicans are asking for black
Hold
involvement.
on, hold on. Can you hear
Since
me?
you said I'm making
Can
that
you hear
up,
me?
ma'am,
I hear you,
tell me
Wanda.
where
Go ahead.
Mexicans are
We
asking for
Wani, we
black.
can hear you. Wani, we can hear
Hold
you.
on,
They're
hold
just
on,
going.
hold
They're
on.
just having a. They're going back and
Can I
forth.
just
Let
say
Wani speak.
something
Go ahead, Wanda.
Let Wani speak.
before that? But I'm going to agree with him. Before, you're right. The mood on Black Americans was to lie and say that they were something else. Even Beyonce said she was Dominican, and she laughed about it and said, "Ha ha ha! I say I'm Dominican. I have Dominican friends."
Thank
If
you.
if people don't have pride in their background,
Thank you,
that's
Deidre.
their failing because there's no other group that is on a higher level. And I have to say, what the hell has a Dominican ever done? That's my answer. Why would you brag about being nothing? What have they done?
And
Did
dear,
they
let me
calculate the moon
and let me say,
landing?
can you
Do
hear
they
me?
have thousands of
I don't
inventions?
think so.
No. Yes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I don't think you. And it sounds like you might be of about the same age as I am. I was just told I'm full of shit for saying something that you agree with because it is true. I've seen it several times. I remember when I first started doing YouTube, I had the American flag behind me and I was telling motherfuckers we need to be proud to be American. You know what they told me? That's white boy talking, I'm a sellout. They would take
We're
pictures of
not
me with that
American.
flag up. So
We're
that's why this whole
stateless.
foundational black thing is
But you didn't hear
hilarious to
that.
me
You didn't hear
because
that
when
in
I
this
was
space,
talking about it,
Wani.
they
You
were
didn't hear
saying
that in this
no
space.
real black man would sit up here and tout
Okay.
America.
Okay.
Okay, Tommy,
Okay.
I
Well,
have a
let me.
question. I have a question just to gain
Uh-huh.
some understanding because I'm making assumptions and I need to make sure my assumptions are rooted in the correct premise.
Mhm.
Therefore, I got a question for you. What's your lineage?
I have an American mother and a Panamanian father.
So what do you identify as?
I just said I was the Mr. America on the back. I was Captain America. And they were
No, you
saying
said,
no real
sir. You
black.
said past tense. I'm talking about current. Now, you said I
No,
understand you.
I'm just saying, I said now people have jumped on it. You ever know if you were a fan of something, you like, I was a fan before other people were fans. You still
Okay,
a
so you
fan,
said
but now everybody's a fan, but everybody's claiming they've been fans. And you knew they
so.
weren't.
I'm just gaining understanding. So
May I say
you're.
something real quick?
Go ahead, one.
May I say something real
Go
quick?
ahead,
This
one.
is what we're doing. We're changing the way that we are perceived by even ourselves. We're building up our image. But we people all over the world love us, but we don't know our own history.
Preach.
Mhm.
And that's what we're doing. That's
Agreed.
what these rooms are about.
And ladies and
Telling
gentlemen,
us
that's
what we're
called
about, having
power.
us having us to know that we are Americans, rooting us in America, because Pan Africanists have really just really harmed us, telling us we're stateless. We're not stateless. The minute you leave the country, you know you're an American. People respond to you as an American. You have clout the moment you leave, but here you take it for granted. You don't know the value of it. And that's the whole thing we're doing in the room. And we
Perfect.
are slowly changing opinions. People will learn their history, they will understand why everybody is following them around,
Preach.
and they will get a more patriotic attitude because the Buffalo Soldiers, the Tuskegee Airmen, they certainly were patriotic. So, what are
There
we
you
doing?
go.
Why are we following a bunch of loser Pan Africanists in a
Preach.
kufi? What have they done? They didn't do anything. The Buffalo Soldiers moved the country westward, not Pan Africanists. I'm not following losers. We're rooted in this country. We have no other countries. We're going to make the best of this country, and we have every right to do it. Our ethnicity was born in this country, and all of our history is here. That's what we celebrate.
Preach.
Damn. Hey, you can't knock nothing she said at all. God, no. That's how it needs to be presented. Something like that. And all I do want to say is this part right here to her, it just be a small critique. I noticed that a lot of black women, when they were talking about black men saying they date out of their race, they say, we don't mind you talking about dating out of your race, just don't put us down in the process. Well, I'm going to now add that here. Maybe you can talk about how great America is and how great black Americans are without putting down the Caribbeans, without saying that they're losers, without saying these things. Let them be who they are. Because if it was about empowerment, I'm going to tell my wife how pretty she is.
Hold on. Let's hold on. We got to stop. Wait, hold
Okay,
on.
his
We got to
statement.
stop for a
His
moment of clarity. Nobody. Let me say that's very dangerous, Tommy. Nobody's saying that on this on my stage, because nobody on this, none of my cabinet believes that. What we're
Use
saying,
that one part because I just heard someone say it. That's why I'm wondering.
nobody's downing.
No, I just said
Yeah, she just said it.
I down them because
I
they
don't
I
know why
down them all
y'all
the
lie
time.
like straight to people's faces, and then the woman got to come in and say, "No, that did
I
happen." Like that's silly.
I down them all the time,
Thank you,
and I
dear, for
have a
being honest.
reason.
Jesus.
The
I'm saying
reason that I
I'm talking about the Tommy, and I don't appreciate you. We don't, you don't want to get pejorative. We don't want to do that, everybody.
What, lie?
We don't want to be
Is it
pejorative,
pejorative?
everybody. We don't want to be pejorative up
Lie
here.
is a pejorative?
I'm not. I'm not. No. I'm saying the purpose of this space is not to down anybody. It's to identify our lineage. That's what I was saying. You just
And
twisted
all
my
I said
words.
was just a critique to the woman who just made a comment.
I
Anybody with
I
ears
respect
heard
I
me say
respect
it.
your
I said, if I could
okay, hold
critique
on. I
one small
respect it.
piece, and that's why she's saying, well, he did say that. And I did say what I said. I
No,
said specifically
said
to her.
I did. I always do put them down. The reason that I put them down is because they have made a complete stink of themselves with every move that we've made. They have come into our rooms, arguing with us and fussing with us about us simply saying Black American. I don't know why that gets people there that mad, but I do have a very bad attitude because I have witnessed them on these reparations boards, on the ONB census meetings. Everything that we've done has been nothing but a bunch of Latinos and Caribbeans and Africans screaming and hooping and hollering and winning because they're on the NAACP. They're on all of these groups, NARC and COBRA, the Congressional Black Caucus, and everything we do. They are in the forefront of it. They are the president of it. They are the leader of it because we keep looking at brown faces and saying, okay, that person's for us. And they really aren't. They have a completely different agenda, just like their agenda is to have more people come into the country. That isn't our agenda. So we can't do politics with them.
And
Every time she
similarly,
speaks, you see how quiet a lot of people are? Because she's very honest, whether you like it or not. She sounds very honest and thought out. So, and it's like y'all do these spaces, and a lot of y'all will try to just be conversational for conversational sake. Just a second ago, same thing happened. Oh, don't be pejorative. I'm like, I didn't do any damn thing wrong.
well,
I
Tommy,
addressed her directly.
Tommy, from my view, it sounds like you're kind of triggered by the fact that we're identifying as Black
Now you
American.
coming up with another word that didn't happen.
Are you
See how he just did that?
are you
First it was
triggered?
pejorative. Now
Are
I'm
you
triggered.
triggered?
And then some. First, the other lady said I was lying when I started. The person called me a name. They just can't stop.
I didn't
And
call.
yet I'm
I
coming
didn't
up
make a statement,
with
sir.
like, no,
I asked a question. I said, "Are
I
you
am not
triggered?"
triggered, sir. What am I? What
Well,
am I
why,
triggered? I'm
sir?
triggered by what?
Everybody, listen, everybody. Why are you yelling?
What?
Why are you yelling,
Wow. Now
everybody?
why am I yelling? What you? Why are you a female? Now why
Are
am I
you calling me?
yelling? I was
I
talking
know
like
I'm
this when I was
attractive. I
happy
know I'm cute,
before.
but
I've been
I don't
talking
want you to
like
call me
this.
cute, bro.
I've been talking like this, sir, but now you want to tone police instead of dealing with anything I've said. I am now upset because someone keeps injecting things that didn't happen. 5 times I've been interrupted by somebody just trying to be an asshole, and then the other person says,
Hold
"You
on.
didn't do that." Uh-huh.
Yeah. Watch your language on my space, sir. I didn't inject
Oh, I can't
anything
say
into you.
asshole in your space. Oh, it's still tone policing, but haven't dealt with any fact I brought out. I hope y'all see this. They
So
haven't dealt
make
with
your
fact.
submit,
You just
sir. Hey,
keep dealing
listen,
with other things other than fact.
Tommy. This is my space. It's in OnlyFans. Watch your language.
Sir, if it was, I know it ain't OnlyFans because you come up short.
That was gay.
Uh, what's your
Come
I,
on,
I,
what's
Tommy.
your
I,
Come
I,
on,
conclusion?
I
Tommy.
just
Come
spoke,
on,
and I
Tommy.
made.
What's your
I know why he's
conclusion?
upset.
I've
I
been
know why
respectful to
he's
you, sir.
upset.
You've been disrespecting me for no
He's
reason.
upset.
No, he came up here calling me an
I know
asshole in
why
my
you're
space,
upset.
and
Are
he
you
I
man.
upset?
didn't come up here and
Yeah.
calling you an asshole in your space. I did it.
Hold on,
You
you,
have been an
sir,
asshole
sir,
towards
sir.
me.
If you don't lower your tone, I'm gonna kick you off my
Do what
panel.
you gotta do, sir. Remember, I got a lot of money and dick. You just told him.
Oh no, this is my space. He's talking about pornography. Tommy, good luck. Go back to
You don't
OnlyFans.
want to.
He needs to go to OnlyFans. He got confused.
Get him out of
Somehow
here.
I got the wrong gave him the wrong impression. He's calling me cute. He's talking about injecting things, and now he's talking about private parts. This is a scholarly page, and let's keep it as such. Next speaker, Savannah, as you were saying.
No, somebody was
Oh,
before me.
Professor, can I go next?
But thank you, Professor. I could hold.
Okay, who is next? Path to Justice.
I'm
Now I
sorry.
realize that I, re- I realize that
Wait,
I
wait,
can
wait. I need
be.
everybody to bow their heads. I need everybody to bow their
Oh
heads in
Lord,
this space to clear the energy. I need everybody to bow their heads and say pause right now.
pause.
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 Yes, Lord.
Thank
Now
Pause,
you.
Lord. Pause.
let me just clarify. I don't want people to think that just because I have a hardliner attitude that everyone else has to or does. But I do have a very hardliner attitude toward immigrants. I am just not into them, and I never will be. I don't want them around. Every time they come around, they throw a monkey wrench into things, and the energy is off, and I'm sorry. And I just, like I said, Beyonce talking about I'm a Dominican. What have they ever done? Can anybody get up on this stage and tell me why you would say you are a Dominican? What's their claim to fame? Having Spanish admixture? What is it? I can't see anything. What is their claim to fame? Yeah, I don't see. I'm not hearing anything.
And yeah, and
Hey,
let me Wanda, you're just fine. And he was twisting my words and trying to yell over me. I tolerated it for a little while. I'm trained in logic. I was trained how to argue, and I saw where he was going. His intent was to crash his space up, and he was using you as a piece to attack me. And I was rolling with it because I wanted to know what he had to say. But when we come up here talking about private parts and skewing logic like that, you got to go. Like the brothers, he was out of line, but it was interesting. I learned a lot. Who was next?
I think I just had some
Tyrone.
words. Okay, my bad.
I just want to say that sometimes you have to let people talk and you have to use it as a learning experience for people. This is a scholarly space. I would have let him go a little bit longer because it's a scholarly space and people are learning by the way that you go back and forth with him. But I'm glad that you didn't let him derail the space. Notice, yeah,
That was
go
his
ahead.
intent. Go. Who was next? Roger.
No, it was a couple of people before me.
Yeah. Who was next? Path to
Hey,
Justice.
Path
I'm
to the
sorry.
Professor,
land.
Yeah, it was.
Everybody, please raise your
how do
hand.
I raise my
Raise your hand
hand?
so I can take a
I
list.
don't know how to raise my hand.
It's all good.
Who's that, Tyrone?
Yeah.
Okay, since Tyrone doesn't know how to raise his hand, let him go next, and then we'll follow the person who was next after that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to start pulling people up. I'm going to pull. I'm about to pull King up.
Now, who is this
Okay.
guy that we're supposed to
So
be debating? This Charles Nagy? What does he want to debate? Sorry,
He's basically trying to make it look like we are discriminating against white people in some kind of way. So
white
he
people.
wants a debate in one of our spaces. Yeah.
I thought it was immigrants.
Let me go. Let me look
I
back
don't
at it again.
know.
He
We
looks
just
white to
hate
me.
No,
everybody
he
out here.
is. He is white, but I thought his argument was that we were being mean toward immigrants, wasn't it? Was he the one to put up that
Yeah, but we can do the debate.
whatever? He can
These
bring his
people want
behind up in
debates,
here.
and we could have debate spaces. Yeah, we can do
All right.
that.
Sorry.
Let's quickly reset. Tommy was really skillful in what he was doing. I saw it. He was trying to derail this space, and yeah.
Oh, one more thing. One more thing. I know what just happened in this space because I've been part of Twitter
Okay.
for a while. There's only one. There's only one channel. Well, two. This one in New Black Media Archive. the only two channels that have permission to post these spaces. So I know you saw this back and forth. This the only two YouTube channels that have permission to post this on YouTube are us. So don't post Wani versus Tommy Sotomayor. We got that material
Yeah, it's
belongs to us. Thank you.
as host of this space, this the material is our intellectual property. And should we find that that material was posted on another page, we may take legal action. This our intellectual property. Please respect that. Thank you.
So
Um,
were we debating though?
I don't know.
I thought I was
No,
No,
just
but when
talking.
anytime that many people come into the space during a back and forth, they're gonna post it. It's gonna be on YouTube, a bunch of YouTube channels. So that's why I just made that clear. It's only this my channel or you New Black Media Archive because it actually all of these spaces belong are the property of Professor
Yeah,
Allen.
and Nikki has expressed permission to use this on her page. Nobody else has expressed permission. If you are taping this page, please cease and desist from taping it. And should I find out that it's been recorded, legal action may ensue.
it was
I
a
think Path
clickbait
to
moment. That's
let's
all he was chasing. That's all he was chasing.
yeah. And he didn't like what I had to say to him. I was trying not to, but anyway, a path to justice. What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, just to land my plane, I guess three quick points about that that Sotomayor situation. Yeah, I thought he was a distractor. I was like, maybe he's just a new Democratic shill or Republican shill they're going to send into spaces because his arguments were pretty much one is black folk don't have the socio-political power to make change as this the descendant of a slave. That argument don't make no sense. We've always
Right.
worked with from the overground, so it's like either he's not a black American or he's just a total coon because that's a coon argument that's been around for what 500 years now. I guess argument number two would be I did this and I was saying all this. So I'm like, why are you making yourself the center of a social movement? Like, if
Right.
you want to do that, you can do that on your own page. And the argue number three is y'all are attacking Caribbeans. It's like, now we're not attacking Caribbeans. We're talking about what these people on the quote unquote Pan African coalition are doing to undermine us. That's not attacking them based on their status as an immigrant. That's attacking them on their actions and choices as a tethered class, as a group. So that's not us attacking them. That's just talking about what they're doing based on how they perceive their culture based on their actions. And then I guess I would add one more point with Wani is, man, people have been listening to space for the last 4 or 5 years. Have heard Wani when this was all going down was listening to these immigrants. She was the one who was talking about that she had helped the people in Africa. And I didn't want to mention that before, but I didn't listen to Wani for a while. She was helping people in Africa, and she actually was listening to these people trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they were still showing all the vitriol. So people don't know what Wani was actually going through. She was actually the more positive at the beginning, but they were throwing a lot of vitriol at her way. But I would say my point three is that the larger discussion is we've already heard everything from these immigrant class as a group. They're undermining us. So as a group, we need to focus on, hey, you're not on our table because you haven't done the work to be at the table. And what do we need to do is start getting y'all deported up out of here at sizable numbers. To me, that's where the conversation needs to go. And that's why we're going to have people like Tommy come in because they don't want the conversation to go that way for either because they're probably a paid op or, like he said, he's part Panamanian. You got people who may not want to go out of this country. So it is what it is. But anyway, I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah. It was. I didn't really care for the disrespect towards foundational Black Americans, and in my opinion, it did seem as though the gentleman had some type of motive. Maybe we were trending, and this topic is very important. It's very relevant. It's timely, and in my opinion, he may have been sent here to crash the space, which I wasn't going to let happen. But I gave him an opportunity to prove me wrong. I was hoping I was wrong, but when he used Wani as a tool to divide the space. I was like, oh, that's what you're doing. Got you.
He
Roger
can't
Moore.
divide. He can't divide nothing. We're just talking.
Yeah.
Professor Allen is brilliant.
Yeah, y'all. I'm not practicing, but I went to law school, and my favorite class was evidence, and that's what evidence is. What I learned in evidence is you ask questions. What I was taught by a very brilliant professor was you build a house so you can burn it down. And if y'all watch what he was doing, he's building a house. Wait a minute, didn't she just say that? Oh, okay. Well, you're lying then. He's building a house the whole time, and I was like, all right, I got you. Gotta go. I think Roger was it Roger or King? Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, peace to everybody in the room. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Wanda. What's going on, Professor Allen?
What's up,
Uh,
brother?
that whole situation speaks to the title of the room. You know what I'm saying?
Sure
Because
does.
it's like, for one, Tariq has talked about dude plenty of times, so it's alleged that he's even Panamanian in the first place. But you know, what I'm saying that's neither here nor there. But it just speaks to the entitlement that a lot of these quote unquote immigrants, and I put air quotes on his immigration status. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these immigrants come in with this major entitlement as if we owe them something. Like we don't owe you any answers. Like, do you go to any Panamanian spaces and ask them why they call us certain names, or any other Caribbean spaces why they call us Jareers or Yankees or Akadas? No, you don't. Like, and that's how I know you come in here in bad faith. You didn't come in here to learn shit. Excuse my language, but you just came in here to disrupt, and that's cool because we have the scholarly etiquette to shut that down. But it's like the entitlement is what always get me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm I'm glad that we can all band together as an FBA unit and like catch it before, it goes too far off the rails. You know what I'm saying? We used to entertain stuff like that, but now that, like we understand what's going on, like we see the play, you
Yep.
know, we can go ahead and step in and do our thing and shut all of that stuff down. So I
And
just wanted to.
and Roger, if I may interject, I
Yeah.
warned Mr. Sotomayor, however you say his last name, Sotomayor. I warned him. I said, I gave him a warning. I treated him just like a student. I gave him a warning, and I kicked him out because he started talking about genitalia, which I don't entertain. I don't mind cussing. I cuss all the time, but I don't. We're not going to talk about that type of stuff on my page. I thought it was inappropriate.
And he made an inappropriate video. I don't remember. Somebody had it. I'm sure whoever's listening, at least one person in here could pull it up and send it to me. But he made an inappropriate video one time. He said something inappropriate in front of his daughter. But I'm sure somebody else saw it and they'll send it to me.
Yeah, and the gentleman kept making sexual innuendos towards me too, which was very interesting. He called me a lady, and I'm a big boy, I can handle myself, but it was like, wait a minute, where is this? Why is this all of a sudden? Why did this turn sexual? That's gonna be very interesting on the replay. All right, King, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Professor Nikki?
What's up, brother?
The room. Yeah, Crispy came in hella hostile. I'm gonna call him Crispy. Tariq always calls him Crispy, and he came in mad crispy. Um, it was very interesting as to how condescending he was towards us, saying that we don't have power to do anything and that everything that we've got done is because of white people. But at the same time, he asked us not to say anything about Caribbeans and immigrants. I'm like, yo, we don't have the power that you claim that we don't have. Why are you asking us not to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z? You know? And how are you gonna ask us not to talk about Caribbeans and people who are always undermining us, which is very hypocritical because we have years of footage and evidence of this dude always talking bad about foundational Black Americans and Black women in general. That's why he was going after Wani. Like everything that he did on the stage is what he's known to be. He done everything that he's already known to be doing. And yeah, you did the right thing by kicking him off the stage because then it just got mad weird. And I'm a yield there. Hey, keep up the good work.
Yeah, yeah. The purpose of our spaces is to educate our people on real issues with real scholarship. And when a guest devolves into sexual deviancy and sexual debauchery, that's not my space. He got to go. He got to go. And he was. I'm sorry.
Look, I was
Check the
looking.
jumbotron.
I was looking at one of his
Check
posts
the jumbotron.
just a few minutes ago. I mean, not a few minutes ago, but a few days ago, where he said that Black women were fat, and it just reminds me of those divester women. It's like all day long, Black men this, Black men that. I mean, you obviously are interested in these people, or else you wouldn't post about them negatively or positively. Just get a white girl or whatever type I don't know what kind of people he likes, but just get that. Why post negatively about my group and then tell me not to slam Caribbeans? Because everybody's going under the bus. If I'm getting thrown under the bus, I'm taking all of y'all with me. Okay? That's how
Right.
it's going to go.
Yep. Yep. Well, yep, and I respect different my co-host different style of analysis, and I appreciate it. We're different. That's why our show is interesting. Is we're three different personalities, but I saw exactly what he was doing. He was playing a divide and conquer game. It was actually kind of boring me a little bit, to be honest with you. Savannah, what's on your mind?
Yeah, no, that's funny. But is you're absolutely right because, we don't have the pleasure to quote unquote switch on off black, right? We can't like, oh yeah, I'm Nigerian or I'm Ghanaian or I'm Jamaican when it's all good, and then switch on. Oh yeah, you black people are this. Anyways, um, Wani basically hit on the whole thing of like going into spaces because here on campus, the same people, you know, I noticed that they were in NAACP spaces trying to co-sign white boys because they knew a couple quotes and read some books. And now they certified, and they got mad at me because I said that's not how it worked. And so I'm like, it all come around, right? Especially just being hungry and thirsty for knowledge, right? And I think the biggest thing with everything is that, yeah, we're going to always run into a Tommy, right? A person who feels like they can jump on and off. He felt so empowered to just come in here and disrupt because, again, we are onto something. And I think going back
And
to, you said
Savannah, stop,
something about,
Savannah, stop right there because that's powerful. That's exactly what I didn't say. Is he came in here because we are piping hot, ladies and gentlemen. We are on it. He wouldn't have wasted his time. I think it's my opinion that he's on payroll, but he came here because we're touching the vein of something very important. But go ahead and land your plane, Savannah.
yep, but yeah, I'm going to land my plane. But you also mentioned the lie about the slave trade. That's why Lupita didn't do that movie because she realized, wait, that's not true. Y'all wasn't fighting the Dahomey or Dahomey, whatever kingdom was not fighting to end slavery. If anything, they were the slave traders, and that's why she didn't finish out the movie. So, just another fact.
Outstanding. So, brother Mark Carter's back in the building. I'm not skipping over anybody. He was up here earlier, and the connection got lost. I'm gonna go ahead and let him speak because he didn't get to speak earlier. King Carter, educate us, my dear brother.
Hey, bro, they're not just doing it for clout; they're doing it for resources. And no different than those Hispanics and every other immigrant group, we must go against them. January 20th should be the day of reckoning for all these immigrants who are in this country.
Can you
Undermining.
turn the mic up?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Uh-oh, you're in the car.
Your mic sound low, Wani.
No, I had to
No,
mute
I had to
someone else.
mute someone else. Huh? Can y'all hear me now?
Okay, do
All
you have
messed up
Do
now.
you have voice
can you turn
isolation?
on your
Can you
voice
turn on your voice
isolation
isolation?
on your
On your
slide down on your
slide down on your
iPhone on the
iPhone
right
on the right
top right
top right,
and then click on
and then
voice
It's
click on voice
isolation.
echoing.
isolation. Okay.
Mic
Echo.
mode.
Mic mode. Hit the microphone.
Yeah, slide
Yeah,
on it
Hello,
slide
on
on
the
it
hello,
on
top
the top
left
hello.
left. Okay, can y'all hear me now?
and then
And
hit
then hit
mic mode
mic mode. Can you hear me now?
and then hit
And then
voice
hit voice
isolation.
isolation. I don't see
E20.
voice isolation.
E20.
Right, because I don't know. I definitely don't know what y'all talking about. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, somewhat. Wait, where is he?
Sometimes when you
I
change a
can't hear
setting
anything.
in your phone, it may kick you out the space.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Now?
Yes, that's
Okay.
better.
So these people are not just here for clout. They're here for resources. They're here to undermine us. And so January 20th should be the day of reckoning. January 21st, should I say, should be the day of reckoning. We need to call for Tom Homan's team in all of these cities where we are to remove these people. They're not here to ally with us. And all of us that know about the 1965 Nationalization Act knows that since that act was passed and the majority of the groups started coming, which was in the 90s, what does that tell us? That if the nationalization, if it passed in 65 and they didn't start coming in by the droves to the 90s, then they were making sure the coast was clear, right? So they had no intentions on helping us fight this fight, even though we fought to bring them here. And so it's time now we call for them to be returned to their countries. Let's stop allowing them to come amongst us and speak as if their dark skin should uh, make them less of a threat to us. Because when you look at the document, um, the Chicago New Americans Plan, which was the first Office of New Americans, you'll see that you will see that African International House and the United African Organization partnered with the Jewish Federation, the Mexican American Association, the Asian American Association, um, the Muslim Women Resource Center. All those different immigrant groups partnered together to undermine us. Remember, African International House and the United African Organization, Chicago New Americans Plan. And after they implemented the plan in Chicago, Barack Obama then all mayors to come to Washington, D.C., where they formed the Task Force for New Americans. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all
Yeah,
hear
I
me?
can hear
Yes.
you. Tyrone can hear you.
Yeah. Look up the Task Force for New Americans, which is where Barack Obama called all those mayors to Washington, D.C. And after that, they formed Cities for Action, where all those, even more mayors, up to like almost 200 mayors, came together to form Cities for Action. These people are here to undermine you. Call for ICE to come into every single city that we're in, y'all. You in trouble. This is no joke. The Democrat Party is still pushing to bring these people into this country. I don't know if you all have heard of all the different mayors and governors who plan to go against Trump's order to deport, and so the people of America are going to be needed. So I'll stop right there for a minute.
I want to pick it.
That's going to be fun because they're going to get arrested because they're breaking federal law. So I want them to go against this just so I can see if they really do go to jail for going against law, federal law.
Well, that's a real good point, Wani. You know how we do on this space. I want to follow King Carter up with some scholarship. We're going to stand on the shoulder of a giant to see a little bit further ahead. That giant is going to be Dr. Claude Anderson. And if you listen to this, Dr. Anderson says a continuing flow of immigrants, decade after decade, from 1607 to present day, came believing that America abounded with freedom and wealth. Common sense dictated that they had anticipated they would face the kind of life most black people faced. Immigration would have ceased immediately, but after the first boatload arrived, the flow of immigrants never ceased, but they were never treated like blacks. Now, if you heard Mr. Tommy Sotomayor, you listen to the inflection in his voice. He was real proud of that last name, right? Because that last name, according to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, is can be a means of escape. Escape of what? Blackness. Blackness has been a mark of guilt in this country. Remember what uh, 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 what's her name? The Maya Angelou said. I think it was Maya Angelou said, "Nigga means guilty." All right. Lastly, Dr. Anderson says, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. So immigrants have served as a buffer class. And I love that Mr. Tommy Sotomayor came on my space because he was a living example of my title. My title is Are Foreigners Up in Our Mix Cosplaying FBA for Clout? Yes, he was trying to be us, and he was served, in my opinion, and serving as a buffer class, just like Dr. Anderson said. Dr. Anderson, furthermore, says each time in history, either before or after a war, when the American economy was expanding and could have offered material economic benefits to blacks, a new influx of immigrants or refugees arrived to fill the void, further exiling blacks from fruitful participation in the natural life, according to historian Dan Lacey. And that's exactly what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody coming up our mix, cussing us out, telling us what to do to collect our money, and try to tell us that we're powerless. Shit, he ain't never been to Memphis. Black people run Memphis from the top to the bottom, from the rooter to the tutor. Um, who is next? Thank you, King Carter.
We brought, we advocated to bring, since Frederick Douglass, we advocated to bring foreigners over here, and we can advocate to get them out. Thank you very much.
We have a lot of power, ladies and gentlemen, and we don't really have to do much. All we have to do is disassociate. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying, just disassociate and focus. It's all about intention, and really. And if you focus your attention on your own kind, I challenge everybody in this room to find a foundational Black American child or young person and focus your attention on trying to help this child. Help her write an essay. Help him get into college. Help him find a job. If all of us just focus on our own business, these people would be lost without a cause. FBA world, what's on your mind?
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Professor, for having the space and briefly entertaining the foolishness of Mr. Sotomayor, aka Crispy, even though his shtick is very dry and boring. Pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same routine that he pretty much does. He focuses or try to get bold with women, but when a man steps in and checks him, he turns into a straight Karen and goes into victim mode. I just want to get that out the way.
And also goes into victim mode and started to focus on male genitalia. Very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. But as far um, the reason why I wanted to come on space and speak, it was the one comment that he had said to Wani that, oh, well, saying we can. I'm just gonna paraphrase about us not putting the Caribbeans, down. If you look at our actual histories, if you look at our actual history here as as foundational Black Americans, we've advocated for foreigners and immigrants to come over here. We taken care of them. For years, for decades, and centuries, we've been fighting for them, taking care of them, and taking care of them, and pretty much what happened during that time, they just got in very entitled, very arrogant, and now they're and as far as I'm concerned, as far as that, we've been historically been taking care of the world's ungrateful bastards that come here. Um, there are, they come up here very entitled, disrespectful, and not to mention talking about us, being nice, became name called Caribbeans. It's like this. We didn't start the name calling. We don't have, we don't have. We're not running media takeout or World Star and having shows running by Mona Scott that depict Black Americans in a horrible light, and of course the griot and things of that nature. We don't have apparatus that we go around here and we negatively defame Caribbeans or continental Africans. Now, if you wanted now, if they want to get into some mudslinging, um, it's pretty safe to say we're not the group that you want to sling mud with because we'll just hit you with facts and as we all know, once we start hitting them with facts, they start going to victim mode and start getting butt hurt. And and we finally realizing then we finally realizing that for someone for a group of people that quote unquote doesn't have no culture, quote unquote. I do find it interesting that everybody imitates us. We don't. So we don't go and copy and imitate their culture. They imitate ours, and whatever culture that we do take on, we give it flavor. We give it flavor. We give it flavor and give it legs. And and finally, I'll just land with this: like this FBA is like when it comes to fashion, political power, it doesn't matter. We're the secret sauce. You can imitate us all you want, but you don't have the sauce. So ultimately, if you don't have the secret sauce, you're bound to fail. So I land there.
Yeah, go ahead, King Carter.
You know, Tommy Sotomayor, we don't owe him any explanation. Who the fuck is he?
I kicked his ass off my stage.
I mean, but I mean, the mere fact that these people come to the country that we built, and first of all, don't say thank you, says everything about them. No different than those Jews that our people freed during World War II. They show no appreciation, so we show no respect. We owe them no respect, no explanation. And a lot of us, have been taught uh, um, uh, to respect people no matter what. No, it don't work like that. Shit don't work like that.
Preach.
If those Jews don't have no respect after our people died in World War II to save their ass, fuck them. Same thing goes to Caribbeans. That we fought to put the Naturalization Act in place so these people could come here. All these immigrants came as a result of the Naturalization Act of 1965. And if they have no respect for us, then we have no respect for them. We're not going to go along to get along the way our parents did before us, because that's what got us in this predicament. We owe no respect to these people. Period.
King Carter, I almost call you Dr. Carter. Would have been appropriate. What hell? I'm gonna put it in the air. What Dr. Carter just said was very powerful. And if I may paraphrase you, Carter, is we're acting inappropriately, which is Dr. Claude Anderson said. He called it the upside down glasses, right? Our inappropriate actions with respect to the nature of the universe. What am I talking about? I'm not being deep. I'm being just factual. For every act, what did Sir Isaac Newton say? For every action, there's an opposite or equal what?
Reaction.
Reaction.
Reaction. When somebody knock you in your mouth, you better knock their goddamn teeth out. You know what I'm saying? That's just. I mean, I had a kitty back in the day, a cat, and I would hit him on the paw, and he would scratch the shit out of me. That's nature, right? Well, let's get deep for a second. According to our dear fallen brother, Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory said that years ago the British wanted to come up with a military psychological warfare tactic to take over India. Y'all know the East India Company, they wanted to run it and probably still do. But anyway, so they realized that it was a bunch of people in India and only a couple of small amount of British soldiers. Therefore, they came up with a brilliant tactic to spread this idea of nonviolence, turning the other cheek and that type of stuff that don't match the universe, doesn't match nature. Well, anyway, they got themselves a foreigner um, named Gandhi, who was a racist, a brown racist, an elitist, and a not a very nice person. They infiltrated him at Cambridge University School of Law and filled his head up with this ideology of teach your people to be nonviolent. It's a virtue to be nonviolent. Gandhi spread it in India, and the British took that motherfucker over without having to fire many shots. Got it? So fast forward, Dr. King, one of my heroes. I love Dr. King. He's my fallen brother. But Dr. King, while getting his PhD, was met by a certain type of person who put that ideology in his head. You need an ideology to save the blacks? Use nonviolence. This person who gave it to him knew that nonviolence was oppish behavior. Dick Gregory said that Gandhi was fucking MI6, baby. MI6 is that James Bond shit, like Navy SEAL type stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Well, anyway, nonviolence has been spread to us, and I'm not a violent person. I'm a scholar. I don't believe in violence, but I believe in common sense. You understand, Eddie? What's on your mind?
Hey, hold
Oh,
before you go ahead.
go ahead, Carter.
Look, and Dr. King, after going over to India, seeing how racist Gandhi was, came back with a new attitude, a new mindset, right? there were a few things that happened, especially after Dr. King left Chicago and saw how racist these damn Jews and these Mason pastors were against poor black people. He then started saying that he had integrated his people into a burning building. By that time, it was time to get rid of him because he started enlightening our people. He started talking about going to Washington to get our check. He started the Poor People's Campaign in 1967. He came here in '66 with the End Slum campaign, where he got the biggest shock of his life that the very people who were funding the civil rights movement were just as racist as Bull Connors was in the South. And those were those Zionist Jews of Lawndale. I live in North Lawndale. I still live in that community. So if you know anything about the history of North Lawndale, you know this is where Dr. King came and thinking that he would be in battle with the Bull Connor types. He only to find out that the battle was with those Zionist racist ass Jews that our parents ran the fuck out of our neighborhood. See, our community was taken over um, because the guys in the streets, parents, found out that the Mason pastors as well as these Zionist Jews were selling them slum housing as well as um, renting them slum housing. And look, when y'all look up the Contractors Buyers League, for example, these are homes that our people bought from those Zionist racist ass Jews, and that those pastors were protecting. Those Mason pastors were protected. If our grandparents and great grandparents missed one payment, they took the house and sold it to another black family. And so they don't come at us with that anti-Semitic talk. You know, they moved to the north side and got the hell away from us because we don't give a damn about them talking that anti-Semitic shit with their hateful ass, along with those D9 niggas and the Mason Eastern Stars that were partnered with them. So Dr. King woke up to them as well as Gandhi and started moving different. Dr. King was on a total different trajectory. He was on total. His direction had totally changed. We talking from 1966 to '68 when he was killed. So in 2 years, he was a total different person. I would say even quicker than that. But when he came here for that the End Slum campaign, when y'all get a chance, look it up. The End Slum campaign. He found out just how hateful and mean and racist those Zionist Jews were of North Lawndale. And this is the neighborhood where the first female prime minister came from, Goldie Meir. She come from this neighborhood.
Very interesting. Thank you, Brother Carter. Eddie, you had a submission?
Yeah, how y'all doing? So, what I wanted to say was, about Tommy. There was two things, and I wanted to answer your question. Are they close playing FBA for Clout? Of course they are. Guys like him. From what I remember, he's a teller himself. You know what I'm saying? And when we talk about our FBA culture, when we talk about our lineage, there was two things that he said. That raised my eyebrows. That had me questioning some things. Number one, he said, I don't fool with that FBA stuff, whatever the case may be. And the second thing that he said, he made the statement that, when he was trying to claim American, everybody called him a coon, and now we're claiming American. It's a cool, it's everybody wants to be accepted. He don't think it's right or whatever he said. And my response to him, I wanted to respond to him and let him know that, number one, as far as our FBA lineage, a lot of us can trace our lineage back. Me myself, I went out today to my enslaved ancestors. I went and visited their graves today. These guys were born in the 1840s. And I could trace my lineage all the way back to 1779. That was only a couple of years after America was founded. And a lot of us can look at our lineage and we can check our paperwork and we can see that we've got ancestors that fought just about in every war. The War of 1812, the Seminole Wars, the Civil Wars, World War One, World War Two. We got ancestors that did great things and they did it for America, for what they came from and what they believed in, and for their family members at home. And that's something to be proud of. A lot of guys like Tommy, he doesn't have a lineage that he can reach back to and he could say, hey, look, I've got documentation, I've got paperwork, I've got war paperwork, DD-214s, whatever the case may be, from, 150, 200 years ago, possibly, in some cases.
And the second thing, I don't know what his lineage is, where he may be from, but when it comes to our culture and us being Black Americans, right? Black is our culture, American is our nationality. And the thing is when we were creating our culture, on the plantations in the 17, early 1800s, as freedmen, we were coming out and teaching each other how to read. We were coming up with all these inventions and creating entire towns, entire cities, and even into the early 1900s, and we had the Harlem Renaissance, and we were thriving when everybody else was struggling with the Great Depression and things like that. We were creating our music, we were creating our foods, we were doing all of these different things. We had a great migration in the 1920s. While all of this stuff was happening, most of the planet, all of Africa, was still enslaved, right? Most of the planet was still under British control. They were still dominated by Britain. They were still somewhat enslaved, or they were, unpaid servants, or whatever the case may be. So it's disrespectful, it's naive, it's wrong, whatever you want to call it, for these guys to come over here and try to say that they're a part of our culture, or that they belong to our culture because they got the same color skin as us, when they literally were enslaved or being forced to work and not create their own culture up until 1948, up until 1960, for places like Nigeria. These places didn't exist until the 60s. When we had our civil rights movement, a lot of these places were just getting started. You know what I'm saying? So, I think it's important that we maintain our lineage, maintain our identity, and that we safeguard our identity, we safeguard our history, and we continue to do great things, and we continue to safeguard. And I'm glad that Black people are now identifying as Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Because we had a lot of folks that want to identify as Asian at some point. A lot of people wanted to identify as Latino at some point. Everybody had Black American lineage, but we really couldn't prove it. And over the past 4 or 5 years, we've been tracing our lineage. A lot of us have discovered, yeah, we Black. Culturally, we Black. Everything we do is Black. We talk Black. We act Black. We do Black things, and people copy our culture. So yeah, we got something to be proud of, and we also proud because we're Americans. Everything we done as Americans. Whenever we went somewhere, like you guys said, and we defended another country, we fought for another country to liberate some other people. We did that as Americans, as Black Americans. We took our culture to them. We took our identity to them. We took our nationality to them, and we helped those people. You know what I'm saying? And we're the only people, I'm proud to say this, and everybody should be proud to say this, we're the only people on this planet that has never fought against America. And truth be told, at this point, we one of the oldest lineage documented on this planet of Black people, white people, whoever the case may be. Outside of some Asian countries, we're like the oldest lineage, one of the oldest, consistent lineages on this planet that dates back 200-300 years. You know what I'm saying? So, with all that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and land my plane, and I'll let you guys address that.
Yeah, and I wanted to quickly say, yes, that's so true. We are a lot older than that, but that's a whole nother space. Research is being coming out that's challenging the academic canon of archaeology and anthropology. That I may or may not be writing a book on, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to address that whole escapism issue that the brother brought up. According to Doctor, well, first and foremost, um, there has I'm happy too that we're embracing who we are, because there used to be an escapism, a shame associated with our lineage. Well, it goes back to the slave trade. If you read Frederick Douglass's book, which is painful as hell, you'll understand why we had that scar of shame. But I'm so glad that we took a negative and flipped into a positive. Well, addressing that escapism, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing says, basically, she says, taking on these last names that sound exotic and marrying outside of our group is a form of escapism. Dr. Welsing said these practices of quote, these practices of course avoid problem confrontation and thereby prevent problem solution. Dr. Welsing says, quote, similarly, the increase in interracial marriage can be viewed as a means of escape and a means for blacks to avoid the awareness of their continuing status as permanent outsiders. I love it. Dr. Wilson said we run off into these exotic situations and to escape the problem. Well, what I'm looking at is I'm blessed enough to be part alive in a time where my beautiful brothers and sisters are standing up and facing the problem. I think we can handle it. The Black, what's on your mind?
I was going to say something
Go
real
ahead, Wani.
quick. Um, Like, our embracing our Americanness is not new. Like I said before, the Buffalo Soldiers, all of the people in our lineage have done this, and these Pan Africanists came over with their idea, like Marcus Garvey. These people don't want us to be associated with the country. They have a hatred of our association with the country, and other people just fell in line and went behind them. Yes, some of these Pan African groups started off with an honest intentions, but they really do want to try to make us go to some other country. They don't want us to feel rooted. But the thing is a lot of people that had that mindset, flag waving, those were coons. A lot of the people, like the diamond and silk type people, the moment that you said you were going to vote for Trump, they tried to throw you, oh, you must be a coon. You must be like Diamond and Silk. No, we're just doing similar things to that white supremacists do, that coons do. Some of these things that we're agreeing to do happen to be things that these people do, but we have a different way of doing it and a different reason. So if I want the Republicans to win, it's not because I'm diamond and silk. I didn't even vote. It's because I want immigrants to have a, to be stopped in their tracks, to feel uncomfortable about living here, to think twice about coming over here. It's not because I want to cheer on Trump. It's not because I don't remember what Republicans have said and done over the years. Okay? But I want something for my vote. That's all. I want something for my vote. I'm not going to just vote on a team and the team doesn't even like me anyway. The team is against me and the team is against children. And that's the number one thing that's really shocking about where the Democrats have gone. The team is hates children now and they want to put harm in their way. So,
But one,
yes.
one, one. It's no different. It's no different than them forgetting what Joe Biden said about black people. You know what I mean?
Right. They
It's
don't
no
they
different. See, they think they
right.
can dictate to us. They want to dictate to us, and this is the day of the awakening where we make it clear to these talented tenth niggas
Yep.
who have been rolling with this Democrat Party against us. Not that's rolling with the Democrat Party. They've been rolling with the Democrat Party against black people. But it was this do as I say, not as I do, with our parents' generation. But now with our generation being the mothers and fathers of America, is fuck you to those talented tenth niggas, and we'll get into it with their ass. That's what they really need to understand when it comes to us. That you're not gonna go in and disregard what Joe Biden said, but then you tell me that I can't disregard what Republicans have said in the interest of getting rid of immigrants. You don't tell us what the fuck to do. You don't dictate to us. And I'm saying this because I notice there's some of them in this room spying. And we need to make that clear to them. We don't give a damn how you feel about what we're doing. If we have to use this enemy to go after the other enemy, that's what the fuck we gonna do. And we're not asking for your permission. You can't shame us. We don't give a damn how you feel about what we're doing.
Hey, can I say one more thing and I'll probably land my plane?
Exactly. Yes, exactly. I'm not diamond and silk, and I don't care if you think I am. I'm not voting for Democrats, period. I do not want immigrants here. And some of the things that I want to happen may coincide with something that a white supremacist wants to happen, may coincide with something that some coon wants to happen. And I don't care. Okay, I'm not a coon. I'm not a white supremacist, but this is called strange bedfellows. Get familiar with that word, strange bedfellows. We're going to agree with some people that we may not agree with in whole. Go ahead.
They do it all the time. They do it all the time. A black woman aligning with feminism is just as equal to someone aligning with the Ku Klux Klan. It's the same shit. A black woman saying she's a womanist and pushing that feminist rhetoric, she's no different than the other side. And so I think that they've been getting used. They've been so used to getting away with doing whatever they want to, whatever the hell they want to do, but then dictating to the rest of us. Well, it's a different day and time. We don't want to hear what they have to say.
Right. Well, one thing I'm starting to see that we've done almost like organically in this age of Aquarius, like Dr. Carter said, in the age of awakening, is we've leaned back, that damn near collectively upon our scholars, the Welsings, the Doctor, that Claude Andersons, the Amos Wilsons. Like it's weird, something spiritual in that. I often wonder, was it the spirit of Majar that had them whisper in our ears and say, "Hey, look back to what I said and make this happen. The timing is right." With that being said, I want to read something with Dr. Claude Anderson, and then we'll move on. Um, it's called, he says, quote, "Today there is little cooperation, political or otherwise, between blacks and minority groups. For the most part, ethnic minorities do not support black causes. They have been getting a free ride at black people's expense on civil rights and minority programs. As members of a loosely formed political coalition, they are most quiet while blacks agitate, but they are quick to stake their claim on affirmative action benefits won by blacks." Back to the title of my room: are foreigners up in our mix cosplaying for FBA for clout? Yes, absolutely. Affirmative. Roger that, sir. They're cosplaying for clout, and according to Dr. Claude Anderson, they're cosplaying for money. They're cosplaying for our money. And I'm sick and tired of seeing our leaders, Black American, Foundational Black American, Native Black, whatever you want to call us, our leaders taking money out the mouths of our damn children and giving it to foreigners. I've had it. It's time for us
Hey,
to help our own.
hey, can I
Hey,
say one?
Professor,
Yes, sir.
be on the lookout for people like Al Sharpton after the 20th, trying to corral the people in support of anti-mass deportations. We must put his ass under attack, and anybody else that supports this shit. We separating from them and going against them. We're not going to allow them to guilt trip us into going along with this shit. Fuck Al Sharpton, snitch ass, FBI snitch ass, and the rest of them.
Call I
And it's time we mass the gas on them, and let it be known and teach our young people
You know,
that you don't have to don't listen to people like Al
Al
Sharpton
Al Sharp
and the
Al
rest of them.
Sharpton is a good example for this space, because Al Sharpton, if y'all don't know the history, he rode the coattail of one of my heroes, the great Alton Maddox Esquire, a man who sacrificed his law degree standing up for, I mean, his law license, standing up for Black Americans. Well, Al Sharpton rode his coattail on that case and used him. Well, Al Sharpton, I think, is Black American, but he cosplayed like he was with the, with the movement until he got where he needed to go. So that's really interesting. You brought that up, King Carter. I don't know if the Black had a chance to speak yet. We'll go to Black. Go ahead.
Hey, can I say one more thing before y'all drop me down?
Go ahead, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm glad y'all brought up that political part, talking about the Democrats and Republicans, man, because just recently I've been digging more and more into both parties, man, as I've been researching more of my ancestry. And I was always curious as to why our ancestors voted Republicans. I don't know about you guys, but I know all of my ancestors voted Republican. When we look at people like Martin Luther King and at the time, well, I don't know Malcolm X, but some other guys back at that time, all of the black people were on the Republican side. And over the past few months, I wasn't gonna vote. I was gonna sit this thing out and kind of just let it play how it played. But I'm kind of open. I'm real upfront. I ask people questions I want to know, and I've asked certain groups of people, "Hey, man, what y'all feel about this? What you feel about that?" And one of the things I heard the most is that and it shocked me to hear these guys say this, is that at one point, Republicans, not all white people, of course, white people, white supremacists, but the Republicans, there were some Republicans that were out there getting their ass whooped right alongside black people. It was Republicans out here that was fighting for our rights right along, what I'm saying, with all the other groups of black people. And at some point, the Democrats came in and they tricked us. They offered us some nonsense. They gave us a civil rights movement that we kind of found out was a trick bag. And over the past 40 to 50 years, we have practically turned our backs on a group of people that helped us out more than the other group of people, even though both of them are enemies. But at the same time, we still got to be objective and look at how things go. And then I started looking at things with this whole Trump situation. And I was like, at the end of the day, Trump is removing obstacles for us. He ain't giving us nothing to help us out, but he's not hindering us. He's not going to stop us. He's not going to put things in our place. He's removing obstacles, and he said, hey, you guys go ahead and eat, do what you need to do. I'm not going to help you out, but I'm not going to stop you. So at the end of the day, the night before, I said, you know what? I got to do my part to make sure these goddamn Democrats don't win. I took my ass out that morning, and I voted for Trump. So I'll land my plane there. Y'all can drop me there.
Well, brother, I want to kind of give you a quick education on what you were talking about. You really hitting on something. Why the we've got the most gains as Black Americans, and I don't care if about feelings in here. It's the fucking truth. From the Republican Party, and there's a reason behind that. The presidential campaigns used to be bipartisan. Can you imagine that? Lincoln, who didn't give a damn about Black people, was forced into a position of emancipating us. The way it went is our fallen brother, our genius, um Frederick Douglass, Lincoln was getting his ass whooped by the Confederate Army. In my home state, Alabama, you can drive through North Alabama near Huntsville and see just these plaques up for military schools all over the place. The white boys in Alabama and Mississippi and Tennessee had a culture of militarism, and they were damn good at it. They were mighty fine soldiers. And the South was beating the living shit out the Union. Frederick Douglass, through a chance meeting with Lincoln, offered Lincoln, he said, I got the solution for you, sir. I'll give you the slaves. I'll give you the black men to fight. They're angry, they want blood, and they're strong. And but Frederick Douglass, without a goddamn law degree, had sense enough to bargain for exchange. So Frederick Douglass said, "I'll give you the black men," which turned into the 54th Regiment under the leadership of Colonel Shaw. Was given, but Frederick Douglass said, we need our freedom. Lincoln, being a really clever lawyer, said, I'll give you emancipation. Anybody who has a kid in here or has been to court on this issue knows emancipation don't mean free, but you can look it up. Well, anyway, long story short, the commander over the army, the two commanders, Ulysses S. Grant and oh Lord, what's the name? Somebody help me out. Who's a Special Article 15? I just drew a blank. The It's so important.
Sherman?
Yeah, there you go.
Tecumseh Sherman.
Sherman,
Tecumseh
General
Sherman.
Sherman, were given the charter to beat the shit out the South. Tecumseh Sherman was commander over the 54th Regiment. He had the 54th in his I don't know Army military structure, but it was his brigade or whatever their military structure is. And somewhere along the lines, something spirit came over Tecumseh Sherman, and Sherman said, "You know what? Fuck this. I'm not answering any more letters from Lincoln. I'm burning the whole fucking South to the ground. You can drive through Mississippi right now, and there's nothing there because Sherman ordered his soldiers, both black and white, to burn that motherfucker to the ground. They burnt Atlanta to the ground. If you've been to the underground, that underground is a result of Atlanta being burnt to the ground, right? They said Sherman burnt the South to the fucking ground until he got to Savannah, where he stopped because he said it was so beautiful, right? Well, when Sherman got to Savannah, he met with a bunch of dignified foundational Black Americans who told him that we need land. And some spirit came over him where he wrote under his authority as a general in the United States Army, as a field grade officer under martial law declared by United States President Lincoln, to give Black Americans houses for the whole coastline, 37 miles inward. And so we got our own neighborhoods, our own coastal property where we didn't have to rely on the system because we could fish if we needed food. It was brilliant. Well, a Democrat, listen to this closely, in office, you remember the vice president was Democrat, Lincoln was a Republican. We call it a Dixiecrat, named Andrew Johnson, who was a member of a secret society called Knights of the Golden Circle. Hello, which had affiliations with the Ku Klux Klan, but that's another story. Did not like this. It was in his charter, in his secret society, to never let the black man rise again. Hello. And a plot was decided. You want to know more about it? Buy my next book. To have Lincoln assassinated. Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, who was a member of Knights of the Golden Circle. You think that's a coincidence? I think not. Andrew Johnson got in office and started to reverse everything that Lincoln did. But our ancestors had enough fucking sense to say we need to get rid of this damn fool, and they replaced Andrew Johnson, a Democrat, Dixiecrat, same thing, with another Republican called Ulysses S. Grant. Our ancestors put Ulysses S. Grant in office because he had a crush on a black person, and he was an alcoholic. When people are under the influence, you can influence them. Get it? Well, when Ulysses S. Grant was in office, he gave us, under the pressure of our foundational Black American grandmamas and granddaddies, to great granddaddies, to issue Reconstruction. That came from a Republican, ladies and gentlemen. And we had the greatest time of flourishing that we've ever had, arguably, in the United States of America. Home ownership, complete autonomy over schools. Under a Republican, Ulysses S. Grant, black women created the motherfucking public school system. We created that. Our women created that. Don't matter what public school. That ideology came from black women under the leadership of a Republican. Well, what happened, ladies and gentlemen? What happened is, we were making so much advances and so many extreme advances. Neighborhoods like Tulsa, Oklahoma, school 90% literacy rate, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, that something needed to be done. So they got a Democrat named Woodrow Wilson to come in there and do a little cosplaying, basically saying how much he loved the Negro and how he gonna help the Negro. I love you so much. Woodrow Wilson got a bunch of uh, traders in the black community, including but not limited to W.E. Du Bois, to tell us we needed to vote for him, that rumors were spread that he had black lineage. Look that up. And we voted Woodrow Wilson in office. If it wasn't for the black vote, Mr. Sotomayor, if you're listening to me, hear this. If it wasn't for the black vote, Woodrow Wilson wouldn't have got in when we have no power. Well, we put Woodrow Wilson in office, and Woodrow Wilson triggered so much racism and so much hate. He eliminated government jobs for blacks. He eliminated military service for blacks. He supported that movie. That movie. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation, yes, sir. And Woodrow Wilson had so much discrimination with immigrants. He used immigrants to lynch. I mean, immigrants were lynching us down in the South. Woodrow Wilson's administration, a Democrat, was so outrageous that it triggered the Great Migration. So, Mark, you're in Chicago because of the Great Migration. Some of y'all are in Detroit, in Chicago, because of Woodrow Wilson. Well, in conclusion, what I'm trying to tell you is that happened under a Democratic administration. So if you look back at the books, I'm neither Democrat or Republican. I'm a scholar. I have no stake, no cat, no dog in the fight, or no cat in the fight either. But what I will say is, looking at history, the Republican Party has had a greater history of helping blacks achieve some form of equality than the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, historically, according to Dr. Howard Zinn, is more affiliated with helping immigrants parasite off of foundational black Americans. Tyrone, what's on your mind? Tyrone, you there? Go ahead, Mark, while we wait on Tyrone.
Look, you all, the Democrat Party was started by immigrants
Hello.
for immigrants, has always been for. And the Republican Party was not started by white folks. The Republican Party was started by black people and a few abolitionists that supported uh, um, the ending of slavery. And you know, a lot of misinformation and real history is not being taught to our people because we're dependent on these black Greeks. These black Greeks hate black people. They're not black. These Masons and Eastern Stars are here to undermine us as black people. That's why they never taught or spoke up for the teaching of black history in the school system because they're black Greek first. They're not black American first. They've been using the color of their skin no different than these damn Africans and Caribbeans to undermine us, so places to plant us, like Dr. Claude Anderson taught us. Dr. Claude Anderson was one of our direct teachers. Steve Coakley, these people were in Chicago teaching us 25, 30 years ago. So none of these black Greeks or Masons and East, they can't fool us. We know exactly who they are. And so you know, the real history, it's time that the real history be taught to our young people, that the Republican Party belongs to our people because our people started the Republican Party. When it comes to the system of America, our people created the system of America, not some white person. And these are the things that we need to give to our young people as they move forward in life for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Or should I say long after we're gone. Give them the truth. A lot of things that need to be taught Our parents were some lying motherfuckers. They went along with the bullshit as long as they can get what they wanted. And so we're gonna change and go back to the truth of the matter.
Appreciate it, Mark. We're gonna go with
I
go ahead.
just want to um I just wanted to just let everybody know that Wani, you are indeed brilliant, and we all appreciate you, and we all love you.
Totally brilliant. Inspirationally
I know she's busy right now. She's doing stuff with her hands. She's doing stuff right now, but I'm not even gonna say why. Everybody in the room, just give her her roses. Put up a heart for Wani.
and I totally agree. I would kind of push back and say she's not just brilliant, she's inspirationally brilliant. It's inspir
I can't hear anything.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
What's happening? I can't not hear the person talking.
You can't really? Wow.
That's me. You can't hear
No.
Nikki. Can she not hear me? Can you drop me and bring me back up, Professor Allen?
Yeah. Close. Bam. Yeah, we were giving you. Can you hear me, Wani?
Yes.
Okay, we're giving you your roses.
Oh,
You back, Nick.
who was talking though?
Nikki. Nikki, I don't think she could hear you.
Nikki. Why can't I hear Nikki?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I just wanted to give you your roses. I wanted everybody to acknowledge um, how much you care about your people and how brilliant you are. You are loved
Totally.
within our community. I'm not going to say why. We have our back conversations, but you work so hard for us. I just love you so much, Wani. I wanted everybody to know that.
Thank you so much.
Same here, Wani. Where were we? Tyrone, what's on your mind, man? Can you hear me, Tyrone?
Okay, cool. I had to unlock my phone and everything.
Okay.
But peace to the chat, man. Peace to the FBA family. Um, oh, and by the way, I started going. I'm new to Twitter, so I started going into more rooms and stuff. And I would have to say your room is a very productive room and it's educational. So I give you, your credit, man, because some other spaces they cool and all of that, but I like how yours is done. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I try to keep it scholarly and try to, and that's why Wani's so valuable. Is like she'll bring scholarly information that I'm not aware of. I think we complement each other, all of us, Nikki. But yeah, I try to do that, and I know y'all kind of wanted Tommy to stay on a little bit longer. But I started to feel as though he was taken away from the scholarly value of the page, so I
Nah, nah, nah.
eliminated him.
I didn't want Tommy to stay on because like I'm from New York, so but I don't live there no more, but I grew up there. I'm from South Jamaica, Queens. And when it come to debating and stuff like that, it's really time wasting when it come to them. And I'm gonna give you some prime examples. So Nicki Minaj, right? What's the topic is about people cosplaying as us, right? So she didn't pop in New York. And when she came out and when she blew up and she finally blew up, I guess Atlanta put her on or something like that. Because New York, I don't know, they wasn't putting her on. But there was a lot of beautiful rappers, female rappers that are actually native to New York. But I guess they chose Nicki Minaj. And when she came out, people like I was listening to her music and I was like, who is she talking about with all this animosity about, oh, this girl is better than me or you think you're better than me? And it was like some type of competition. And then I watched how South Jamaica Queens changed when Nicki Minaj came out. I don't know about other places, other states because I wasn't there, but all the girls was wearing bangs. They had a different type of attitude towards each other and the men. So I just make that statement because that's a cosplay. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then I've also observed the DJ scene, how the DJ scene change. Usually, like with the FBA DJs, they'll be doing like different activities. See, DJing is also social programming or social engineering.
It can
With the
be, yes.
repetition with the repetition in the music. So like, if you're playing really bad music, um, at a party, it's a strong chance there might be a fight at that party if they're playing like, a lot of trap music. So long story short, when the when it come to them DJing, they'll just play anything. You feel what I'm saying? And it was like not beneficial to the people that are there. Like people are coming out here to party and they're coming out here to dance, and it's not a lot of FBA music being played and so on. Now I'm gonna tell you from a personal experience. This is my last thing. Then I'm gonna just land my helicopter. Um, I used to throw little events and stuff like that. And my friend, his name is Qua, whatever. He's FBA. He used to do his thing out of the basement or whatever. So we used to chill in. A lot of us used to chill in the basement like Wu Tang. Like it was like a big thing. We all used to hang out. And they'll just they don't have the same energy. We had many conversations about theories and philosophies, but when it comes to that FBA spirit as far as fighting for our country and fighting for our rights, like I said, like a lot of them are just, they happy to be here, but they don't really want to jeopardize whatever it is that they got going on, whether they're illegal, whether they're legal. So when it comes to like certain movements, the energy is definitely different when you with your FBA brother because y'all both will have the same mom experience. Y'all both got the same mayonnaise and the mayonnaise, Hellman's. Y'all do Heinz ketchup, uh, goddamn lasagna. You grew up eating lasagna and spaghetti. Maybe your mom will make burgers or fried chicken and cornbread. Like y'all grew up watching the same shows, and y'all mom treat y'all so y'all have a better understanding of certain things. And I just noticed, like, when I used to be in the basement, I would do like productive things. I'll have events. I'd be like, come on, son, like, let's go out. Let's go get some girls or something. Let's just do something. Let's get out of the basement. All we do is sit down here and smoke weed. A lot of them, they just wanted to chill. So, like, that's just my observation from, from living in New York. So I just wanted to let y'all know, like, as far as the music scene is concerned, a lot of them, um, they like our music, but they don't really understand or they don't care about how the music is affecting the younger generation because it ain't really them. And they understand and they know that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's up for question. They understand and they know that, but a lot of them just don't care. Word. And that's
I,
it. I land my
I
helicopter.
appreciate your submission, and you're right. Music can be social engineering. We'll have another space for social engineering because that's very interesting. I think it was the black or Savannah, and then the black. Go Savannah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I couldn't hear anything, so I had to like, yeah. Anyways,
Oh my goodness.
to stay on topic, um, I guess, yeah. Honestly, I had a friend who was from New York, and one summer when I, to go visit my family, I met up with them, and they had friends in the Bronx, and I'd never been to the Bronx. And I went, and they had told me how they had never left the Bronx, and I thought that was just really weird. I'm like, so you never like went to Brooklyn, like you ain't never go to like none of the museums, like y'all got some dope museums, and they're like, no, no ambition, and that just really turned me off, and I kind of just like ghosted because I picked up that same thing, I picked up that same assumption, um, or whatever, um, my
How
observation.
you gonna live in New York and you don't go to none of the museums there?
Come on, like, anyways. And so for me personally, I made it a point to, be careful about what I do. Thank you. Have a good one. You too. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm hungry. Somebody mentioned food. I was like, I'm hungry. Um, so then, basically, what was I about to say? Somebody brought up the whole idea of just like how none of this will benefit us. Yes, this will. Especially, we talk about universities a lot, and we talk about how the DNI, things were taking over, how none of it benefited us. We need to, talk about like getting some money back, our tuition back, all that money we paid, and how a lot of these immigrants were getting full rides. Like that
Facts.
is so weird. And then how is the Alabama, which is, they say the most racist state in America, along with Mississippi, how is it that they have a higher black percentage of black Americans than an Ohio State, PWI, right? And so I just find it very interesting how, we've been, people say how we're so lazy, we don't want to do anything. We're cherry picked. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, Professor. We're cherry picked. That we're cherry picked. And so I'm the only one out of Youngstown. I'm not even from Youngstown to get into Ohio State. Unfortunately, a lot of my peers were held behind, and I feel like it was on purpose. Like I'm telling you, they were learning
Oh
geometry.
yeah, that's
They
my
were learning
world.
geometry in junior year. I'm like, I learned this shit in eighth grade.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah. No, no, no. You're touching on some. Hell, I might Savannah DM me what you just said because I'm gonna have a space on that.
Yes,
That's
sir.
well, what Savannah said is true, and I've said it a bunch of times that we're cherry picked.
Like
Um,
I'm the only one from Youngstown to even go to Ohio State. Like that was something that really blew my mind. Sorry, I don't mean to throw you off, but
no,
like,
you're good. You're good.
yeah,
But yeah, they cherry pick foundational Black Americans in the school system. The higher up you go, the more they cherry pick. I was writing my dissertation, and you have a committee when you're doing that, and the committee and Wani, I promise I'm not gonna get triggered, but you got a committee, and my committee, I proposed my dissertation to be written on the I Am a Man movement with Dr. King in Memphis. And oh my God, all the professors on my committee except for one got mad at me all of a sudden. They were saying things like, why do you want to do that? That's gonna upset people. It's divisive, blah 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 blah." And one of my professors, full PhD, told me, why don't you, she said, quote, why don't you write about Elvis? Because he was friends with black people, right? When I proposed a dissertation on Dr. King, after that, my grades start to drop. So what I'm trying to say is, when you look at me in person, you can get the wrong impression. Think that I'm kind of like uh, uh, Uncle Tom or something, but I'm not. I just kind of wear bow ties and dress up real nice. But anyway, um, to get out of there, I ended up having to write a dissertation about dogs, something neutral, because I was up under the radar. But I'm saying that to say that in our professions, for the most part, we are cherry picked. We had a space the other day where, and y'all not gonna like to hear this, ladies, but it's true. Black women are given preferential treatment. Now, let me get something clear. Black women, you have to work your butt off, and your scores and grades have to be above. They don't give you anything. But what I will say with absolute confidence is they'll give up the when I say they, I mean medical schools, law schools, jobs, corporate jobs, the big six-figure jobs will give a black woman that job and not give it to a black man. I know case and case and case and case and case of this. Um, well, nah, this is it. Well, anyway, that's done to destroy the black family. But anyway, I'm gonna end on that before I get triggered. I don't want to get triggered. The black, what's on your mind?
Uh, this this situation that we just encountered was just another clickbait monetary chase that these tethers and other minorities that come over here do. They use
I
us
can't hear
for.
anything.
I can drop down and come back.
Yeah, go ahead and come right back. I'm bringing him back, Nikki. Come back. Yeah, he disappeared.
These spaces getting so hot that the room is acting up, so that we gotta put people down and bring them back up because the space is so hot.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting space. Um, very interesting. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, this is just an example of how these minorities and tethers and other people that come over here you use us as a ticket to gain monetary gain within our society and gain favor with the people that don't like them just like they don't like us. Uh, it reminds me of what you keep on harping on in the spaces is this is how nations and empires fall
Yep.
when you have half breeds infiltrate and they play both sides. I mean, yes, he may or may not be knowing saying half FBA, half American, Negro American, but the fact that he played both sides just to stay in the eyes of white America neutral, but within our eyes, it really his motives is just uh selfless. You know what I'm saying? It's about himself and how he can come up just like any other immigrant that come over here. And I feel like this is a good thing. Like Mark Carter keep on saying, when Trump get in, yeah, we need to do our duty as Americans and do our part like upstanding citizens that we are, because we hold the standard of morality within this nation and within the world. So uh, us saying this, I just feel like him using this interaction and trying to repost it and get a reaction is just him trying to gain favor from the people that he know is gonna question his heritage and his citizenship, because we not gonna
What's
be
he
questioned.
reposting?
Yeah,
What did he repost though?
well, I mean the just the whole conversation and interaction, and then he did a reaction to it.
You mean what we were talking about?
Yeah, yeah. When he first came
What
in the
we were
room,
talking?
he recorded the whole
that's
thing. That's and he uploaded it 20 minutes later.
that's sad.
Like it's like soon as he got off, he just uploaded. Yeah, I got something juicy. Let me upload it. I got these FBAs and shit. You can see in the comments they call him dumb. Shit, like at the end of the day, I just feel like this is just gonna work out in our favor, because it's just gonna make the white people feel more comfortable with saying, yeah, we don't want these immigrants here. The Negroes saying the same shit, and I'm cool with that. If like Mark Carter said yesterday in the space, if you want to call us xenophobic, I'm cool with being that. I can show you some
This
real
app is so
xenophobic,
crazy.
because these labels, like in America, we gonna show you more than we tell you, and that's been our history forever. Like, oh, you gonna tell us we can't do it? We gonna do it, and we gonna show you how we do it and break it down to you, and we gonna have fun doing it, and probably make a whole new wave of culture to while we doing it, because you see, we already coming up with new terminology, and they hating that, they feeling offended, they might be banned soon. So like it it's just a new renaissance, and we defining who we is. And if you ain't down with it, then yeah, we gonna call you a tether, or know what I'm saying, a op, whatever. And if you with it, we gonna vet you like white people vet they identical counterparts, so they look doppelgangers that come over here, and that's how it's supposed to go. Because that's how each nation stay and become a nation, become and stay a nation. Like we can't stay a nation with, and we keep on having infiltrators coming over here to define the laws and the standards that we make for ourselves, and then you want to undermine us and try to work with the half friend enemy, which they gonna side with us anyway, because they looking out for their own uh continuation in the end anyway. So it's like Charles the White say, like we might not like this white boy, but that's the only white boy that's gonna fuck with us harder than the rest of these immigrants and other people that look like them. And I land there.
Very true. It's not about like, it's about interest. And that's the lesson we're trying to learn. Go ahead, Midwest.
Yeah, first and foremost, Savannah, that's not cool. You're a ghoster. But yo, I had a quick story. You know how like a lot of these foreigners they want to talk about how we shouldn't complain about white supremacy in the country and whatnot, and they talk about where they come from is bad and they came here, even though they still deal with the same stuff we deal with. I uh I get this kind of for you, Wani. I got this Muay Thai coach, and he has his girlfriend from Cuba, and she was saying United States is the best country in the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then she was like, I hate.
Uh-oh, I don't hear him speaking. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Hmm. Is he still speaking? I don't hear anything.
No, I can't hear him either.
Okay, okay, he got dropped.
Yeah,
Go
he
ahead,
chopped
King.
them up.
Yeah, I just got a quick question, right?
Go ahead, bro.
There's one thing that we've seen time and time after again, and I just can't understand it. Why is it when other groups come over, they have the audacity and nerve to tell us that we should forget about slavery or that we should stop complaining about white supremacy? I don't get it. I came back home from Florida one time at EWR on my Uber ride, and this man from Haiti told me that, Black Americans, you guys should stop worrying about slavery. I got a Jamaican friend who I went to college with. He said the same thing. Why are they so invested in telling us to forget about the things that happened to us? I don't get it.
But they have CARICOM, and Haiti was trying to join CARICOM but was rejected for some reason. I don't know. But they have CARICOM, which advocates for reparations and talks about the transatlantic slave trade and its effect on the area. So they can do something that's X-rated. Okay, they can do something X-rated
well, oh, go ahead.
because go
I
ahead.
was going to say these people are more politically sophisticated than you think they are. The deal, and I wrote a whole book on this. The deal in America, the reason, shit, I don't even know where to begin, bro. The reason why people are called white is in diametric opposition of another group, black, which was intended to blacks or native blacks, foundational blacks, as Tariq says, as Dr. Claude Anderson says, native blacks were intended to serve in the peasant allocated space for it, according to the British to the royalist system. So this place was very well planned out and more intentional than people admit. Um, how so? How was it? Come on, girl. It was intentional because when Christopher Columbus, whatever the fuck his name was, he had to write a captain's log. He was under a charter of the Queen, so he gave his captain's log. So they were fully aware. And in his captain's log, he said, I'm paraphrasing, but he said something like, um, "These people look like this. They're handsome. They make five servants. I mean, they make fine slaves. With 50 men, we could take them over and make them do whatever we want." So basically, the Americas was the American dream. What ideology was predicated off of um, European peasant class having this opportunity to be a royalist. That's kind of complicated. Damn, dropped my phone. Yeah. So basically, brother, um, everybody was aware of the game, but us. The game is in America, you can rise pretty high on the backs of blacks, and we're not dumb. Um, some people ask, well, why didn't black people realize that? Are y'all dumb or something? It's not stupidity. It's the system spending outrageous amounts of money. Come on, come on. Oh, this dog. Come on. Outrageous amounts of money to propagandize and gaslight us. I could prove to y'all that the Christian church was intended when the country was decided upon by the founding fathers. Um, Words of academic canon, not my words, to promote cohesion and keep this. It was a glue to keep the country together. This was a master plan, is what it was, and we were always intended to be the bottom of the totem pole, to be in the peasant class, and deals were made. Basically, Europeans were intended to be in the noblest class, and these immigrants were intended to be in the serf class. You know what I'm saying? All at the expense of us. Um, and now we're waking up. And when we jump out of the peasant class, which arguably we're not in, I know my sister Wani would prove that Black Americans are doing better than most groups, a lot of groups. That's not my point. My point is mentally, the game was blacks are the lowest. And that ideology right there made this country work as long as it did, really. Um, but we're coming out of that, you know.
But see, Professor, it's not like just as those other groups have been using our people for economic gain, the black elites have been doing the same exact
Absolutely.
thing. So it wasn't just the new groups that came in. You have blacks who are just as uh, predatory and just as parasitic as these groups that came after slavery. You know what I mean? And so we look at the immigrant groups, but we keep bypassing and looking over the black races. The black races who are part of these secret societies operate no different than these immigrants that come here to undermine, supplant, and supplant us.
Yes, absolutely. And what Mark just said, it's these groups. It's so intentional. It's so well planned that these black elites fit into. It's a big puzzle, and deals were cut with the black elites to oversee us. I can't tell you during my tenure as a college professor how many elite black people were in charge of funds that could have went back to the community. Let me give you a good example, and I'll shut my mouth. So we had a new president. I'm moving boxes up and down steps, so y'all forgive me. Whatever. A new president and a big budget to have an inauguration. Now, an inauguration, money could have been saved, um, and we could have had that inauguration on the lawn. Beautiful lawn on the college, quad, whatever you want to call it. So these administrators, who were the people Mark was talking about in these organizations, um, somehow decided that it was a better allocation of money. This is a black school now to have her convocation at Graceland. So those of you who don't know what Graceland is, um, that's Elvis's old house. It cost an arm and a leg, over budgeted, because that's the people you're dealing with. You're dealing with a system of deals. I'll scratch your back and you'll scratch mine. You got our sister Wani brought up a good point the other day. You got in every jurisdiction in the United States, you got black politicians, senators, whatever, representing a neighborhood, a dilapidated black neighborhood, when they don't even live in the fucking neighborhood. You know, they grandmama may have a house there. They may have a separate property there, but they're representing the neighborhood from afar by proxy. I could throw some names out, but I'm not going to be petty today. But in conclusion, Mark is right. It's a lot of traitorism going on. I see Dr. Your Highness at the bottom. Today's been kind of intense, actually. Go ahead, Doctor, Your Highness.
Peace, family. I just wanted to say that, we've been really conditioned with this whole black and brown thing. And it's like, it's such a, it's such a deep, like, I feel like the American government has really kind of like traded on us because they claim brown in our face, but they identify as white. And also, did you guys know that if you're from Africa and you speak Arabic, you are also considered white? So it's like it's almost like they have created this caste system. You know, that's all I wanted to say.
You can go.
Well,
I'm
it's not
glad
so
you.
much. Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, I'm just going to say I'm glad she brought that up because we are a monkey wrench in the global caste system. Okay, and I'm going to let Mark talk, but I'm going to go get this caste system and show you how it works. There's only two people that don't fit into the caste system. That's Russia, who refuses to tuck under Europe and be Europe's little bitch. And that's Black Americans who refuse to fall in line under white supremacy like the Caribbeans and the Africans do. And they have a caste system amongst themselves where East Africans are over West Africans and Caribbeans are over Africans. And I don't know where East Africans and Caribbeans fall. I'm still working that out. However, we don't fit into that. And they both wag their finger at us for not laying down and dying and like they do. They all of them don't agree with what we're doing. That's one thing they have have in common. Europeans, white Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans all have admonished us for not falling in line. We don't fit on that global caste system, and they do, and they come right over here doing it. That's why you have a light bulb head Somali cussing out a Nigerian and winning, calling them all kind of careers, and then they do it to us, and they get roasted into oblivion. They get fire roasted. They are not getting played with us, and they don't understand it because in their little pea brain, the little brain cell they have up in that little light bulb, they have it in their mind that we're supposed to go under and be fall under under the West African moniker, and it's not working out, is it? Because we're not falling under anything. We're not on your little funky, old, outdated, backward ass caste system. And you can take it along with the East Indians and shove it all the way up your butts. Because we're not going on that. We're not peasants. We're none of that. We calculated the moon landing. We have 17 astronauts, and there's nothing you can do about it. We have hundreds of thousands of patents now. We had 50,000 in a short period of time, which was on par with Germans who were, patted on the head, given laboratories. We got those inventions on the fly, and it wasn't just random things. It was things that made that railroad work. It was things that made us go into outer space. It wasn't just random things, it was light bulbs. The part that makes the light bulb stay on. It was that movie projector, the part that makes the movie projector stay on. Yes, same guy. This wasn't just some ragtag inventions. It was a Royal McCoy, the real McCoy that they wanted. And I just want to point that out. We're not going on no caste system, and we're not peasants nowhere, but they want us to be, so they keep trying.
Just real quickly, I would like to add that everything that Wani mentioned, all the inventions that she just mentioned, are things that the world still uses till this day.
Facts.
My man.
Look, let me say this to us. All that they do and get away with is what you allow them to get away with. We don't owe explanations to anybody who came into the country we built. We don't give a damn nor owe explanations even to this so-called black elite who has partnered with the rest of these groups to undermine us. And I'm telling y'all, if y'all want to come from up under this shit, go against these people. Stop caring how they feel. Stop giving a damn how they feel about you going against them. And there is no goddamn white supremacy. Ain't shit supreme about no white motherfucker. When you say that, that's you saying you believe that they supreme. Now, is there a racist system? Yes. But that system is not just white. And it's a system because there's other moving pieces and parts. And that other part includes the black races.
Facts.
The black races and these Irish or Italians and these other groups, because they're not white. They don't call themselves white. You call them white. They operate together. Now, also go look up who's all considered this quote unquote white when you look at the census. Yes, Angolians, as dark as they are counted as white in the census. Somalis, Ethiopians, Egyptians, and they use this word white to really subconsciously instill fear in you. That fear that they have a bigger number in this country than you do. They don't.
Facts.
There's no group in this state at this stage in the game, not even Germans, that have the numbers that we have. There's no such thing as fucking Hispanics, just like there's no such thing as whites. No, they're Mexicans, they're Chileans, and other different South Americans. No different than it's no such thing as white because they're Italians and Irish and Jews and all this bullshit. You have the power in America. That's why every election boils down to you, not these other groups. The Democrat Party can't do shit. We just showed them they can't make anything happen without us. But if you have this subconscious fear of them being powerful and all seeing and knowing, and you fuck what them white folks think. Fuck what they think. From the Irish to the Italians to the Jew, fuck what they think. It's like y'all. It's like, man, listen to y'all sometimes. Do y'all want to be accepted by them unconsciously? Do you want to be
That's
accepted
what
by them or something?
that's
Who the
what
fuck
Doctor
are they? In the
that's
country
what
that
Doctor
you built, that
that's
your
what
people
That's what
built,
Doctor John
huh?
Henry Clark said. He said that we it was
Yeah.
damage done under that transatlantic slave trade. It was damage done to the psyche, and I would posit that that's the problem we have with these immigrant folk coming up in here talking about. You know what I'm saying? You don't let people up in your lineage. Nobody does that, but we used to have a problem with. I remember. I'm an '80s baby. I was came up in the late '90s, early 2000s. I remember in the late '90s, the culture amongst foundational Black Americans was just bragging on something that's not black. I'm Cherokee. Oh, I'm mixed with. I had one girl I went to high school with used to brag on being mixed with Japanese. But I like seeing the way things are going now. Is we're proud of what we are, and that's a very powerful thing. It's so powerful, ladies and gentlemen, that it's shaking up the most powerful country in the world. You know what I'm saying? We um, came together. I would argue it was our decision making that did not let the Harris administration win. That was because of us. That's raw power.
Hey,
Go ahead.
professor, my grandmother said to my cousin, because she always come in and talk this talk. Well, I learned that I'm part Irish. My grandmother told her the Irish don't give a fuck about the Irish in you, so I don't either.
you know, one thing one of my sticks, Mark, if you look at my picture, it's obvious that my big mama was raped in Aniana, Alabama. A lot of that went on in Alabama and Louisiana. A lot of rape. And we did that white gene. I don't know what it is. I don't care what it is, but it's real strong. We got curly hair, green eyes, and all that shit, freckles and stuff. And I had to tell one of my family members one day that, "Oh, look at they pretty. That baby pretty. She got green eye." I told her ass, I said, "We the only group that's proud of being raped. Just proud. It's mental illness, man.
Man, with that recessive shit. Do you understand having green eyes and straight hair and man, that shit
Totally.
is recessive.
Okay, now.
I mean, recessive, weak,
Yep.
subordinate.
Look, I might got green eyes, but I'm still black.
No, but no, we're saying to those who believe that it's some superiority
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
complex.
But it's
Yeah.
also,
No, we saying that those that believe that we should be fascinated. We ain't fascinated by
yeah,
that weak
because it's
shit.
also it's a little two-sided being, a fair skin and you black. Like that's something within itself that one day I'm gonna talk about without hopefully being judged. But it's definitely a two-sided coin, for real.
But we know about it already. You ain't white enough, and sometimes you ain't black
Real
enough.
talk.
We already know. Look. We 50 and 60 years old. We know about all that shit. We know about all that shit where our people make themselves believe that there's something different because they went to some old hunky ass university. They train monkeys to do that shit. Do y'all know they got monkeys that went to Harvard and shit? You know what I mean? They sent the monkey out of space before they sent some of these motherfuckers who think that they better than
And
everybody.
Mark, they taught that monkey how to play the organ.
Exactly. All type of shit they taught them.
Uh-oh, is somebody talking? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. I think Mark cut out.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
And look, we're not downplaying our people that are educated. What we're doing
No.
is attempting to wake your ass up if you are brainwashed. There's nothing wrong with being educated. There's everything wrong with a brainwashed person.
And Mark,
We don't
that's
give a fuck. We don't give a damn about how so-called educated you think you are. If you think you anything different than us, we the hell with you. Fuck
yeah,
your Greek organizations and all that shit. You damn fool. Especially to the men, you let somebody put a hot ass iron on your dumb ass and brand you like a jackass. You dumb idiot. You should be ashamed to get to show a motherfucker that shit.
Mm-mm. Well, education, and I'm glad Mark brought that up. I don't know if y'all have noticed with the last, with the Kamala Harris administration, the term educated was weaponized. We had a really deep ass space that, oh, it wasn't my space. It was, I think, Tariq Nasheed, where that lady was talking about, I'm educated. They're using the word educated as a weapon. And to be honest with you, as somebody who's like a licensed educator myself in how many different states, um, I've started to tell some of my younger students that college is a waste of time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm controversial for saying that, but I believe if you're not going to major in medicine, medicine, maybe dentistry, nursing, engineering is a big one. A couple of things, law. Well, yeah, it's too many attorneys now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't give you the returns that you put into it. You know,
No, no. If you're not gonna come home and use what you learn to succeed, then what the fuck you were learning it for? Why, why would you go to school and get a master's in business and turn around and get a slave ass job?
right?
What good sense is that? Just to say you have a couple letters behind your name? Do you know how crazy that sounds? That you have a master's in business with a slave ass job in a field that your ass didn't even go to school. Come
Hey,
on,
Mark,
man.
Mark, Mark, Mark. Hey, sir, Mark.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was, a lot of those guys get MBAs. Like I know people I trained with. They went to University of Chicago. They went to I forget the school for Pennsylvania, but they go there because they can get guaranteed jobs for 120 grand a year off the bat.
Which
That's
ain't
the rate.
which ain't shit. That's not enough. Like
Yeah,
it's
I
not enough.
know, but yeah, that's why they do
Yeah,
it. They don't
major
they
in
don't
what?
they don't make anything.
Ma-
You said what?
Majoring in what?
They get an MBA, so they get an MBA from like
Masters in business.
University of Chicago, um, Harvard. I trained this chick. She went to Harvard. Uh, I forget this other place because usually they name the names of the schools. They don't put University of Chicago. They'll say the name of the business school.
Like
That's
Wharton
yeah,
Business
yeah.
School
That's this
at
dude went to
Penn.
Wharton. Yeah, and
That's
so
well. Here goes the thing that Professor Chris Hedges of Princeton pointed out that I fucking agree with. These school systems, to Mark's credit, don't they these MBAs teach you how to make what are you learning there? You're learning how to make money for other people. The MBA doesn't necessarily teach you, according to Professor Chris Hedges, doesn't teach you how to revolutionize start you a business, and you're learning how to make money for big corporations. So you have black people who go to Wharton, which is the best business school in the country, where Trump went, at UPenn, and they come out with the MBA, and they work for the bank, making money for the bank. Like, what I'm trying to say is the education system has been skewed across the board to support the system that's in place right now. You know what I'm saying? Um, and unfortunately for foundational Black Americans, the system doesn't necessarily include us. It goes back to that hierarchy I was telling you about king, queen, noble class, the knights to protect the noble class and the king and queen. And below that, you have the serfs. Most of us in this space right now are serfs. And below the serfs, you have the peasants. Me and my students at the historical Black college I taught at would have I would really fuck them up and have a field day. My undergrads would go, we would go in Memphis, and one day we would go to Germantown, the little rich neighborhood. We go at around 10 and get some coffee and just sit outside and chat. But our job was to observe the 10 o'clock on a Tuesday, just random weekday. What type of people are walking around? What type of people are shopping? Who's at the Apple store? You know what I'm saying? Who's at Chick-fil-A? And overwhelmingly, the percentage was like 98% Caucasian, mostly female. And one of my students came up with a conclusion I wanted her to, without me saying shit. She said, "What? Do they not go to work?" Hello, there it is. So on the second part of the experiment, we went to South Memphis. That's the heart of the ghetto. And we got some food at a little soul food joint, and just kicked it outside. I'm not afraid of my people. You know what I'm saying? Just kicked it all day, observing. And what did we observe? We observed that um, the people that worked in Popeye's Chicken, the people who worked in Crystal Burger, and you know what I'm saying, the fast food joints were overwhelmingly black. You know what I'm saying? And there it is. It's in your face. Therein lies the caste system. This system supports it needs a peasant class, and we've been allocated as peasant class. But interestingly enough, like our sister Wani has told us, we have fought. We are not the peasant class. We are very far from it because of our will and ingenuity. But psychologically, the idea that we're peasants is spread all across the fucking world with Hollywood and the media. You know what I'm saying? Wani had a conversation. Go ahead.
But see, Professor,
Go ahead.
it's time that we separate and discriminate against them. Okay, it's time we separate and discriminate against these D9 members. It's time we separate and discriminate against these Zionist Jews in these cities where we are. All we have to do is stop spending our money with them and separate from them.
That's what I was saying earlier.
They'll come back kissing ass.
Man, Mark, I'm from Alabama, man, and I went to college in Montgomery. That's what happened during the bus boycott, man. All we did is come together. You know what I'm saying? All this foolishness that some of these idiots in the spaces be talking about violence. No, you don't know the violence. All you need to do is what we did in Bama, man. We just, one day, all the church members stuff got together and said, you know what? We're not going to get on the bus. We're going to carpool and we're going to fucking walk. And that shit shut Montgomery down, man. Imagine what would happen if we decided to not spend our money with one company. Let's just say next year, Foundational Black Americans say we're not buying any Nike products. Imagine, and I'm not picking on Nike. I like Nike, but
Or no Popeyes.
oh man, it'll shut down. It'll shut down. It's power. That's why Tommy Sotomayor was kind of getting on my nerves because he was lying. He's talking about basically we are powerless and that we have to ask. Um,
Bro, hey, stop, stop,
but
stop. Why do we even give a fuck what he think? Fuck that motherfucking parasite. He don't mean anything to us in this country that we built. Well, what he says means absolutely nothing. They eating off the backs of our people. Why do we even care about what they think? Why do we care about any of these people who came and do you all know that these Irish and Italians were starving like dogs when they got to this country?
absolutely.
We fed
Okay,
them.
Life
I want to
invested on
I
those
want to say
ships.
something to that because
No,
they.
I just want to say this because a lot of our young people don't know some of these things that us
Hmm.
that are
And there
older
you go.
are trying to
Yes,
give y'all.
yes.
You know what I mean? We're trying to give y'all the history of who you are. It's the
They
D9 niggas
showed
that
up
don't
life
teach black
invested.
history in these schools. The D9 members are worse than the Ku Klux Klan not teaching black history. You know why? Because they
Let
want you to
me
learn Greek history. They
Hello.
want you to learn everything but about yourself. These Irish and Italians were like starving animals when they got to this country. Don't allow them to talk to y'all like they're human beings. Get your ass on all four and put this collar and leash on, dog. Who the fuck are you talking to? Same thing goes for them
let
Jews and
me
all of them. Don't let them talk to y'all like they
let
fucking
me
like they superior to you.
let me
You the superior one. You know what I'm
let me
saying? You taught them how to wash their ass. They ain't taught you shit.
Mm-mm.
let me add
You
to
God.
this because I don't think people know that they came on those lice infested ships and they had to be, what do you call it? Held, quarantined because they were so filthy. They were lice infested on those Ellis Island bound ships. Another thing that we don't keep in mind is that we've been over here actually changing the English language. You see, English isn't that old. And we got in on Middle English, and we have a lot to do with the way that English is spoken here in America. Not only did we know how to speak English, but a lot of those people getting off of those ships had to make an X by their name. They didn't know how to spell their names. They didn't speak English, and they didn't fit in. And what do you think they thought getting off of that ship? And here we are, well dressed, looking fly like we did back in the day, speaking English, and they got off lice infested looking like a bunch of bums. And they had to learn English. The Italians, the Poles, and all the rest of them. And they had very heavy Irish brogues too. So they were very identifiable by the way that they anyway, they don't impress me because my grandmother wrote a whole uh speech about how these immigrants refused to go to school. She had to force, they were making their children work, like little Italian boys shoeing horses all day, and they didn't even care about school. None of those people on those Ellis Island ships advocated for schools, and here we are with all these 101 HBCUs, and they have their nose up in the air. They didn't even want to, she had to insist that these ragamuffins put their children in school and stop using them as workers.
But one, we have to deprogram our young people so they'll understand who they are.
I,
They
well, I
they
want a quick.
really, a lot of them have been, look, a lot of them come from families who look up to other groups of people, and so they unconsciously taught their children to look up to these other people. They don't understand and know that they are the salt of America. America is nothing without us. Period.
Period. So, what y'all are saying, y'all are cooking like a motherfucker. I love it, and that's my position in this world is to teach real history. I've got fired from a beautiful job as professor and administrator at one of the oldest historically black colleges. But this ain't about me. I wanted to back y'all up with some scholarship. So let's look at what Dr. Howard Zinn, because y'all are really Wani and Dr. King Carter. Y'all are talking about the crux, the absolute apex of the problem. And this problem is what you're saying. So, first and foremost, Dr. Howard Zinn says immigrants, quote, immigrants, the immigrants from Ireland fleeing starvation there when the potato crop failed, were coming to America now, packed into old sailing ships. The story of these ships differ only in detail in the accounts of the ships that earlier brought black slaves and later German, Italian, and Russian immigrants.
Is somebody
This is a
speaking? I
contemporary.
can't hear him if it is.
Oh, yeah, I'm speaking. Come, drop and come right back, Carter. Can y'all hear me talking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we hear you. Mark, you gotta drop and come back up.
I'm gonna wait on him because he needs to hear this. He disappeared. Okay. Well, Dr. Howard Zinn agrees with what y'all were saying. Only, let's see, where is there he is. So, brother Mark and I almost called y'all class and scholars. We, Dr. Howard Zinn, I just said what y'all just said, but here goes the crux of the problem. And I want y'all to hear this shit real well. And when I say it, I want you to think of the Biden administration because he's Irish, right? Dr. Zinn says, how, quote, how could these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathizers with the black slave, who was becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of agitation in the country? Indeed, most working class activists at this time ignored the plight of blacks. Eli Moore, a New York trade union leader elected to Congress, argued in the House of Representatives against receiving abolitionist petitions. Racist hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. I'm going to say that one more time. Racist hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. And there it is. There goes the crux of the problem. Is America is full of immigrants, like Mark said, was crawling around, filthy and stinking and diseased with pus sores. And when they got over here, the black man and woman was the scapegoat for them to be able to focus. So basically, the issue became okay. Well, forget about the fact that you're poor and homeless and disease infested. Focus on the black. The foundational Black American became the focal point for all these immigrants. We've always been that way. Like I told you earlier, Woodrow Wilson triggered the Great Migration he supported all that lynching and shit. And if y'all, I double dare y'all to put lynching, pre Great Migration lynching, or put lynching, 1920s, 1900 lynching, and hit images. The people, the brothers and sisters you see hanging from them trees are all dressed up, and that's not by mistake. Um, Business owners and well-to-do black families were targeted and lynched out of jealousy. Again, Dr. Zan said racial hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. They
Because
made
we had
example.
those thousands of Tulsas. Tulsa,
Yes.
Oklahoma wasn't the only place. that we had successful business districts? We had 2 and 3 thousand of them, bro. I wish that we would start just really well, I say continue to give this real history to our young people. These the goddamn Irish and Italians come from the same shitholes that these Africans come from, starving when they got to this country.
It was worse because the Africans at least have the jungle, you know.
Yeah,
At least
and then all these old weak Greek niggas, you know what I'm saying, went to school black and came home Greek. Why y'all think that they wanted to be in front of the education system after Brown versus Board of Education so they can subordinate our family members? And we talking about black Americans did this shit in conjunction with them racist ass Jews and those Irish. They work together. And so now this reawakening that's happening is causing shit to clash. In cities like Chicago, we don't give a fuck what they have to say. Jesse Jackson can't tell us shit here. None of these so-called national niggas. And most of the national organizations, y'all, in this country are headquartered in Chicago. The
I've
majority of them.
noticed that.
Nation of Islam, Operation Push, the Hebrew Israelites, the Moorish Americans, the AKAs, all that shit is headquartered here. And them niggas
That's,
don't say shit about nothing as long as they
that's
get what
interesting.
they want. We grew up and started doing what y'all see now. We are writing history right now by going against these people. They were with these fucking Jews and shit and these Irish mass incarcerating us in the 90s. Now that we're older, fuck them. We don't care what they think. That's why we just went against them. And that's what y'all have to do in y'all cities. These people, y'all, open enemies. I don't give a fuck if there's some of them some kin to y'all. Stop telling some goddamn white supremacy. Ain't shit supreme about no white motherfucker. They know that they not supreme. And when you say that shit, you subconsciously believe, and then you have this unconscious fear of them. Them motherfuckers like the dog in your backyard, waiting to be walked, mentally waiting to be walked.
That's very fascinating. And I
I
will
just
say that foundational Black Americans, we lead like our sister Wani said a bunch of times. I'm paraphrasing you. Is everybody follows us around? Yeah.
I just wanted to say also how, you know, now versus the past, it didn't take a college degree to be successful. I feel like that in itself was like some form of like colonization. And
It
I,
was.
I seen like Chicago State University was founded in 1867. So what was Black Americans doing before then to where they were like owning businesses and owning homes in the 1800s? They totally leave that out. But I'm like really on a quest to teach my babies and these children. um I'm like caught in between like career paths because I want to be a teacher, but the system is so messed up. They don't want me to teach these things. So, I mean, I'm just building myself up, but I just wanted to say that I think we're going through another reconstruction era,
I think we
and
are too.
But they can't
we
stop you. See, they can't stop you when you connect your classroom to the community. Okay? When you
Right.
connect your classroom to the community, you teach whatever the fuck you want to teach. You see how them
I've been
immigrants, you
seeing
see them immigrants.
But I've been seeing, yeah, but that's because the system is oppressing us. That's why we're not being accurately depicted in anything because
No, the
they're
black,
purposely
no,
suppressing us.
black
I know
D9 Masons and
teachers.
Eastern Stars, the D9 and the Masons and
Well,
Eastern Stars are partnered with these Zionists and these Irish and these different groups to
mhm.
undermine you. They are the first line of defense to the
and
bullshit.
how
Hmm.
do we fight? How do we fight them? Because
I just told
I
you.
know
I
teachers,
just told
but
you
I
how to
know
do it.
teachers who are getting fired. They're getting fired for like
Because they're not
using their
connecting
own.
their classroom to the community. See, when you connect your classroom to the community and they fuck with you, the community coming to your aid. Our city councilman, the mayor hates our city councilman, but he knows if he fuck with her, we coming. He knows this shit, and so he keeps his distance from her because he knows that when she turn around, she ain't got to worry about when she turn around. Everybody gonna be around. Hell no, we standing right there with her.
we still can't ignore though the union that's in CPS and the actual system
It's
that's in
more
place
people
that's
than it is the
suppressing.
unions. It's more of us than it is the unions.
Well,
Okay?
what should we do then? How do we
I just
combat this?
said it to you.
Because
Connect your classroom with the community. See, what I mean by that is like Jeffrey Canada with the Harlem Children's Zone. The schools and communities are all connected. He created the Harlem Children's Zone to control education, to control housing, to control healthcare programs. Look up the Harlem Children's Zone. See, you stop letting people convince you that it's all about you. You nobody by yourself. You are the people when you connected with them.
Right, right,
You see what I'm saying?
and
When
that's
when,
the
when we
whole.
if you build something in our neighborhood right now, oh, we gonna get together 100 strong and walk on your site. We just walk in there and start working there. We work here. You in the neighborhood, we work here too. That's how we do these motherfuckers.
Carter, I gotta inbox you.
I'm trying to tell you how we do this shit. We walk right on your site, man, and man, y'all just start working. You know what I'm saying, man? Fuck that. You know, we'll fill out the application later. Fuck that shit.
You know we got a lot of
He
battles we
work
be
here,
going through though, Mark. We be
huh?
it's so many battles we be in like in Chicago.
Because where you out south? You out south or out west?
We out south. Well, I grew up out west, but
Mm-hmm.
I end up moving out south. But it's so many
See, it's a different
battles.
world out there with y'all than it is out west.
Yeah.
See, we don't care nothing about none of them uppity niggas. We don't give a fuck. Either you get in line or get the fuck on. Our city councilman, we ran his ass out of office. Nigga, you gonna do the fuck we telling you to do, or you get the fuck on. You don't tell us what the fuck you gonna do. Green eyed ass nigga, who the fuck you think you talking to? Man, we started protesting that nigga house, catching him and his family downtown, them restaurants and shit, while he smiling with them crackers and shit. We come in the restaurant and sit at his table, sit on the table, all kind of shit. He quit. He got the fuck away from us. Shit. Y'all stop letting them people fuck over y'all like that. They work for you. You don't work for them.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. And with the educational system, the communities, what we have now is principals are no longer. The community should have a say so in what fucking principal works at that school. The community should have a say so in really what teachers work at that school. And in a lot of black jurisdictions, the board is strategically selecting principals and teachers to go to, especially principals, to go to these schools in our neighborhood that and provide values to our children that are not our values. If y'all know what I'm talking about, this shit's deep, man.
Yeah, I had
But
to take my son. I had to take my son out of school. Like, I just want to say for the family on here too. Like, if y'all having issues with y'all kids and you don't understand, you doing everything that you could possibly do, it could be the school. Ask your children what they teaching these kids, what the teachers are saying to y'all kids. Y'all don't even know the stories I have from some of my kids, teachers letting them curse, right?
hmm,
Playing degenerate music. Y'all teachers want to play degenerate music around our children and then want to use that as an excuse not to give them anything. You know what I'm saying? Just I have to go toe to toe with so many so-called educators who are teaching our children under a guise of a stereotype. They're not looking they see a little black boy with the hoodie. Now you going to treat him like he a criminal. You pull that hoodie off, man. Some of these kids are the most thought-provoking, brilliant, sweetest souls you have ever met in your life.
hmm.
So, and we don't overjudge our kids. Like don't think that your child know everything. And the society wants to demonize our black children, make our children not innocent. The whole you fast type of thing. No, we have to keep our children innocent as long as we can. And like I said, you sending your kids to these schools and they changing their behavior, changing and all that, have a talk with them.
But Mark was right. It's the solution is all in community, because if we had our community together, and it's not our fault that our communities were destroyed. I mean, $1 billion, billions of dollars went into this destruction of our community. We're talking about government research. I bring up BF Skinner's evil ass. It's so much, so many different things went into the destruction of our neighborhoods.
Bro, we had a principal in our neighborhood who was gay, and he would bring his lover to the school. We found out he was bringing his lover to the school, kissing his lover in front of the kids. Oh, we ran his ass the fuck out of the neighborhood. Oh, you gotta go. Get your ass up out of here. And then he started this shit called the Gay Straight Alliance, all this old weird ass shit. We don't care heterosexual or homosexual. Keep that shit out of our school. We gave him so much hell. His little white gay ass, he got the fuck up out of there. He couldn't take it. He told the school, "Hey, I can't take it, man. I come to the parking lot. They protested me. You know what I'm saying? We don't give a fuck about your pronouns."
Yeah, yeah. You're with your students. I mean, your children are with your teachers longer than they're with you, so it does matter. You know.
Yeah, can I add something?
Go ahead.
And so for me personally, so I when I was in high school, I noticed that they were hiring a lot of younger teachers, right? And I was teaching my algebra 2 teacher algebra, bro. This cat was so silly, and he was white, of course. Um, I noticed with it's called AmeriCorps, right? And they'll put these people, whether like freshly in college or whatever, out of college, and they'll put them in like the most poorest like cities, right? And I had a friend who went to Memphis actually. Stopped talking to her because she started pissing me off when she would ask me for advice on the students, right? I had another friend who tried to do another program within the prison system. Again, both foreigners, right, who went through these programs. And the one got upset with me because she said, Savannah, what can I do to get the black fathers to be okay with the LGBT community? I said, that will never
You
happen.
should have told. You
Don't
should have
even waste
told
your
her.
time.
You should have told her goddamn ass. What does that have to do with geometry?
Well, well, see, well, these are two different people. I'm trying to I talk about two different stories. I'm sorry, I got ADHD. I'm trying to the stories are are similar, but so she gets upset with me because I tell her that's not going to happen because that's not what that's not a principle of ours. And she's Muslim, right? They're both Muslim, right? And then this girl in Memphis, somebody mentioned about how they playing music or whatnot, letting them play music. I'm like, you don't, Young Dolph, yeah, yes, he's a staple, but don't feed into that. Why are you trying to be their friend? Why are you trying to be their friend? Now you wondering why they don't listen to you. You wonder why whenever you try to give them direction, they want to laugh and play along. You went in trying to be their friend. You're not going to get there. You're not going to get anywhere. You should have tried to develop earning respect first. I was the bad guy when I said that. I also became the bad guy when I said, don't waste your time with that because that's not what we're on. That's not a principle of ours, you know? And it's not to say it's a shame. We're not homophobic. The simple fact that they're showing up for their son says something. They don't have to accept that. Their sons aren't gay. So why are you trying to include that? I became the bad guy. But it's just like why they try to insert different things within our culture, but they're Muslim and they don't believe that themselves.
Yeah, I'm actually very shocked at that and disgusted. I'm trying to figure out were they Arab?
Yes, well, one's Arab and one is Pakistani.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah. They would never bring that to their own children. I swear to God,
exactly. And,
they
we'll
would
see.
never.
Exactly. And we'll see one of the biggest things too that I noticed, because I was part of a cohort that you apply your sophomore year. They only pick 20 sophomores out of the whole sophomore class. And Professor, you're absolutely right. They only had one black American, black male, and then they like cherry pick like four black girls, right? I was one of them, right? And so they took us to different parts of this United States, different, they call it immersion programs or whatever. We went to Chicago. They took us to University of Chicago, and they took us into like the president's room where they do like major businesses or major business meetings. And I noticed all the presidents were white. That was really creepy. And they were trying to like encourage us to apply there. I noticed that. Anyways, they also took us to North Carolina because we had like a project with SAS or whatever, and we had to do a consultant project with them. Anyways, when we did that, tell me why they took us on this quote unquote Confederacy tour, and this white guy made it so uncomfortable that even the white kids was just like, "What the hell?" his whole story to us was like, yeah, the South may have lost the war, but they won the overall battle. And I just thought that was just,
It's not
I
true.
don't know. Yeah,
But
exactly.
this, believe it or not, this was a kind of a deviation off title, but actually it really isn't, because our foreigners up in our mixed cosplaying as FBA. Yeah, we got teachers that are from foreign countries up in our teaching in the hood, like Savannah was just talking about. I don't think it's a bad thing to play rap. I would play rap around my young Dolph, around my kids, but it just
My
depends.
bad. These were 7 and 8 year olds. Sorry.
No, yeah, it's teaching is a very complicated profession, but the problem is that people have with teaching is they don't know their material. So if you know what you're talking about, just like us, we're talking for hours because we know what we're talking about. We had plus life experience, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is it's systematic. It's cultural warfare. That you got programs like Teach for America that would send a little Caucasian Ivy League graduate, let's say a young man, into the heart of Memphis to teach for just 2 years because he really wants to go to medical school, and they make deals like that. So what that does to these kids in Memphis is have them looking up to somebody who's outside their culture, trying to get accepted to a school that may not be for them. I had to tell a bunch of my students that Yale may not be for you. I know this because I went to Harvard and I didn't finish there. I didn't even last a whole year at Harvard. It was outrageously expensive, and it wasn't my culture. Just wasn't for me. It was beautiful and beautiful girls, good drinks, good food, but long story short, we have to stay within our own, um, around our own lineage. Go ahead, the black.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. If you notice, a lot of these visas that they use to get over here, and I'm kind of glad that you maintain a level head when you was dealing with him, because some of these visas they can use and say that they was talked down to about being a foreigner by Black Americans, and they use that to get full citizenship or a green card, and and I feel like a lot of them come in these spaces to use that to their advantage and try to trigger a reaction just so they can use that and go back and try to use that as evidence to gain some type of citizenship. And it's a lot of underhanded things that these people do just to be around us or just be here on our land without trying to respect us. And uh, yeah, I'm cool with Colin Ice. I got it on speed out already.
I always thought that some of these foreigners are kind of like auditioning for, saying trying to prove their disdain for Black Americans. That's really kind of like an audition for the dominant society. But it's been real interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
They want to be the next Candace Owens.
Yeah, they're auditioning. I felt like that Joker that came on our space earlier was kind of auditioning. It felt like performative. I don't know who he brought with him, but it was performative. But
You see, she trying to get her nigga card though. She doing all the pandering she can do to make it seem like she's really black now. She's done with her old coonish ways.
oh shit, I just thought about what you said. She trying to get her nigga going. Love it, brother. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anybody else want to come up and contribute?
Also, I don't want to cut you
No,
off,
you
Professor,
anytime.
but
You got it.
y'all make comments about people being light skinned. I share my story. You can look my mama up, Melvette Sockwell. She's fair skinned, right? Why do we make a why do we always do this when we know we come in different shades?
Um,
Like,
I wrote
Can
a.
I answer that?
Go ahead.
Because through colonialism, having a lighter shade was weaponized against our darker skinned brothers and sisters. So back in the day, if you were fairer skinned, a lot of them, some of them aided in white supremacy, and they also were put at the head. So even like in these historical black colleges, like even with the sororities and stuff like that, most of them were like fair skinned. So it was like
I feel like they still do it to this day.
Y'all,
Shoot,
y'all,
those the black racists that I'm telling you about. They
it's a
can be
lot.
dark as I am too now.
It's deep. It's deeper than that, ladies and gentlemen. I wrote a book, my first book, which is y'all are interested in it. You can just go to my Cash App and give me $20. Put $20 in a Cash App, and then put your address, and I'll send you a copy. But I got like 200 copies left. But anyway, when I went to Ghana, I found some shit out that nobody told me. And this book on page 18, I call this article "Good Hair, Bad Hair: The Portuguese Weaponized Race Mixing." So, according to me, quote, many Africans started their slavery process at Elmina Castle in Ghana. The Portuguese slavers would intentionally rape the female enslaved Africans with the direct intention of creating a mixed race child. Yes. Now, let me add to that. They would rape I'm gonna send y'all a picture because y'all need to know this shit. Um, at Elmina Castle, I'm about to send you a picture of the courtyard, and if you look around, come on, focus, focus, focus. Brand new iPhone, and it won't focus. Okay, so shit. Okay, so if you look at this picture right here, um, you'll see a little building, like a little bitty walls of a prison. Now that prison looking thing is Elmina Castle, the place where they would put the enslaved Africans to be sold. Well, the men were on the right and the women were on the left. Now let me tell you how fucking evil and insidious these fucking people are. They wanted us to see each other, so they had windows. Why? Because every morning they call him the governor, the Portuguese in charge of the slave castle, would pick the young lady that he wanted to rape, and he would rape her in full view of everybody. Now that had it had three purposes. Number one, they were trying to break the spirit of the women and the men. So the women got to see the girl get raped, the men got to see the girl get raped, and there was a feeling of helplessness, like I can't help her. Now the secondary function of that, there was intent to get her pregnant with a mixed race child. Why were they getting her pregnant? They were getting her pregnant to give birth to a mixed race child, which lastly and third was going to be used to put on a whole nother boat and sold at a whole nother premium. And this mixed race child was used to create a leadership class amongst the enslaved Africans. So that shit happened in Africa. I thought it happened in America, but it happened on the coast of Africa. They were creating this light skinned leadership class. They were telling them things like, you're better than the other blacks, your hair is prettier. That's where good hair, bad hair, the concept came from. This concept was further enhanced in Washington, D.C., because in the Washington D.C. area, the uh, the slave owner class of the Thomas Jeffersons and the like, most of them had a mistress where they were making mixed race children. So the white women complained so much that they created a college for mixed race children. We call that college Howard University. Howard University was created for mixed race children of a bastardized marriage. You know what I'm saying? Um, so it's a lot of history out here, a lot of hidden history that is not really examined. My grandmother applied to Howard. My grandmama died about 15 years ago, and she applied to Howard in the 40s.
Professor talking.
I can't hear him either. All right.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. A phone call.
Please unmute yourself, Professor. Unmute yourself, Professor.
Hello.
Unmute your. Oh, he's on the phone. It sounds like his phone rang or he stepped out of range. I'm looking at it and he's not on
Okay.
blue or purple, whatever that color is.
Uh,
Okay, I think I'm starting to hear him a little bit. He's coming through the portal. I think he was in the fifth dimension. Come on, Professor.
can you hear me?
There he
Can you
is.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I had a phone call. My space is actually not acting up today. I had a phone call. My wife wanted me to go get some. But anyway, um, yes. So basically, what was I talking about? I felt like it was important. What was the last thing I said? Anybody remember?
The Howard University. She applied in
Yeah.
1940.
Yeah. My grandmother applied to Howard, and back then she had perfect 4.0 and excellent marks. They were going to accept her on full scholarship. But Howard used to make you put a picture. You had to get a photograph to put on your application. And my grandma was dark brown. When she gave her the photograph, they rejected her. So Howard and Hampton were created for mixed race children. And I just wanted to identify that whole ideology that light skin is better goes all the way back to Ghana, to the Gold Coast rather. Ghana didn't exist, where they were raping uh, children, and to create mixed race, weaponized. So light skin was weaponized from the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. The history is very interesting. If you dive into it, you know.
Did you hear what I said,
All right,
Professor?
ladies. No, sir, I
The
didn't. Go
lighter
ahead.
than a brown paper bag was what they were doing to her.
Yep. If you brown, stick around. If what was it? If you, I forgot. It used to be. If you if you black, get back. No, if you yellow, you mellow. If you brown, stick around. If you black, get back. But that shit broke my grandmama's spirit, like, cause she was real smart and real kind of like nerdy. I guess that's where I get it from. And she said she was really excited to go to Howard, because Howard used to be a real big deal to black folks. And they accepted her. And when they got that picture, they rejected her. And then she went to the hospital for nervous conditions. And you know what the doctor prescribed her? The doctor prescribed her cigarettes. And she ended up dying of
I
lung
thought you was
cancer
gonna say
too.
cocaine.
Mm-mm. They told her nervous condition, and the doctor literally prescribed her some cigarettes called Pall Mall.
I know people
Pall
still
Mall.
smoking those.
They still exist.
Oh yeah, oh
Yeah.
yeah. Them old women,
My
they still smoke.
my grandmother used to smoke those.
Oh my gosh, one
Wow.
is same. Oh my god. Okay, listen. And then I worked at a cancer hospital. Tell me why this little black lady used to always. I'm like, listen, you can't do that. But and they used to always have to lock her cigarettes up in the medicine cabinet.
Wow.
Oh, the fort man. One thing about it, and she fair skinned too. I mean, that's just everybody goes back except going back to lineage and whatnot. Um, I posted a picture on my timeline of my great 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 grandmother, and you can tell she's a native. But then when you look at my grandmother's father, he's pitch black. But when you look at his mother, she you can tell she's native or whatever. And it's just like it is what it is. I'm not ashamed. My mama ain't never make me. I mean, yeah, there was colorism, but it is what it is. My mama loved black men, so I'm glad that she looked out for me. That's all.
But that's why I love this movement, because what's starting to come out. I think Dr. Carter said we're part of history. Somebody said that, but we are. What we're starting to identify, really, inside of my spaces, inside of our spaces, is that the Black American is an amalgamation. That's what Black American means. Is uh, a person who was mixed with a whole bunch of different things before the 1876 census. So once we codify that, think about it. That's going to eliminate all this light skin, bright skin, dark skin junk that's been dividing us. You know what I'm saying? Where's all of this? Hold on.
Remember, remember when? Can you hear me? This app is making a bunch of weird sounds. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you now.
Okay, so okay, so yeah, that stuff that the Africans are saying, they don't have anything to do with us because we were called colored before, and the term colored was to address the fact that we were mixed. Everybody was colored, and now everybody is black because we changed it. Okay, so none of these people have anything to do with us because Africans are not listed as colored unless they're in that area in South Africa, Cape Colors or whatever the hell they're whatever they're calling themselves. But we are. We chose the term black. It has nothing to do with being African. We could have very well called ourselves colored, and then what would they do? If we were called colored, they couldn't come over here and call themselves colored. They can't go to South Africa and become colored. They're Africans, and they're Africans no matter where they go. If the Irish people want to play with them and let them claim to be Irish, then they can, but they're not playing with me. They're not playing with my background, and they're not going to sit up here and demand an allegiance. We owe no allegiance. I mean, what are they claiming we owe an allegiance for? I'm confused. If you sold people into slavery, they don't owe you an allegiance. You left them to die.
Right.
Why do you think we owe you an allegiance? That's like, remember that woman who killed her three kids? That's like a woman who kills her three kids, getting out of jail and saying, I should get to live with you. No, you shouldn't. Because that woman, Diane Downs, shot three of her kids and paralyzed one and injured the other and killed one. They don't want anything to do with her. She's their mammy, but they don't owe her any allegiance. And Africa is not our mother. Okay? We have some lineage from there. I do anyway. But that's not my mother. I'm not going to bow down to Africa any more than I'm going to bow down to England. We're our own group. We don't owe any allegiance to any of these people. I mean, really, why don't they go pick on somebody else and tell Caribbeans they're African Caribbeans? Why are they in our face? And it's just natural for them to do it. And I know we're responsible for some of that because we were running around trying to be Pan-Africanists and reaching out and letting Fela Kuti creep over here and hang up under James Brown to get a free music genre, which they try to slam down our throat. Yeah, Afrobeat, just take it over. You're not taking over anything. And that's our music genre that we gifted to you because you don't have any talent. These people are out of their minds. I'm arguing with somebody right now. You African. No. Most of your genetics are shut up. That's like a Chinese person running up on a Native American reservation and saying you're Asian. Go away. Chinese people and Native Americans don't have anything to do with each other. Okay? That's like somebody from Pakistan running up in India. They're right next to each other, talking about we're both South Asian. So I have nuclear weapons pointed at you. Go away. They're on the same continent. We probably can't tell them apart.
It's
They have the same
it's
genetics.
all a finesse, Wani. It hit me upside my head when I was in West Africa. I realized that none of these damn name one West African country or African country, mind you, that gives us automatic citizenship. And don't say Liberia because I checked into that. That's bullshit. Liberia wants some money too. So
I
if
can
you don't
sell
got
you a
a
rock.
automatic citizenship, but
Oh, we,
I
we
said I can
definitely
sell you.
messing
I
with
what you
said
that
I
say?
can
stuff,
sell
y'all.
you a rock. I said I can sell you a rock because what they do is you can go over there and get the land, but because you're not married into the families or whatever, like it's so many. It's like Ghana, more like especially for like Ghana. If you're not married into like a quote unquote tribe or have quote in like direct lineage right there, that you're not getting that. That land is not yours technically. You're leasing it, and they can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah, they can
See,
let
y'all
you.
know
They
we
can.
messing the hustle up, y'all. We messing the hustle up of the immigrant, of the so-called black elite, all this shit. By us moving the way we moving now, it's fucking the whole game up. And so I'm saying to y'all, mash the gas harder. Fuck all of this shit up. They've had long enough to play this game. We talking since WB Du Bois. These people have done all kinds of things to our to us. It's time that we fuck the game all the way up. Okay? Don't vote for their candidates. Don't do anything that they say. Fuck them. Don't try to be a part of their groups. Discriminate against them. Speak against them. Isn't that all the things they did to us? Didn't they? Didn't they side with all these liberal Jews and shit against us? Okay, well we're gonna return the favor. Let's return the favor, y'all.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. My thing is the children. You know what I'm saying? How are you letting people take opportunity away from your children? How are you letting that happen? What do I know? All right, any other contributors?
Let me just laugh a little bit. I'm trying to watch it.
Come on.
Wadi said, "How y'all doing?" Wadi made my whole.
Hey,
She
you know,
making my whole weekend. Do you hear me? She is making my entire weekend. I'm so happy. She said, "We gifted that to you because you don't have any talent." I'm screaming. Tell it, Wadi. It was a gift. Take it and move on, y'all. Oh, Lord, I wish I had been here in the beginning. Here's the thing. This is what I want you to tell you. It is very deep about that color. My grandmother had every shade, and my mother has. There's four of us, and we're all four different colors. And we don't do colorism in our family. Never have. I didn't. I experienced it. Teenage growing up around the girls and stuff like that. But they used to say it was ingrained in the boomer society. Hear me, y'all. All the boomers, all the black boomers know it. If you're white, you're all right. If you're brown, stick around. If you're yellow, you're mellow. And if you're black, get back. Every black boomer knows that. That's how deep that is. Colorism stuff. But see, we didn't, I wasn't allowed, we were not allowed in my mom and daddy's household to do colorism or even, say anything like that. So, and I never said it coming up because I knew what it was. But for anybody who's younger than me, because it lasts a period of your time, ladies, a period of your lifetime, it doesn't last always. And I say this for anybody who's experiencing negative effects from colorism and people. I used to say this, and people would leave me alone immediately. Don't hate me because the slave owners raped my ancestors. See? And if they can't understand that, you ain't got no business talking to them anyway. I'm going to leave it there. I want to go back to Wani cussing somebody else out. Get them, Wani. Gather them. Gather them. Do you hear me? I don't know what happened. I wish it was recorded. I wish I had been here. But whoever it was, they probably won't be back. I doubt it. I'm going to leave it there.
I'm glad I asked it like a satire, but like wanting or not rhetorical, but like I wanted all of that because my grandmother was very colorist, right? To the point where my brother was like when we were younger, he asked my mom, he said, "Mom, why do we have black people in our house and we're white?" My brother's light skin, right? But he picked up on my grandmother's colorism at such a young age. My mom, like again, had different shades. She had eight. We're all different shades, right? I'm like, there's only three of us that's like dark, right? And we hold it proud. And but it's just one of those things where people don't realize that yes, there was a generation very strongly against it, and my grandmother was a part of that.
My grandmother had nine, and one of my aunts could pass and was actually told, not by any member of our family, but by outside people, to pass for white so she could get a job, and she refused. And then I had another aunt, and she looked like she could have been an African. She was just that dark. We were taught in my mom and daddy's household, black comes in all shades. And that's just what that is. That's that amalgamation stuff y'all keep talking about and teaching about. So keep it up so people understand because colorism is a curse in our black society. It's a curse. And the D9 do hold it up. They held it up for years. I remember when the AKAs would not accept anybody that was not a woman that was not light skinned. They only recently in my generation started to do so. Well, not my generation, the generation younger than me, because I know people younger than me that are in that. So it's a very, it's not, it tears us apart. It's not a building block,
Totally.
is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna leave it there.
Yeah, my mom's from the South, and so her mom, my grandmother, had 15, and then my great grandmother had 21, and then yeah, it was just yeah, coming from a big family and everybody just different shades.
Man, just think y'all about how all our grandmothers was having like 10 and 12 kids. That was nothing for us, especially you coming from Mississippi, Alabama.
Yep, the average was 9. In the Caribbean, the average was 4 because they weren't mass bred. So you didn't have the same experience that we had. Thank you very much.
No cap. I enjoyed y'all. Anybody else want to contribute?
We have a couple of requests.
Okay, Samari, let's see what he's about. Super Mario, enlighten me.
Mhm.
I
Super
think that's it.
Mario.
Can you hear Super Mario?
Mm,
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Go
yes.
ahead.
All right. Peace to the family. Good to see y'all. Hey, I really value your perspective, Dr. A. Professor and Wani, as well as the rest of you guys. And man, speaking on this topic, I'm just starting to notice, with this whole delineation movement, just internally, looking at my family and my dad's side specifically. They from Charleston, South Carolina. Um, he's got two siblings. They all went to Howard. They're darker complected, but the mindset, is definitely pro Democrat and all of that. I couldn't get them out of that, way line of thinking. You know what I mean? They so entrenched in it, and they've been through a lot. So for me, as 37, trying to teach them something like that's out of the question. You know what I mean? Especially when it's related to politics or what have you. Anyway, I got a 7-year-old daughter, and I want my dad to, you know, maintain a good relationship with her. But he's still on that Pan African stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't know if y'all had any advice as to how to,
What does he say? There's strength in numbers?
as far as the politics. I mean, he's not as on it as
Yeah,
my.
like what is I'm Dean, like what is it that he's saying that makes you feel like he's not able to see sense?
I mean, my dad, he more shuts down. My other family, my uncle's a lawyer, so he think he know everything. And my aunt, they just super pro Democrat. So, I take jabs at them, but my dad, what I mean, he just it goes in one ear and out the other. But he's hellified on that Pan Africanism. He always been that way, Uh, which I appreciate because it made me partially who I am today. But I can step back from that. You know what I mean? He was never able to do that. But anyway, he's influencing my daughter though at 7. You know what I mean? And taking her to all this African pro African stuff, and yeah, it's
Oh, I see
awkward.
what you're saying.
Yeah, it's awkward trying to, you know what I'm saying? Trying to intervene with that.
Yes,
You feel me?
I do. I get it.
So I don't know. I'm just kind of stuck right now. I
You
hope the
could
family has some
you
insight
could
on that.
tell you could tell him maybe I mean, I think some of these people just don't know the vast body of lineage that we built up here. I just think they don't know and they think they need to attach to something else. And it's like, what are you attaching to? Basket weavers? What is this so called culture you're trying to align yourself with? These people come over here bragging about being the first person to learn to read. Come on. Literally said black girl magic. I'm the first person to read. We have had colleges in this country since the 1800s. Don't put your black girl magic on there. That's African girl magic.
Mm.
Learning how to read in 2024 is African girl magic, not black girl magic.
So we want you say it's not a flex.
No, it's not. It's an embarrassment. They should have their own education. They shouldn't be waiting for white people to hand them education. And that's what they've been doing. They should have had it before the white man ever showed up. Instead, they have nothing. Nothing written down. Sitting up there getting colonized and waiting for the white boy to give them a school. What is that?
Mm.
Hmm.
And now they took over Howard, so you know.
Right. They need that. I mean, what can they do? All they can do is try to take over other people's stuff because they definitely don't have their own things and they need to leave.
If they talk to their leadership the way that they talk to us, I think they would have a lot more, but they don't have the guts.
I would just like to suggest to the brother that just spoke, and thank you all for this space. Um, maybe in a conversation with your daughter, because I'm a grandmother too, and I have family members like my dad, and the elders. They're on some other stuff. They just, and so you could kind of frame the conversation with your daughter that she's of a new generation, and you can teach her through history how things have changed and just show her how, during this time, this is what was going on. And maybe that's why granddad thinks the way he thinks. But, and so dad thinks this way, and you coming behind me, you give her the vision, you give her that expectation. And I think that might work well.
Yeah, I agree.
I can most definitely agree with that. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
I
I
can
hear
hear
you.
Yeah.
you.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having this space. Shout out to the host, Professor Allen. Shout out to Wani Spots, Miss Nikki. Shout out to all you all in the space. I kind of want to harp on what Wani was talking about, and it's based off the topic. Um, See, the problem is, no, there's no such thing as a mother Africa. When people say go back to the motherland, what mother, what mom is going to abandon, and I stress this heavily, what mom is going to abandon her son or her daughter? What mom is going to leave us stranded, leave us in the wilderness? No mom is going to do that. Not that I know of, not a foundational black American mom. But an African mom, yes, of course, because they come from that stock of sellers and traders. Obviously, I mentioned before in a recent space I had, well, you guys had hosted Professor Allen and Wani about the doctrine of unequal exchange. How when the white supremacists went to Africa and gave them, um, primitive items, items that did not have no value, and they were able to just like that, sweep the resources and the minerals up underneath the Africans' feet. And the Africans in trade, they sold obviously the 3% of um, Africans that were there, basically that warrior class, because they wasn't looking for cowards or anything like that. Um, but if they can easily do that, easily, imagine what they can do now. They still harbor the same contempt. Um, they still harbor those same feelings. That's why it's no wonder Africans are always trying to Africanize us. I'm always trying to get us on their, to be Africans and to forget our lineage. It's no wonder they can easily do that because it's in their sinews, it's in their muscles to already do so. Um, Not only that, look, our lineage is so deep. I was actually talking to my mom's second cousin. They are from Virginia. Their names are the Baylors. These women and men. Let me just drop this one little jewel. My mom's cousin. She lives in Washington D.C. She lives in a prominent area called Leroy Park. That's in Northwest. It's a historical district. Back in the 1800s, there was nothing but white people there in that area. Look, so her father um, actually came through D.C. Coming out of the Virginia area, and he bought the first house that the black that my cousin lived there. He bought the first house with cash, gave the cash to the white man. The white man said, "Take it." So he was the first. They were the first people there, first black people there in that house, and they were the only ones. But then I think you had Jesse Jackson to move. He moved actually like probably a couple streets, maybe a couple houses down. He didn't live there, but I think his daughter lived there or whatnot. It's just tells you. See, I'm delving into my lineage extra hard on both sides, my mom and my dad's side. My dad is from South Carolina. My mom obviously is from Virginia, like I told you guys before. And we just have to wrap this up. We just have to sit down with our elders. We have to delve in. We have to ask questions. We have to. That's very important. And even I'm chiming on what the gentleman was talking about, how he could, help the distortion that his parents are sowing into that little girl. No, you need to bring that little girl around some thorough men and women of your lineage, and you guys need to sit down and ask questions questions. Where am I from? And they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you, man, you're not African. You're not. No, no. They're going to say you're indigenous. You're native to North America. They're not going to bombard you with all this falsehoods. Now, you do have people still on the plantation. Still, you still do have people who are just want to be a part of Africa. No, Africa don't want to be a part of you, and they don't even want. And Africans who are saying these same things, spewing these distortions, they don't even want to be a part of Africa. Because if they did, they would build Africa up. Look, I went to Nigeria in 2018. Lord, it's a mess. It's a mess. The streets are not structured. I don't mean to be all over the place. I'm gonna bring it back. The streets are unstructured. There's no sidewalks. There's cars just speeding everywhere. You have a big
Professor, check
ass.
your text message, please. Go ahead, be one rich. I'm sorry. I just got to have him check
No,
his text message. Go ahead, sir.
no, you're okay. You have a fat ass, big ass statue of Jesus right in the middle of all these black people. Everybody arms are funky. I swear to God, I could not get that smell out my damn nose. Everywhere I turned, there were underarms. I think I went to what was it, Lagos. I went to Lagos. Lagos is kind of it's either hit or miss.
Lagos.
Lagos, yeah, yeah, something like that. I went to Abuja, and we stayed in these hotels. Man, it was nothing but degeneracy. They didn't have any water. It mowed everywhere. I'm like, hold on, man. I'm telling you, when I stayed, I think I stayed there for almost 2 weeks, man. I was ready to go home. I mean, of course, it was a good experience to get out and figure out what was going on. But as soon as you get off that plane, they're tapping your pockets. They right there. They like, hold on. What can I get out of you? Blah 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 blah. Can I do this for you? Do that for you? It's a mess. It's a mess out there. And but then they have the gall or the audacity to come over here and denigrate us. No, I'm not going for it, and I don't think no one in this space is going for it. I don't. This is a new day. We are foundational Black Americans, and we are relishing in our lineage and our heritage here. And this delineation movement that we are orchestrating is so pivotal and is so important. And we need to keep our foots on these scamming tethers necks, and anybody who else who is opposed to the new movement that we got going on. And I land my plane there.
Wonderful. Anybody else had a submission?
Yeah, I was just gonna say this has been a path of Justice Malou again.
Y'all hold on one moment. I got to run an errand. Hold on. Y'all can talk, but I'm gonna disappear for a second.
Yeah, Cap.
Yeah, I was just gonna say again. I think what the last gentleman was getting to the point is where we see these ops and when we see opposition is probably what we need to be doing. Like we've been delineating, but those ops keep showing up when we're talking about delineating. That was a clear sign that this is what actually we're supposed to be doing and pushing for our own agenda. Likewise, like we're trying to get our people on code, we need to be in our own spaces where these ops keep trying to separate us. Like Wani specifically and Professor A have been talking about the 500-year history of especially on the African side of things. Like we keep saying these people are African ancestors. No, the Africans who stayed in Africa, a lot of them were the people who were the ethnociders and the enslavers, not the enslavees, which is us, and the ethnocided, which is us. So we keep thinking that we're related to these people. A lot of them were just, quite frankly, ops and probably used white supremacy to sell us out. And that's something that Professor A and Wani can go to you literally on the history and evidence to show that. So instead of debating the same thing with us who are less knowledgeable about all these specifics, just send them here. And you get what Professor A was talking about, the fakeness of the Pan-Africanism movement that went back to the 1800s. Like he was talking about that stuff is related to W.E.B. Du Bois. Like almost none of us know that history, but just send them here. They can ask these professionals and consummate knowledge, people with consummate knowledge here. And yeah, people like Wani, who's been talking to these folk for 4 or 5 years, all these fake Pan Africans and all these tethers and stuff for 5 years. So why not just direct him, someone who has the current knowledge of dealing with these folk firsthand here? So a lot of it is, I think we need to collectivize our energies into space where we have people who are of a high degree of knowledge and experience, whether that be these channels or it be Tariq or Professor, not Professor, but Jason Black. Like these are 3 channels where we need people to start calling in who are against the code at this point, because they need to be confronted with their ideas, and they're going to be pissed off for, a month or two. But after a while, I think they're going to come to gear, because a lot of us didn't want to hear this stuff 5 years ago. We were like, nah, we believe in Pan-Africanism. And we were shocked and amazed that these people were had that much hatred to us. And a lot of us hadn't thought about, like, oh, well, how many of y'all were enslavers in Africa? And how many people were ops during the original Pan-Africanism movement? Like, we didn't have any clue about this stuff, so we had to be educated just like them. We just spent more time with it, but we have consummate knowledge people here, so just send them here. And I'm just gonna land my plane with that.
I think that's a brilliant idea. Also, obviously, they can get books like, from Dr. Cloud Anderson. There's a lot of books that put a lot of game, can sow a lot of game into people who aren't really sure which way to go. Of course, spots like here, well, spaces like here, where you have informative people who can drop the knowledge, and we can learn from, people like Professor Allen or Wani Spice or Nikki or Tariq Nasheed. No, that indeed is a very, very much good idea. So we should just keep tapping in, and people who do have questions, just come through and ask the questions. Once you understand what the questions are, what you want to know about you or your lineage or what the movement is, you can ask the questions and you can pinpoint the information in books. And we're not just talking about any books. Obviously, you guys know the books that we learn the game from, and the people we learn the game from. So I agree 100% with what you're saying, sir.
I see misinformation.
Oh, I thought it was Cuttery.
I yeah, Wani, whatever you say. I don't have my glasses on. I'm in my truck, so I couldn't see it very well. So
Go ahead, Shar. Shar. Mr. Badu.
Oh, um, I just want to speak to the title. Um,
Yeah, I think foreigners are cosplaying FBA. What are y'all niggas gonna do about it though? Other than spaces.
Oh, so we starting stuff. Okay. All right. Who wants Adam?
I'm I'm not really in the mood to entertain him because he sounds ignorant. I don't see any niggas in this space, sir. Um, our brother James Baldwin said the nigga is an invention. So I don't see any inventions on stage. What's your intention? You know what? How about this? What's your lineage?
Before I tell you that, what are you gonna do about it? Because I think that y'all just gonna make spaces
He's
and cry like
African. I
Oh,
can hear him, but
you that op that
he's
Tariq
African.
got it the other
He's
day.
African.
This that joker that Tariq got at.
We do a lot of things.
We,
That's why foreigners are headed out.
Ooh, wait a minute. I got y'all
we
let
should start a TV
let
show.
Wani do
Oh,
it.
is he
Let
one of our
I want
fans?
y'all
Is he
to
a
let.
fan?
She been making my weekend. Let Wani be the one. I want her to do it.
I think his ass
Yes, go.
ran
You
off.
Wani,
I
guys
Wani,
can't
just
see.
please
want
go. Wani,
cage
go.
fights. That's
Listen,
all.
no, it wouldn't have been no cage fight, girl.
Cage
All
fights.
you
Cage
had to
fights.
do was say a couple of things. He'd have left any. When I said your name, he got out of here.
No, but you like Beetlejuice or no, Bloody
she
Mary.
said she said Wani Spots
That's
and he
when he
ran away.
left.
I said Bloody Mary, man. We should create a TV show like Cops and just like when like just get a lot of get foundation of Black Americans become ICE, right, and have a TV show centered around rounding them up, so, or the bounty hunter. I think that would make a lot of money.
And we call it black ice.
Wani. And to think we gave them Afro beats. And this is how they repay us.
And they had the nerve to cuss out the Grammys. How dare you say that this is African hip hop? We created this on our own. Nigga, there is a whole goddamn book about how you didn't create it. Go sit down somewhere, ignorant ass. Anyway, who wants to speak next?
I see Bratnella. Bratnella,
Brett?
can you hear?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. I hear you.
Okay. I'm at work, so if I stop talking abruptly, that's the reason why folks coming through. To speak to the first of all, I want to say thank you to the host and the co-host and everybody. This was a very fascinating conversation. I don't do spaces as much as I used to because there's a lot of foolery going on and no one is learning anything. And I heard a lot of facts and I took some notes. But to speak to the topics, our foreigners all up in our midst cosplaying FBA for clout. Yes, they are. On a personal note, I do security for a living. I've been doing it for 18 years. First 8 years that I started, it was a mixture of different people. Then all of a sudden, all of these foreigners, mainly from Africa, started coming in. But at the time, the management was mainly black and white management. Then all of a sudden, we merged with another company. They kicked our people out of the company and took over, and most of them are from Africa. They won't let us, the black officers, have any overtime. If you do make overtime, they try to insist you take the day off so you won't go over 40 hours, but they give their counterparts all the overtime they can handle. I was fortunate enough to go to another location, which was a union site. Now, unions have their ups and downs, but I'm like a sponge. I was taught take what you need off the shelf and leave the rest for somebody else. So I learned how to fight for my people. And as far as what they're trying to do when they mess with our money. Now, I hear a lot of people say, call ICE and call them twice. So management don't know how to talk to us. They talk to us any old kind of way, tell us what we can and cannot do. And because I'm a shop steward with my union, I don't play that with them. And I'm like this. I'll call the white man in a minute and let him know y'all are losing contracts in the DC area because management is messing up and the clients are not happy. They get a call from California, they straighten themselves out. And I love doing that to them. I bust the butt wide open without Vaseline. Now, one other thing I wanted to speak to is when y'all were talking about colorism, and I'm not sure if it's the correct person. I believe it was no taxation. She was saying that it was engraved in our psyche and our mimic from a long time ago. And when she quoted the thing, if you're white, you're right. If you're brown, stick around. If you're yellow, you're mellow. If you're black, you're back. My mom used to tell me that. My parents was born in Georgia, early 1900, 1912, 1919. Of course, the times were very rough on them. My mother was dark skinned. Both of my grandmothers were half Indian, so they were light skinned. And on top of the white kids picking on her and, you know, hitting her and everything, she went home one day and she asked her mother, she said, "What is this word black and ugly? Why every time they hit or spit on me or kick me, they call me black and ugly? What does that mean?" Her mother grabbed her by the arm and took her in front of the mirror and said, "You, it's your black, ugly skin." And that gave her a mental complex. Ain't been right in the head since. So, she hated anything black, anything black. My father was he was light skinned and he had straight hair, and so she always said that's why I married my half white husband because I know he's not gonna mistreat me. So it's very hard watching her go through that. She shut down the power company. They came to remove the power meter in our homes and put it on the outside, and they sent this dark Jamaican there, and she went off. And she wasn't violent, but she would just break glass and just raise Cain. And she shut down production for a whole day. You best believe the next day they sent a white person here to do it. She's like, "Oh, sure, come on in." So she had that mindset that if you're right, you're white. So it was just sad to do that, but yeah, it's a lot of folks that experience that stuff and they believe. I think she said back in her day they used to call them the proctors, and they would not marry anybody dark in the family. Everybody, it's like marrying into money, but they marry for color. So you had to be high yellow in order to marry a proctor.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Yes, sir.
That's why we had to say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud, and the Black is Beautiful and the Black Power movement to address some of that. And I think we need a booster shot,
Hmm.
if you ask me.
Yeah, it's still going on. But I
Did
really
some
appreciate, I love, the way y'all run your spaces. I think I was listening to Ronnie, and I think it was Antisocial the other day. And that's how I follow some of you folks that was on that panel. But I really enjoyed this. I've been listening to you like almost the whole time I've been here.
Thank you.
Yes, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Now
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna look up for some of those books you were talking about.
Oh yeah, so yeah, shout out to you. But I'm gonna address the title of this: Are foreigners up in our mix cosplaying FBA for clout? See, the reason why a lot of these foreigners, right, they come from the Caribbean, Africa, Latin America, they real nervous and scared right now because they know them deportations are coming in about a month and a half though. So they've been used to foundational black Americans or free men coming to their rescue and defending for them for a very long time. That's why they crashing out right now because they know that reality finally set in for them. Trump is not even in office yet, and they are stopping a lot of these immigration programs right now as we speak. He just met with the president of Canada, and they about to working on measures to shut the Canadian border down. Then what's going on with the deportations and immigration? That's caused a ripple effect all across the world. You got Canada talking about deporting a whole bunch of Indians and Africans, Koreans up out of Canada. That Canadian Prime Minister did in Mexico, they said it's not going to allow migrants come over here from Mexico to the U.S. border no more though. So It caused a ripple effect. And then Britain, they getting strict on their immigration laws over there. So these tethers or they scared of because you got to think about if y'all live these big sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, these immigrants in New York for y'all that live in New York City, these immigrants are running scared because the mayor Eric Adams said you're gonna comply with the Trump administration about getting these African, Caribbeans, and Hispanics up out of here, especially in New York City. So they running kind of scary numbers right now too. You have a lot of these Venezuelans and Haitians and Jamaicans and Africans actually fleeing New York City right now. They going to Canada before Trump take office though, and some of them going back to their home countries though where they come from. So that's why they trying to pretend like one of us because they trying to say that they can tell the difference between a Black American, Caribbean African. They can tell the difference. So I don't care how much these Caribbean Africans trying to dress like us, to talk like us, try to copy our slang. They can still tell the difference though because we got birth certificates. See, the U.S. government though they got all our stuff though. They can tell who's a foundation Black American or not. Now I'm gonna address this colorism stuff. Some of my people, my family is from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Some of my family is from Texas. I got light skinned people in my family, especially on my grandmother's side, on my dad's side, my great auntie, she's light skinned. It seemed like this light skin problem is a Caribbean Afro Latino problem though, because they brought a lot of their colorism from the Caribbean and Latin America. They brought that onto us though. Because I remember I was coming up as a kid, we didn't have a problem with colorism until the influx of these Caribbean Africans because the colorism was real big over there in a lot of these Caribbean, African, Latin American countries though. Like you go to places like India, places like Jamaica, skin bleaching is normalized over there. Nigeria is ranked number one in the world when it comes to skin bleaching though. In Jamaica and India, all them other places though. So I believe that colorism got started. We had the influx of Caribbean Africans and Afro Latinos start flooding over there because colorism over there in their homelands is real heavy over there. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
We've had colorism, but it has been inflamed up, definitely by Caribbeans and Africans. They don't even understand why we have this range of colors. They don't even get it. They feel like you should take all the yellow people and put them in another place. And it's like families that have a range of colors like our group, but they don't get that because like over in Kenya, a bunch of British men went over there and got some people pregnant. And so now they don't want those half British children in Kenya to go to school. They don't like these mixed people, right? So they don't want them to go to school. So they don't think that we should have a mix of people. But they don't seem to care about Dominicans who have the same mix.
Hey,
They
Wani,
have a range of colors, but they have a problem with our range of colors.
don't forget about the Chinese though, because you got the Chinese over there going to Africa, especially places like Uganda. Why went over there? Why
Yes.
went over there to Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda? You got a huge Chinese and African mulatto class over there. So the
Is it
Chinese,
a class now? Are they saying that? Because, like, they tried to pull that here. They tried to say octoroon and all that. And no, I'm glad that was rejected. I'm glad that was rejected. We're black. We're one group. Don't separate us. But did they form a class, Black Vanguard, or
yes, they
because this
did.
is what they did? Okay, yeah,
Just like in South Africa,
that's how they think.
just like South Africa,
Yeah, okay.
you got the colors over there.
Yeah,
So, oh
colored.
yeah,
Yeah.
so they got all types of racial caste systems over there because the Chinese over there mixed them with the local indigenous Africans over there, though, causing a whole lot of different mulatto buffer class over there. So what they doing, these Chinese, they having kids places like Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. What they doing is that they try to mix a lot with these African women over there, so they create a buffer class to oppress the darker skinned Africans over there, like they did in South Africa, though. Have a whole mulatto color class cast over there. And over
Yeah,
here, we don't have no color caste systems within
color
Foundation Black
cast,
American
right.
system like they do over there in the
Right,
Caribbean, Africa, Latin
right.
America, and Africa though. We don't got that over here.
No, we don't. We fought against that and we aligned under black. I mean, they could have had a we've been freer longer than you class and discriminated against people that were just emancipated, but no, we blended into people of color. I mean, sorry, free people of color blended with the newly emancipated and formed the freedmen. So we've always been one group and did not want to do this class separation. Yeah, I only heard about, believe it or not, the one in Kenya with them discriminating. I know that they like to eat people that are albinos, so I can't even
Oh, that's not
imagine.
in Kenya. That's in Tanzania though. That's actually in Tanzania.
Yeah,
I've been over
they
there,
do that
Tanzania.
in
They
Tanzania.
do that real bad over Tanzania. 'Cause I know a couple of albino people that went over there to Tanzania. They said they have to,
What?
yeah, because it's a lot of albino people
As
over.
tourists?
Yeah,
What happened
it's
As
to the
yeah.
tourists?
what happened to the albino people when they went over there? What did they tell you happened
Oh
to them?
Lord.
They told me there's certain villages over there that they got to stay away from over, especially go to a place like Arusha. Some of the tribes over there, they don't like albino people over there in Tanzania though. They consider them as basically cursed people, like witches like, over there in Tanzania. And also, you go to Nigeria, they kill twins over there in Nigeria. That's actually considered witchcraft over there. They have twins over there in Nigeria. They do a whole bunch of diabolical stuff over there in a lot of these African countries, though, especially places I've been to. Like if you have twins over there, you can't go to Nigeria with twins over there. Just let you know though, because yeah, they consider that as cursed of witchcraft over there in Nigeria though. So they got some weird, funny shit that goes on a lot of these African, Caribbean, Latin American countries, though, especially countries I've been to over there.
I'm sorry, did you say twins?
Yeah, twins. Yep.
They like to kill twins.
Yeah, especially over there in Nigeria though. They got a whole culture. I forgot what tribe was it, either the Igbo or the Yoruba tribe over there. One of the two bigger tribes over there. They got a whole culture though. When if you have a twin over there, you gotta sell it off to the next
Mhm.
village, the tribe over there, or you gotta basically take them
Now,
out.
let me ask you a question. If Octomom were to go over there,
What is that?
Wani,
don't
stop.
ask. It was
Wani, stop.
Octomom, what is that?
Octomom is that woman who had 8 kids um, in vitro. She had 8 kids in vitro. She was trying to look like Angelina Jolie, and then she had these 8 kids, and the doctor got in trouble for impregnate, helping her get pregnant with 8 kids. It happened
Oh
about
wow.
it happened about at least 15 years ago because they are in
Oh
they're
wow.
probably 18 now. Yeah,
Yeah, because
Wani was being funny.
I heard a story that you had a lot of these. You had like a I think a British person that was infected a whole bunch of African Caribbean women with a whole bunch of AIDS though in the U.S. though. See, a lot of people don't talk about that. That's why it's very good to delineate is because you have a big HIV AIDS population that's growing over there in Houston, Texas. A lot of people don't understand that you got a big population of Nigerians over there in Houston, Texas. So they the ones bringing all their diseases.
monkeypox and AIDS combined.
Yeah, you got a lot of
Damn.
HIV out there in Houston, Texas. So you got a lot of Nigerians bringing a
You
lot
know
of.
them. You know they brought that monkeypox directly from Lagos.
Oh yeah,
The
Nigeria
woman
is real
came off of
filthy.
the plane.
Oh yeah, I've been over in Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the most dirtiest, filthy countries in the world though. Like you go over there to Nigeria though, they got this whole place in Lagos called Makoko. It's a whole basically a shit water, a slum, a whole bunch of floating slum where they actually shit and
Lordy,
pissing
lordy,
in there.
lordy.
It's called Makoko. It's a big slum in Lagos called Makoko, one of the biggest
I
slums in
didn't
the
go
world.
there. No wonder I always try to go see animals.
Yeah, it's real nasty over there. When I went over there to Nigeria, I had to wear a mask over there the whole entire time. It's so dirty and polluted over there in Nigeria, especially Lagos. You'll get sick just breathing in the air over there. That's how nasty and polluted and disgusting it
When's
is
the
over there.
last time you went over there?
Last time I went over there to any African country was like 2.5 years ago. The last country I went to was Tanzania because I got some associates.
What were those Maasai dudes doing? Were they being molested on the beach?
Now I'm gonna tell you this story though. While I went over there, you got a big. I went all over Tanzania in Arusha, for example, right? You got a big Maasai village over there in Arusha. Over there is that you got a lot of tourists over there go over there. They mingle with the women over there too, basically like what you said though. And also in the island of Zanzibar, that's another the big sex tourism island though, off the coast of Zanzibar. the island of Zanzibar.
And these are Hawaii women trying to get
Yes, they are.
Maasai dinged up.
Yeah, yes, they are though. Yep.
That's not right. They're taking advantage of those guys. They don't know any better.
Yeah. In the Maasai tribe, they real big out there, especially in Kenya, Tanzania. Though they not a hostile tribe like the Igbo or the Yoruba tribe is, though. Now that's a real hostile tribe.
Hostile, hostile in what way? With fighting with others?
Yeah, fight with other tribes being hostile though. The Maasai tribe is not.
No, they fight with the lions, right?
Yeah, I
And they
know the
take the
lions though,
lions meat.
and also while I
They
went
take the
over there,
lions meat.
yeah, they do fight with the lions though. I witnessed that stuff. The Serengeti, a lot of them safaris they got over there in Arusha. Yeah, they do fight the lions though, but they don't mess
The
with other tribes over there like that. Like the biggest tribe over there in Kenya is the Kikuyu tribe. Over there is that the Kenyans though, the Kikuyu tribe over there is at war with the Maasai tribe over there in Kenya.
what's their name?
The Kikuyu tribe, that's the biggest tribe over there in Kenya though.
Kikuyu.
The Kikuyu tribe though, yeah.
Why aren't they very popular? They don't have good clothes like the Maasai.
Not really though. Yeah, that's the dominant tribe over there in Kenya though. Yep.
Somebody went over there and studied the way that they walk and made Maasai barefoot technology sneakers off of the way that they walk, their foot gait.
Yeah, they
Wow.
funny as hell. They jump high as hell. I said, damn, y'all short as hell. Y'all jump high as hell
They
though.
got
They
some
sure do.
spring in there.
Yeah, them
They
motherfuckers, them motherfuckers could jump.
and it.
Let me tell you the difference. I said I wanted to go outside and near the safari, and the guy said, "No, there's lions over there." You know how it is when you don't know what the hell you're doing. And I wanted to go outside, so he said, the regular African said, "Oh no, I can't walk you around. You gotta go with a Maasai because the lions are scared of
Oh
them."
yeah, the
I was like,
Maasai, yeah, the lions though, yeah,
"What?
yeah. That's actually true.
Why?
That's actually true though, because
Why?"
because the Maasai they've been around for centuries though. They know how to handle lions though. I gotta give them that shit though. They
I
yeah.
know.
And also the Maasai tribe is one of the most feared tribes over there in Kenya, Tanzania though. But they don't
I
mess with
bet
nobody though. They not a hostile tribe like the other
No, they're
tribes
very
over there.
nice.
if you fighting
See,
lions, you would be the. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Juan.
no, I was just gonna clarify. I like the Pygmies. I like the Maasai. I like the tribes on the Omo River. I like the Khoisan. I just don't like those village imbeciles that keep immigrating over here and trying to
Oh
act like they're better
oh
than
hell
the
yeah.
indigenous
And
Africans.
Wandi though,
That's who we're
Let me
mad at. We're
Wandi though,
not
I'm gonna tell
mad
you a
at the
story
let
though.
me.
indigenous.
I'm gonna tell you a story about when over there though, out there in Zanzibar. You have this big. I know you've been this place though in Zanzibar though. On the other side of the island, it's like 2 hours away from the island off the I think Zanzibar Stone Town. They got this thing called Nungwi. Have you heard about this spot? On the other side of the island, Zanzibar, called Nungwi.
Say it again.
It's called Nungwi. It's like on the other side of the island of Zanzibar, like an hour and a half away from Stone Town.
It doesn't sound
It's
familiar.
called Nungwi though. Why I went over there to the village, man, them people over here living real bad over there. You got a big ass resort, right? Like right next to it though. And the people over there saying probably over there.
But the people at the resorts, they live in.
B1,
They living real
did you
good
want to say
though.
something,
Yeah,
B1?
yeah. Hey, not only that, man, they cutthroat hell, man. When I went down there, so originally, can I expand on the story a little bit
What, yeah,
of
what
how I
country you
ended
went
up in
to?
Nigeria?
Yes.
I went to Nigeria.
Oh yeah, Nigeria, man. It's real bad over there. I've been over there,
Yeah,
man. It's
yeah,
real bad over there.
yeah. So I was going originally. I was a little goofy. I had a little Nigerian little broad, and her true colors came out at the end. Her mom's true colors been came out. I already know she denigrated me like hell. In my lineage, they lazy. Now all them little words, whatever. So we go there. Her mom passed away. We go there to bury her mom, right? Man, when I tell you, man, this was one of the most this was one of the most unusual, and I can't even use that word. Like how the whole process was, them trying to bury her, man. You had to go through all of these loops. It was, man, she was wrapped up, man. It was some weird shit, man. I'm like, man, nah. So we go to her village in Enagua, I think that's what it was called. So these are all Igbo people, whatever, however you say their tribes. Um,
So I go to her village. When I first thing first, everything is dark. It's pitch black. They got you hear generators trying to cut on. They trying to cut their generators on, can't get it popping. So it's just dark, nothing but dark. Now her cousins weird is this dude literally threw his baby on me. Like his baby was like 2 years old. Like take my baby, take my baby. And I didn't know any better at that time. I didn't know that they were trying to get citizenship by me taking the child. They would solidify their citizen child. Um, Now I'm like, man, this is what this dude. He was vehemently like this dude. It was the weirdest shit ever. I mean, the whole experience, all in all, they cutthroat too. We had to basically watch out to see who was gonna poison us. So every time someone gave us some
Oh
food,
yeah, man.
we pitched that bitch. They called it pitching and throw the plate. Put the plate of food on the side of the road because they're so cutthroat. All her parents had a lot of land. Now she had a lot of, I guess, I don't property, I guess there or land, and was fighting over the shit. Like they were cutthroating each
And you
other and
said
fighting over. Hmm.
it B1. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
ask you a question though. I've been over there in
Hmm.
Nigeria. I've been to both Abuja, Lagos. I've been to both Igbo and Yoruba
Yeah,
land.
Buja.
You said she
Uh
was an
huh.
Igbo
No, no,
over
yeah,
there in
yeah, they
Nigeria. You
no,
got a
yeah, yeah.
over there in Nigeria. You got a whole terrorist separatist group in the northeast part of Nigeria called Biafra. You heard about that?
No, I have.
The
I'm not really
IPOP,
up
the
to date.
indigenous people, indigenous people over there in Nigeria. You got a whole terrorist organization group called the
But
Biafra, the indigenous people of Biafra land. So what they
really,
do is they a whole bunch of Igbos though. They got a whole political pack and they got a militia over there where they genocide and wiping out other ethnic tribes over like the
tribes.
Yorubas,
Uh
the
huh.
Fulani, and the Hausa tribe over there. Then you got the Yorubas though over there in I believe over there in Abuja. They run Nollywood,
Abuja,
which that
Abuja. Okay.
bogus that yeah. I think
Uh huh.
Abuja's ran by the Yorubas though. I went to a
Oh wow.
couple of
Wow.
Ifa
Wow.
well, I went to a couple of E5 stuff over there where they had those Goon festivals, those Shun festivals over there. That's the Yorubas though. E5's or the Yorubas, man. I seen a whole bunch of shit stuff. They literally do a whole bunch of rituals. They do a whole different ritual sacrifices over there where they sacrifice people. They get money
Real talk.
money rituals over there. And I
Money
seen that shit with
rituals.
my
That's
own
what it's
eyes.
called. What
They
you
sure
witnessed
do.
it?
I witnessed some of that stuff though too. I sure did. I went to they stand on people and stuff like they do ritual sacrifices. Nigeria is a real sick demonic country though, really is though. And also
Mm,
over there in Nigeria is that they got this whole thing called the Oduduwa. You heard about that? It's another
nah, I.
separatist group over there in
Yes.
Nigeria called the Oduduwa Nation. It's a thing ran by the Yorubas over there. They're trying to secede from the rest of Nigeria. Did you know that Tinubu, when he became the president of Nigeria, he actually signed agreements and pacts with the Oduduwa Nation that start attacking the Igbos over here. So you got a whole tribal
Wow.
conflict between the Igbos and the Yorubas over there
And
in
yeah.
Nigeria right now. Speak. Then you got the northern part of
Wow.
Nigeria,
Wow.
which is the Fulani and the Hausa tribe. The Fulani and the Hausa tribe controls over two-fourths of the government over there in Nigeria.
Oh wow.
The Fulani and the Hausa tribe got a lot of power over in Nigeria. So when that war happened between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, the Fulani and the Hausa tribe said, if you invade Niger, we gonna invade southern part of Nigeria. And did you know the Fulani, they taking over some of Igbo and Yoruba land over there though. That's why you got a lot of Igbos and Yorubas actually fleeing Nigeria and going to other European countries though, because the Fulani and the Hausa tribe, they basically kick a lot of Igbos
The,
and Yorubas off their land over there in southern part of Nigeria.
yep. It's nothing but complete tyranny down there. Well,
Oh, it
over
is.
there in
It
Nigeria,
is. They got a failed
it's
economy over there, collapsed
yeah.
economy over
Oh
there in
yeah.
Nigeria.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I don't know too much about Nigeria other than what I saw and what I observed when I was there and some shit that I heard. I
Then
haven't I haven't I haven't engulfed myself in any of those tribes like that. So how you
then
spitting out?
And then
Mhm.
while I went over there to other countries though, Nigerians though, they flee all over the world. They flee to Europe, Canada, and US though. See,
Yeah. Yeah.
these Nigerians I was talking about black Americans criminals. Did you know the biggest scammer in world history is called Hush Puppy? Did you
Yeah.
know that
Yeah.
though? He
Yeah. Yeah.
defrauded the
Yeah.
US
Hush
government over
puppy. Yeah.
billions of dollars though.
Yeah. 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 But his goofy. His goofy ass was flexing on Instagram and all that shit and trying to con people and to
Yep,
give everybody the perception that he's following Jesus and this is what y'all should be doing. But whole time you scamming and you got your ass hemmed
yep.
up. But they
In
it's
Dubai, he got caught in Dubai
yeah
though. He's scamming you scamming people out of billions of
yeah
dollars. So he got caught in Dubai. He got extradited to the U.S. though. So yeah,
yep
that's
yep
other shit. They was
yep
one of the biggest scammers in U.S.
yeah.
in modern history though,
That was
in
the
world history.
that was the
Hush
whole
puppy.
thing. That's the whole thing she kept saying. My the ex, she kept saying that yeah, we got some of the biggest scammers in the U.S. and where they are in Nigeria. Like it's so,
Oh
and
yeah,
then but then the whole time the kicker is they bring them same people over here, and they commit a lot of crimes. I remember y'all.
oh hell
Remember
yeah
that?
they do.
Yeah, they commit.
Like oh
Yeah, and then we get the brunt. We gotta bear the brunt of it, and we get harmed. But they're the ones. But it's just not them. It's man the Jamaicans. Man, you know how much crime they
oh
still
yeah,
do.
Jamaicans they real bad over
Yeah,
there.
I mean,
See over there in Europe though, in some of these European countries though, especially the countries I've been to like Italy and Britain and Norway though. Why went over there? They asked you because you got to think about it. The Jamaicans they bring their criminality everywhere around the world they go to though. Like over there in Canada, they probably thought I was a Jamaican at first, so I went over there to Italy though, or Nigerian. They asked me where you from, and I said I'm Black American. They said okay. They said because it was a couple of Italians. I think it was part of the mob over here. Because you got to think about it, some of them Italian mob groups over there. They at war with the Haitians, Jamaicans, and Nigerians over there in Italy and
right,
Britain.
right, right.
So yeah, so they be skeptical about foreigners coming over there now because of the Jamaicans and the Nigerians that's going over there to Italy, places like Italy
Uh
and
huh.
stuff like that, Canada.
Yeah, yeah. That's.
With Black Americans over there, we get targeted though because they be mistaking us for one
Oh
of them
wow.
when we
Oh
go to
wow.
these other countries though.
Oh wow.
They do. So we
Right, that's what
they,
I'm saying. They messed up travel for a lot of people. A lot of women are just, going to places they used to go, walking down a side street, and they get accused of being a prostitute, or
Mm,
men are yelling at them, and that's because of so many African prostitutes.
yeah.
So yeah, we're
And one
being bothered because of
and
that.
one, I'm gonna tell
my
you this
thing
story though.
is.
Where I went to I'm gonna tell you a story that my bad over there in Italy, you got a whole Nigerian prostitution ring going over in Rome, Italy though, where you got the Nigerian mob stuff like that, the Nigerian black ass mob, they extort their people and they send them all the way to places like Italy and Dubai. So when we go to these countries, they be mistaking us for a Nigerian over there, and then they be sometimes we got when we go to these other countries, we got to carry our passports with us. That's how bad it is over there because they be
Mm,
mistaking us for a Nigerian or a Haitian, Jamaican or Somali. Just you had that fool Johnny the Somali, and I'm glad he actually put Somali in his title. Though he got hemmed up in South Korea for doing a whole bunch of shit from yesterday murals and their shrines over there in South
oh,
Korea.
that's what
Did you
happened.
hear about that
Okay.
story?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Johnny
I think we
Somali.
know
He's
what
this
you're talking about.
he's this
Yeah,
anti-foundational Black American that
yeah,
go talk about you ain't gonna get reparations. Though he's just like the Myron Gaines though.
yeah,
He's just
yeah,
like him.
yeah.
He
And he
go to
got
these
his.
other Asian countries. He got hemmed up in he got
Yeah, he
banned from
got
going
hemmed
to
up. Yep.
Japan though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I
still got.
yeah I want to see I want to see
Thank God.
They
yeah
can't
he
go
got
nowhere.
he
They can't go nowhere and be pleasant. And then, but like I said, the whole thing
No.
is we get targeted for it because they lump them up. Oh, you black FBAs wanted to fight for.
somebody talking.
No, I was just listening. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, I think he must have cut off for a
Yeah,
second.
we're gonna wrap up the
yeah.
space. We're about to wrap up the
Well, I
space.
really enjoyed y'all. This has been an epic space.
I do want to. May I ask a
I'm
go
question
sorry.
go
before
ahead,
you
Nikki.
give your ending?
Go ahead.
Um,
Go ahead, Nikki.
I just want to ask everybody who some people may not have been around for the big. Lord Jesus, am I pressing buttons and muting people? I
It's
apologize.
okay.
Um, Everybody wasn't around for the beginning, and just wanted to round back to that. The three of us were accused of stealing someone's intellectual property. If you think any of us need to steal intellectual property, give a thumbs up.
Whose
If you
intellectual
think that
property
person,
that they accused of stealing? Who was it?
No, no,
no,
it's that's not important.
no,
Yeah,
yeah,
we don't want to give anybody any attention.
yeah. I mean, if somebody happens to see something sitting somewhere,
We
nearby.
had a
That's fun.
we had a little fight about it in the
Yeah.
wait a minute. Oh, oh yeah, it is shared.
Wait, what's that up there? Yeah, what is that up there? Wait, somebody's trying to come up. Do I let that person up or leave it be,
Hold on, let's see
Professor?
who this is.
I don't know who that is.
It's in the
I don't know that.
It's
jumbotron.
India.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Okay, it's up
argument
to
is in
you.
the jumbotron.
Yeah, so it's just being said that the three of us stole intellectual property, the three of us who are college graduates with multiple college degrees. If you think we need to, if you think we stole someone's intellect, that we need to do that, put your thumbs up. If you think we don't need to do that, and that person is insane and delusional, put thumbs down.
Repeat that again. You said for thumbs up, thumbs down for what? Can you repeat that again?
Put thumbs if you think that person is insane for accusing us of stealing their intellectual property. They won't say what we stole. They're just saying that we're stealing their content. They saw us sitting in here together and it triggered them, and they start saying that we stole their yeah, it's funny, ain't it? It's hilarious. If you think that
Listen,
person is delusional for saying that, put
But
your
wait a
thumbs down.
minute.
listen. They
How
weren't.
you
They
gonna
weren't.
still be in the person who went to every country in the on the planet? How you how do you,
I remember when
how do
they
you
said one.
steal
I
a
remember
law?
when they
How
said
do you
one. He didn't do that.
how do you steal professional degrees and you're a university professor accused of what now? And nigga, I don't know what you do, but I already know they can't steal nothing from you because you're that girl. I can't believe. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. I think I will say this: the village is being attacked anyway, and the reason being is because we just came through, a campaign that was heavily contested, and really, the country is completely divided. And when you're blackety black in this country, the first thing they ever accuse you of is stealing. They accused my father of stealing years ago. I remember he told them to prove it. They took him to court. It was about his per diem stuff and the government card, they issue out and stuff. And the judge said, well, you were off by 2 cents, Mr. Cornelius. And my father said, I think I could pay that right now. And he pulled 2 pennies out of his pocket because he purposely came up short 2 pennies so he could throw them over there at the other table, and told the man, next time get your facts before you come dealing with me. And that's the position y'all are in, because you're imparting important, very, very important knowledge and information. You have to, this is a higher vibrating space. You have to have a certain level of intelligentsia just to be able to come in here and sit. And so you're going to get those people who are coming after you because you're doing a phenomenal job. So just keep it up. Lead them people in the dust where they belong, and just press forward, because we know what's true and not true. The village sees it. People are not stupid these days. Which,
And
why would y'all
and
still?
Nikki
How you gonna
and
still be
Nikki
into
the
every country on the entire planet? How you steal that?
Nikki the God. Let me ask you a question since you work in the medical field. So do you see a lot of these African fake African nurses that getting arrested in your field? Anybody?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear him?
I guess he might have a phone call or something like that.
Well,
Hey, sorry, can you guys hear me?
I'm trying to see who is that speaking.
Sorry, I'm kind of like a
Can
bit
you
anonymous, but I've
can you
been like,
drop Nikki down and pull her back up real quick?
Yeah, I can.
She's got a glitch going.
Okay, let's do it. Damn. Okay. Who is speaking?
oh yeah,
I'm,
sorry. I was just gonna jump in and make a quick point.
Okay.
Just in regards to like if I feel like if Caribbeans and Africans that migrated to the United States really wanted to see Black Americans do well, they would have introduced like soccer, for instance, because soccer is a great way. Like you can make a ton of money, you can travel the world. Like it's an athletic endeavor that you don't necessarily have to be tall or big to play, and you can make millions of dollars. So I feel like if Jamaicans, Nigerians, etc., just building on the conversation, really were in Black Americans' corners, they would come here and set up more like programs for kids to give opportunity. Because I feel like that's kind of like one of the last athletic frontiers for Black American athletes is to play like soccer at a high pedigree, like at Real Madrid or Bayern. There's countless teams in Europe. But just wanted to add that as just like a practical point of reference to the conversation. Just happy to hear your guys' thoughts.
Are they soccer? Um, like, do they do well in soccer?
Well, yeah, Nigeria, Africa.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
thought you said
Nigeria's.
Caribbean.
Yeah, yeah, Caribbean too. So you have to like, if you look at the UK, a lot of the black English
Oh,
players
you
are
said
Jamaican
UK.
origin,
You said UK.
but ethnically they're
What are
Caribbean. They're
they?
Jamaican. They're
Well, why
Jamaican.
would UK people come over here
No,
and
you're
just?
not understanding my
I'm
point. I'm sorry.
confused.
I'm saying Raheem Sterling is Jamaican British. So all I'm saying is that
No such
if someone
thing,
were
but
to,
okay.
well, whatever misnomer you want to use, by all means, I'm just using that
Pest.
as a point of reference.
Pest.
Okay. I'm sorry.
UK pest.
Sure, but okay, all right. So all I was saying was like, okay, so take the UK out of the picture. But if someone were immigrating, because I mean, if I moved to Kingston,
What do
I would know.
Caribbeans have to do? You know, we have a gold medal in Black American woman has gold medals in soccer, right? So the only reason we don't have more gold medals is because we don't feel like it. We just
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
feel like it. So you want
that's
them to
fine.
come here and popularize soccer?
No,
Is that
I'm
what
not.
you're
I'm just
saying?
saying. I don't. I'm not. I don't want anything to happen. I would rather Black Americans take their own autonomy to teach their kids and take them
Hmm.
on trips to Serbia and Bulgaria and Morocco and places like this where they can trial and compete against other children. I don't care, but I'm
But why?
saying,
You
yeah,
want more people
Why?
in soccer? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
No,
I mean, Black America. I mean, Howard had a
Okay,
kick-ass team in the '70s,
go
but then,
ahead, be one.
my whole
um,
thing
What were you saying,
is
be
yeah, yeah,
one?
please.
my whole thing is you saying that for it to be practical for this conversation to add input, but that doesn't that's just damn near like what's the point of that? Because that's not happening right now. They're not giving us opportunities. Whereas if they're flourishing in soccer, they're not giving those opportunities to us now. They're not opening up any institutions now. So that really doesn't even
That was my point, but that
apply.
was I understand what you're saying. That's the point I'm making. I'm saying they've been here for 30 years. Why have no? So I'm saying like if you really immigrate somewhere and you want to make a positive impact on the community, you use your skill set to benefit the people around you. So if you're just gonna
But they
like be
don't
good
have a
at soccer,
skill set. They're not good at
If
soccer.
and if they did, they would be doing good in their countries. They wouldn't have to be.
Right. They
They
yeah,
wouldn't
wouldn't help
be all over the
exactly.
us.
place.
Exactly. So I'll just to build on that. So a lot of players that are from the Caribbean or Africa, they have to migrate to Europe to play for like a European team in order because the facilities in Europe are way better, than in Africa. Like I played with some sick Nigerian players, and like if you break your leg in Nigeria, like your career is finished. It's over. Whereas like in Europe or if you play NCAA, you can rehab your body and compete again. Whereas like it's just over. It's a wrap. I don't know how else to explain it. So yeah, I was just sharing that to say like I'm not saying it like we have to wait on Caribbean people or African people to, but I'm also saying is like if I move to Lagos and I see that people are impoverished and I know how to coach basketball, why would I not take my time to teach kids how to play basketball so they can use it as a vehicle to see the
Because
world?
we're humanitarians and they're cutthroat maniacs.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
and
the
maybe that's
difference.
what it is. Maybe
Right.
that's what it is. But I was just using
Most
that as a
most
point of
indeed.
reference.
They don't even think that way.
No, no. How they
That's
gonna
why
think?
they vote. That's
Oh
why
my
they
bad.
vote Republican and don't want the other immigrants to come over
Right.
here. They're not
Right.
humanitarians like we
That's
think they
that's
are.
yeah. That's exactly what that Venezuelan woman, that immigrant that got caught up. She's she's talking about all the other immigrants that's getting benefits. They're just cutthroat, and she still stole her damn money, $300 out of her. Oh, anyway, I'm all over the place, but No, that ain't happen. It ain't happening there. It ain't gonna happen here. And we already doing that anyway. We already teaching our kids the proper way to live and sustain themselves under this oppressed system. We didn't need them. They were actually the immigrants in general. It's almost like dead weight because it ain't benefiting us. So we already doing it now. What you're talking about, in some sense, we're doing it. So we don't need no Jamaicans, we don't need no Caribbeans, we don't need no Nigerians to do it for us because we built the lane for them to be at the table, so to speak. And all they do is just denigrate and degrade us. Uh, so it's just really that that's practically a misnomer to talk about. We stray here. You know what I mean?
So, who was asking me about something with nurses because I had to get kicked down because I couldn't speak?
He was asking if African nurses have been pulled out of there with a cane around their neck.
I haven't seen a lot of that. I've actually seen them elevated. I've seen them just take on those black slots. Wait a minute. I've seen them take on those black slots. Like if they need so many black nurses, they get those slots because they demonstrate that they're willing to throw foundational black Americans up under the bus. But with the with Milwaukee as a whole being as racist as it is, there are still hospitals. Like you could have your nursing homes, your clinics, and your hospitals. Hospitals would be the most racist. They would have the most it's the biggest fight for power at the hospitals. So they just want the most white nurses there. So they just gonna pick on anybody who they think is of some type of African descent, even though anybody can say they are African American, and we have that same argument going on. But when it comes down to it, the Nigerians, the Africans, they get elevated, they get the charge nurse positions because they are always willing to ignore racism. To make a long story short, I have seen a few several Indian nurses come in that did not know what they were doing, and they have been taken into extra training. But that's the most I've seen. You can come off your mic, B1 Rich. I did mute you because it was something in the background. I have a hearing problem, so I couldn't hear it. You can come off your mic. Don't
No,
get mad at me.
no. I don't do apologize about that. I probably was doing some ruffling through trying to get a water. But anyways, I actually work in the medical industry as well as my part-time job. And man, I go. We have a contract with all these different Innova hospitals. Whereas you got to walk in and you see. By the way, Virginia is so inundated with immigrants. You go in all these hospitals in the healthcare industry. There's nothing but whether they could be Hispanic, um, they could be African. It's just a heavily influx of immigrants. Every hospital I go to in Virginia area, and I travel far, going from routes going all the way up seven, or if anybody knows anything about the DMV or Virginia, um, just to just to go to your point, and people are doing these alleged certified workers are doing things that go ahead.
No, go ahead. There was
They
just
are
some
doing things
noise.
that's very harmful based off of their lack of practice in the field and giving up doing some scamish nefarious things in order to get ahead or get one up on someone. So it's very imperative for us to see. I selected, and I may be going all over the place, but I'm trying to bring it home. I selected a Black American doctor, a foundational Black American doctor. This dude is thorough with everything. He's very articulate. He tells you everything, and he gives all these different solutions to the questions or answers to the questions that's being asked. Um, you just gotta be careful of them. They're in here, and our elderlies, our people are in those hospitals galore. Um, and it's just a dangerous thing. It's a slippery slope, so to speak, with when it's dealing with you know immigration and work in these work environments. Um, so we really need to take heed to that. We have to really watch our back. Um, you know, we have to we have to take care of our families and ourselves. Um, we have to be compassionate to each other. We have to continue to be compassionate to each other, respectfully. Um, we have to teach each other the things that we've learned from experiences, and we have to help our young, which we are doing. And I'm gonna land there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. We're going to take NDO and then we're going to close the space after that. Please come off your mic, NDO. Please come off your mic, NDO.
Idio, can you hear us? Idio going once, going twice. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've really enjoyed y'all. This has been an epic space. I'm gonna look forward to listen to the replay. Are foreigners up in our mix cosplaying FBA for clout? I think the conclusion was yes, and the solution is to um, police our own lineage. Just that simple. There's been yet another space. I appreciate my co-hosts, Wani and Nikki. Um, I appreciate all of you for coming through, and I do look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. Any last words, Nikki or Wani?
Good night.
No. Good
Night,
night.
y'all. Peace out.